Imperial Guard Trainee number 32, Luca. For this training trial, Luca had to dodge and parry live bullets because only by doing so could he shed the trainee title. His opponents were 5 death row inmates. Although Luca was heavily outnumbered, he had already cleared every extreme scenario simulation, so Luca made a quick calculation. 10 seconds was all he needed. The next instant, he exploded forward, charging straight at them. The first man didn't even have time to react before his head was cleanly severed from his shoulders. And just like that, Luca stepped directly into the heart of their encirclement. This was Luca's chance to leave a strong impression on the commander. He couldn't afford to let it slip. Even though Luca had never pulled this off in reality before, he had to complete this close-quarters slaughter here and now. Luca pushed his senses to the absolute limit. Then the remaining 4 men pulled their triggers simultaneously. Luca swung his steel blade in a blinding blur. Under his flawless control, every single bullet was deflected, ricocheting right back to pierce the shooters. The commander nodded in deep satisfaction. It was hard to believe a mere trainee could pull something like this off. It seemed they had unearthed a terrifying new talent. Even after taking internal damage from the massacre, Luca had once again shattered his own limits. Just as Luca stepped out of the training room, the commander applauded his monstrous performance. Ballistic control wasn't even part of the trainee curriculum yet. Then the commander flashed a lethal grin, promising Luca a grand prize. The moment Luca turned his head, the commander's hand slammed violently over Luca's eyeball, and the surrounding crowd froze in absolute horror. The commander brutally crushed Luca's eyeball into a bloody pulp right then and there. Yet Luca merely smirked and thanked him. For a long time now, Luca had been craving an eye capable of predicting bullet trajectories. When he returned to the barracks lounge, a blonde trainee blocked his path. He introduced himself as trainee number 12, Eli, explaining that he had watched Luca's slaughter out there and believed Luca had some serious talent. Seeing Luca's cold silence, Eli assumed he had crossed the line but still gestured for him to come inside. Luca brushed it off, making it clear that if Eli was here just to exchange empty praise, he had picked the wrong person. Eli Kartika. The surname alone made it obvious. He had been born blue blood nobility. Logically, Luca had no reason to snap at someone from a great noble house, so he figured he could just chalk the irritation up to pure jealousy. Right then, Eli pulled out a blue pill. It could dull the agonizing pain radiating from Luca's fresh wound. Luca rejected it instantly, but Eli warned him that running on fumes would ruin his next training phase. At least for that, Luca gave a quiet word of thanks. Luca had also seen Eli's training. When it came to control, Luca admitted he still had a lot to learn from him. Eli simply tapped his own eye, explaining that he had a combat-grade cybernetic eye, which made calculating trajectories a piece of cake. It also seemed the commander had taken a special interest in Luca, paying out of his own pocket to gift him a new eye. Meanwhile, Luca was still fighting tooth and nail just to survive the damn program. Unlike elite nobles, a gutter rat like Luca couldn't afford to miss a single chance to climb, especially not through an individual assessment. Hearing that, Eli fell into a heavy silence. Sure, nobles always looked polished and untouchable on the surface, but some of those bastards passed the trials and still got flushed out, simply because they had tried to buy their way into manipulating the final results. Luca never expected to hear a blue-blood noble spit facts like that. Apparently not every noble was genuinely elite. So what exactly was this guy trying to say? Without warning, Eli extended his hand toward Luca, firmly believing someone like him was bound for the top. A monster who had clawed his way here without leaning on a single outside faction. And Luca firmly grasped it in return, because every ounce of this struggle was for the absolute glory of the Empire. This is the story of a boy forged from birth to become the ultimate military weapon under the iron-fisted rule of a dictatorship known as the Ecclesia Empire. A few days later, Luca finally obtained the trajectory-predicting cybernetic eye he had been craving. His lethal accuracy immediately underwent a terrifying evolution. He placed a bullet straight through the head of every single target. Top-tier talents really were built different. A close-quarters butcher who was also a dead-eye sniper almost felt like a cheat code, yet Luca found the entire exercise painfully dull. Eli had buried every single shot into the exact same bullet hole. Even so, Luca genuinely believed the Empire was desperate for talents like Eli. Hearing that, Eli responded with a quiet observation. In today's Empire, the true value of ability and talent had been heavily diluted. With enough status and wealth, even utter trash could be gilded to look highly capable. But if more monsters like Luca rose up purely through raw strength, maybe the masses would finally develop the eyes to separate useless trash from those who were truly capable. Luca cut him off immediately. That line of thinking sounded dangerously close to treason against the imperial system. And if Luca reported him, even a highborn noble like Eli would face the full wrath of imperial sanctions. But Eli simply smiled. He knew damn well Luca wouldn't say a word. The very next day, they were officially deployed on their first field mission. Luca and Eli were appointed as platoon leaders. Their objective was simple: cross the canyon and completely eradicate the Koran outpost. Before they left, the commander gave them one chilling reminder. This was a live-fire purge, and they did not need any prisoners. Staring at the distant settlement, Eli quietly muttered that the people there were just like them, splinters of the human faction that had once come from Earth. But Luca immediately signaled for him to cut it out. Getting careless over pointless bleeding heart sentiment would only get them killed. That towering mech lumbering behind them wasn't there for their protection. Luca was absolutely certain of it. It was an executioner sent to watch them, and if they dared take prisoners, that machine would slaughter them too. Here on Nova Planet, every other faction was nothing more than a bug in the Empire's eyes, insects that only knew how to use and deceive the Empire for their own twisted gain. Hearing this, Eli sank into a heavy silence. Because deep down, Eli already knew the grim truth. Nothing here was ever as simple as it looked on the surface. But the Imperial textbooks preached the story exactly the way Luca had just recited it. The massacre moved swiftly, and the mission was soon more than halfway complete. Yet a creeping doubt gnawed at Luca. Why the hell was absolutely no one carrying a weapon? Still, he forced himself to believe that the Empire's training program wouldn't make a mistake. Right then, Luca spotted a small child trembling in the shadows. The kid was paralyzed by sheer terror, and for a split second Luca froze, unsure what to do, but the commander's absolute decree echoed inside his mind. Leave no prisoners. Luca kept repeating the Empire's logic to himself. They were nothing but parasites draining Imperial resources. Without a second of hesitation, he swung his blade downward in a vicious arc. Only the killing strike completely missed the child, burying the steel deep into the wall behind him instead. Luca quietly told the kid to play dead. Maybe that would be enough to survive. Luca knew that if the Empire ever discovered this, the punishment would be a fate worse than death. But in the next instant, a gunshot cracked right beside his ear. When Luca looked up, he realized Eli had fired. He had no idea when Eli had shown up. Luca knew Eli wouldn't report what had happened, but if it had been anyone else, things would have been very different. Then suddenly, an attack shot straight toward Eli. That was when Luca noticed a man standing off to the side. Was he the one who had caused the explosion just now? Eli moved before the man could react and launched a surprise strike. What answered him instead was a blinding blast of energy. Luca hadn't expected the man to be an awakened power user. The commander had never told them anything about this. Was this some kind of test? Eli was in danger because Luca had hesitated. He had to react right now. So Luca ordered the others to secure the outpost. The fact that the man stayed behind alone meant only one thing. He was buying time, and Luca wasn't going to allow it. From the man's hand signs, it looked like he could form energy spheres. Luca pushed his kinetic speed into maximum overdrive. He knew the cost. If he kept moving at that pace for too long, his own body would tear itself apart first. But Luca needed to be even faster. The instant the energy sphere was about to slam into him, Luca broke through the man's defense. This was the perfect moment to finish him. Luca drove his long blade straight into the man's vitals. At the same time, the man's hand landed on Luca's head. In the next instant, the tactical mech helmet on Luca's head shattered into a rain of fragments. For a brief moment, it seemed like Luca was about to die. But the man hesitated, because in his eyes, Luca was still just a kid. In the end, Luca still won, yet he couldn't understand it. The Koran fanatics were supposed to be zealots, so why had the man hesitated? Still, everything Luca had been taught told him one thing. This was all for the Empire. To eliminate enemies who threatened the Emperor and the Empire's people. For the Imperial Guard, no other reason was required. After completing his first mission, the man's final words kept echoing in Luca's head. No one had died in that operation because the man had never truly gone for the kill. But Luca's will told him the opposite. Mercy was the exact reason for their annihilation. Later, a centurion praised their outstanding performance, especially Luca and Eli. The two of them could start setting their sights on becoming centurions themselves, for the glory of the Emperor and the people. They were told not to stop climbing. Orphans from the slums like Luca were usually assigned to the most remote squads. Even so, Luca swore that one day he would become the centurion of that godforsaken wasteland. Soon after, they were back in the sparring room. This time, it was Luca versus Eli. Luca could clearly feel the change in Eli's strength. After his last injury, Eli had replaced one arm with a cybernetic one, but even that still wasn't enough to defeat Luca. Then Luca spotted a gap in Eli's movement. With a single step, he shattered Eli's rhythm. By the time Eli realized what had happened, Luca's fist was already in front of his face. Another win for Luca. Eli admitted he had really thought this time he might finally win. But if gaining strength only depended on obtaining the Mind Sword, then what was the point of all that training? Eli also noticed something else. The entire Centurion speech had hit Luca harder than expected. Ever since that talk, Luca had seemed far more rigid than before. But Luca wasn't like Eli. Climbing was the only path he had. Still, Luca couldn't help wondering what kind of soldier Eli actually wanted to become. For Eli, being a soldier had never been his choice. His real dream had been to become a scholar and archaeologist. But the Empire forbade private research into forbidden civilizations, and Eli's family had produced commanders for generations. They would never allow him to choose anything else. Luca warned him not to say things like that outside. One report would be enough to end everything. But Eli calmly pointed out that Luca would never report him, just like Eli had kept Luca's secret. Eli admitted that he had hesitated earlier because his opponent hadn't been a combatant. Even if Luca hadn't been there, he would have gone back and finished the job. Luca answered with absolute certainty. He was loyal to the Empire and the Emperor because they had recognized his talent. An enemy of the Empire was an enemy, and Eli was no exception. Eli didn't argue, he only smiled. If Luca's loyalty to the Empire truly went beyond simple obedience, he would have silenced Eli already. Eli warned him not to push himself so hard, but Luca only frowned. At this rate, Eli was the one who would die first. Time moved quickly, and soon the second mission arrived. They were sent into an uninhabited neutral zone. The structures there were millions of years old, yet they still carried lingering energy signatures. Eli was fascinated, because it proved that even millions of years ago, civilizations had already begun reaching for the stars. But Luca worried Eli might start talking too freely, so he cut him off, reminding him that if they ran into another faction here, it would end in a fight. Eli didn't seem worried at all. In his eyes, no one could stand against the Empire's dispatched guards. Right then, Claude, who also loved archaeology, stepped forward with excitement. Records like these, he explained, allowed them to predict what came next. No wonder so many people were obsessed with history. Luca knew Claude came from a great house as well. Not as famous as Eli's, but still the kind of background a commoner like Luca could only look up to. Then Claude suddenly turned to Luca and admitted that he really liked him, before awkwardly asking whether Luca already had a girlfriend. Cold sweat instantly broke out across Luca's back. If Claude stepped any closer, Luca warned, he'd have no choice but to classify him as a hostile target. Claude scratched his head in embarrassment. It turned out he had only wanted to introduce Luca to his sister, but Luca believed he was nothing more than a slum orphan, nowhere near worthy of someone like her. Eli only made things worse, grinning as he added that he'd heard Claude's sister was a real beauty. Then movement stirred nearby. Everyone immediately dropped into tactical stealth. Luca and Claude advanced to investigate. Before long, they spotted someone standing on the far side. The instant Luca recognized the figure, his pupil shrank in shock. A holy knight, one who wielded the Force. The holy knight noticed them as well. With a casual lift of his hand, a spear shot straight toward the group. Luca instantly ordered Claude to fall back. But before Luca could even process what was happening, Claude's skull was violently punctured clean through. Claude collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. Luca's mind went completely blank. A teammate he had been talking with just seconds ago had vanished in the blink of an eye, right in front of him. Even Luca's cybernetic eye began flashing critical error warnings. The gap in their power tiers was simply too massive. It couldn't read the enemy's movements at all. Then Eli rushed in from behind to support him. They had to buy time. Luca immediately agreed. Escaping from a holy knight was impossible, so their only option was to stall until the Imperial Guard arrived. But that backup would take roughly 10 seconds to reach them. In the meantime, the enemy attacked again. This spear came straight for Luca. Luca barely managed to nudge its trajectory off course with his blade. 10 seconds wasn't long. Yet to them, it felt endless because a single mistake meant getting cut down with nothing more than a flick of the enemy's arm. The Holy Knight redirected the spear again. Damn it, was Luca really going to die here? But the will inside Luca's mind screamed at him not to fall until the enemy's head had been lopped clean off. The Empire's army had no need for worthless trash. Luca slashed at the incoming spear. A violent screech rang out as the weapons collided and Luca's sword snapped clean in two. After that exchange, his arm was basically finished, but he was still alive. Only 7 seconds had passed. Now Luca had to brace for the next strike. The Holy Knight slowly drew his blade, then unleashed several lethal arcs of sword aura toward Luca. Luca dodged purely on limit-breaking reflex, but the teammates behind him weren't nearly as lucky. That was when Luca finally realized the truth. He wasn't the real target, everyone behind him was. In the next instant, the Holy Knight burst forward and charged directly at Luca. Was this attack truly impossible to evade? The timer reached 12 seconds. At last, the guards assigned to them by the Empire arrived. At the final moment, a massive hand crashed down and crushed the enemy's skull into the ground. The blow smashed the Holy Knight into a brutal crater. But the Holy Knight was no easy opponent. He whipped his long sword around, trying to force distance. The armored guard answered with a single punch that sent him flying. Only then did Luca finally exhale. He was saved. Now the real battle belonged to those two. After forcing some space between them, the Holy Knight drew a battle axe from behind his back. One stood as an Imperial guard clad in the Empire's weaponry. The other was a Holy Knight wielding the Force. Luca had no idea which one would emerge victorious. Both sides swung their weapons at the same time. The instant their blades crossed, blinding sparks erupted. Neither side yielded an inch. They separated almost immediately. Then the armored guard pushed his thrusters to maximum overdrive and launched himself toward the Force Knight. The fight climbed from the ground straight into the sky. They were moving too fast. Luca couldn't even track their weapons with his eyes. All he could do was pray the armored guard would win. The guard's axe kept pressing forward. Then in the next instant, both weapons shattered at once. The armored guard seized the opening and tried to crush the Holy Knight's skull immediately. But the knight's helmet wasn't something that would break so easily. At the same time, the Holy Knight began manipulating the spear lying in the distance. The moment Luca heard the roar behind him, a chill shot down his spine. The armored guard didn't know the speed or destructive force of that spear. He might not react in time, and if the Imperial guard died, Luca would die too. The instant the spear burst from the earth, Luca pushed his cybernetic legs into frantic overdrive, desperately trying to bleed off its lethal momentum. Only then did the guard notice the movement. In the next heartbeat, the Holy Knight seized the guard's metal frame. The armored guard immediately rooted every ounce of power into his right arm and fired it like a cannon shell straight into the enemy's skull. A violent explosion of sound erupted beside them. Luca couldn't tell who had won. He could only pray it was the guard. Footsteps slowly approached from the distance. Luca's nerves stretched to their breaking point. Then a mechanical arm slowly reached out in front of him. The guard praised Luca's effort, explaining that with Luca's help he had managed to defeat the enemy, but Luca stared in pure terror. The full-body mechanical armor granted to Imperial guards was forged through ruthless amputation, removing every weak, fleshy part of the body deemed useless for combat. It was equipment designed to turn a person into the ultimate weapon. Every trainee dreamed of earning a suit like that because it meant becoming a true Imperial guard, yet the armored guard was still moving, even without a head. Luca couldn't stop the question forming in his mind. What exactly was this thing in front of him, human or machine? The air fell unnaturally still. When the guard slowly reached for where his head should have been, he seemed to realize his skull was already gone. His power cut out. He collapsed right in front of Luca. The hero Luca had struggled to become was nothing more than a grotesque cybernetic monstrosity. A cold chill spread through Luca's entire body. He didn't even know if he could survive until rescue arrived. Was this the last thing Luca would ever see? A voice suddenly broke through his thoughts. Somehow Eli had survived. At that moment, only the two of them remained alive. Everyone else was dead. Luca didn't know how much longer he could hold on. He could feel his lifeblood rapidly draining away. Still, he asked Eli what he planned to do next. Up ahead lay the place Eli had always longed for, a place that contained things he could never find inside the Empire. So Luca wanted him to chase that dream. Once reinforcements arrived, the two of them would inevitably be forced back to the Empire. Eli came from nobility, and half the things he said often went over Luca's head. But the last time Eli spoke about his dream, Luca had seen the brightest light he had ever witnessed in someone's eyes. So Luca wanted to give Eli his own heart, so that Eli could live the life he truly wanted. Eli pressed a strip of cloth firmly against Luca's wound, telling him to stop talking nonsense like that. For a moment, Eli admitted he had genuinely thought Luca was going to die. The idiot was seriously hopeless. After Luca and Eli returned to base, both of them were grafted with military-grade cybernetic exoskeletons. Eli recommended the F-2421 US model, explaining that its adaptation period was short and that it would suit Luca well. The night before, the two of them had been summoned to separate departments for questioning. 3 trainees and 1 Imperial guard had been killed, and they had also encountered a force-wielding holy knight. Luca had assumed the interrogation would focus on the battle itself. But he was called in for another reason. They had discovered a highly classified anomalous cube, and as a noble, Eli had access to additional information. The issue was ownership of the cube. If the Holy Alliance refused to hand over the ruins and relics, a massive war could erupt. The Empire might go to war with Korra, while the Balado Federation would profit simply by watching both sides tear each other apart. So those at the top were weighing the value of war against its cost. Luca had no interest in politics. All he wanted was to follow orders and fight. That was what an Imperial Guard was meant to do, yet even now one question refused to leave his mind. How could a headless guard still move? The commander dismissed it as nothing more than a post-mortem phantom reflex caused by residual signals, but Luca didn't believe it. The guard had reacted to Luca's words even after death. Luca was left with questions that had no answers. If his superiors wouldn't give them to him, then he would find the truth himself. Elsewhere, the base had built a reception hall for the academy where trainees could meet friends and family. Luca had grown up in an orphanage. He had always believed he would never set foot in a place like this, but he certainly hadn't expected someone to come looking for him. The visitor was Claude's younger sister, the girl who had lost him only days ago, Lillian Ramos. Luca didn't know why she had come, but he could think of only one reason. She had come to demand answers about Claude's death. After all, Luca had been the commanding officer of that doomed squad, but Lillian quickly signaled for Luca not to tense up. She wasn't here out of hatred. Ever since Claude joined the guard unit, their family had already prepared themselves for the worst. She had only come for one simple reason: to meet Luca. She explained that she had heard about him countless times from her brother. A squad leader with real ability. Claude had even once asked her whether she would be willing to date Luca. Luca had refused back then, claiming his background was too low, but Lillian didn't care. If anything, it removed a lot of pointless formalities. From the way she spoke, Luca could tell she was genuinely interested, so she directly asked whether Luca was unwilling. Luca replied that he didn't even know her. Lillian immediately countered that they could start getting to know each other now. That made Luca ask the obvious question: why him? Surely her brother's last request alone wasn't enough of a reason. Lillian insisted that this was actually a good thing for Luca. Most people could only dream of such an opportunity, and she wasn't wrong. It was the kind of offer that was almost impossible to refuse, a chance for someone from the bottom to connect with a great noble house. Luca had come here to rise. If he married a noblewoman, he would be one step closer to his goal. But the offer felt far too easy, which made it unsettling rather than appealing. So Luca ruthlessly rejected her proposal and turned to leave. Not long ago, Luca would have mocked nobles who tried to escape the Empire's control as fools. Now he realized he himself was making decisions based purely on instinct. To a noble like Lillian, that might have been humiliating. Luca could only hope she wouldn't cause trouble for him later, but Lillian suddenly ran after him and grabbed his hand. Luca froze. She looked nervous. Admitting she had rushed things, she suggested they simply start as friends. Before Luca could even respond, Lillian fled in embarrassment, promising she would come back again in a few days. Luca stared silently at his own hand. Shaking her off clearly wouldn't be easy. For now, he would just take things one step at a time. The scene shifted to the training grounds. Luca sought out the hand-to-hand combat instructor, Kenu, because there was still far too much about fighting that he didn't understand. But Kenu told him there wasn't much left to teach. Only a handful of trainees could overpower Luca in brutal close-quarters combat. Luca didn't think that was enough, because it also meant someone out there could still crush him through sheer strength alone. Hearing that, Kenu signaled for Luca not to rush. Luca had come to Kenu specifically because he felt the instructor was different from the others. Strong, yet not domineering. This time Luca had a new arm, and his raw destructive output had multiplied tenfold. His only weakness now was that his body wasn't completely mechanical. His remaining organic parts still had lower durability. If Luca couldn't defeat someone like Kenu, then he would never stand a chance against a monster like the Holy Knight. He had to become stronger. Luca threw a punch straight at Kenu. Kenu could tell immediately that Luca was testing his upgraded hardware. Luca kept firing off punches in rapid succession, and Kenu caught every one of them with effortless precision. Seeing that brute force wouldn't work, Luca suddenly closed the distance, trying to force the exchange into close quarters. In that instant, Luca spotted a gap and seized Kenu's sleeve. Thinking the session was already decided, Luca drove his fist straight toward Kenu's face, but Kenu merely flicked his sleeve. Luca was launched backward like a broken ragdoll. He hadn't even seen what Kenu had done. Still, Luca refused to stop. The moment he hit the ground, he sprang back to his feet and attacked again. Kennu shifted his body slightly to the side, dissolving the ambush with almost casual ease. Then he caught Luca's footwork and flung him aside as if Luca weighed nothing at all. Luca stared in stunned confusion. He couldn't even understand what had just happened. Kennu finally pointed out the two problems. The first was not understanding the opponent's strength. The second was entering a fight with the wrong mindset. Then he asked Luca what exactly he was rushing for. Luca was shaken because he couldn't even explain what he had just experienced. His first punch had been aimed directly at Kennu's chin. But Kennu had only tapped Luca's arm, and suddenly Luca's entire body had started swaying like it was no longer under his control. More precisely, the kinetic force Luca had delivered had been redirected straight back into him, sending violent shockwaves tearing through his internal organs. Luca immediately asked what that technique was called. Kennu's lips parted slightly. He described it simply as a form of self-protection. Luca stood up immediately. He asked if he could learn it. Kennu brushed a strand of hair aside. Blood was already seeping from his right eye. Even seeing him in that condition, Luca still wanted to learn it. Kennu warned him that shortcuts always came with a price. The scene shifted. Kennu asked Luca what he had learned from the exchange. Luca explained that it felt like his body had been hexed, as if it wasn't under his control anymore. When Luca heard the technique's true name, Aegis, a shock slammed into his chest. It was a method famously used by rebels. Even so, Luca believed it could still be integrated into military standards. As it turned out, Kennu had once thought the same thing, but Aegis came with three obvious flaws. First, it was brutally difficult to learn. Second, it caused side effects, like the brain condition Kennu had just demonstrated. As for the third flaw, Luca wasn't capable of observing it yet. Even so, Luca still wanted to learn. But Kennu reminded him that the Empire had already invested too much into him. Luca was no longer just a trainee. He was a highly valuable piece of Imperial military property. That meant he didn't have the freedom to make such decisions himself. Training in Aegis would inevitably affect the brain. So Kennu asked him directly whether he could promise never to use it again afterward. Staring at Kennu's back, Luca knew that even if he lied, Kennu would see straight through him, so Luca answered honestly. He couldn't promise that, but he would try not to rely on it. Kennu's mouth curved slightly. He patted Luca on the shoulder. That kind of honesty was far better than any polished lie. Then, without warning, Kennu lifted his foot and launched Luca violently into the air with a blinding kick. From that moment forward, Kennu told him to stay on guard against his attacks at all times. If Luca could handle that, he would be able to handle anything. Luca slowly got back up, rubbing his head. He understood now. Instructor Kennu had decided to teach him. A month passed in a blur. When Eli finally saw Luca again, worry immediately flashed across his face. Luca looked like he hadn't slept in days. It turned out that for the entire month, Luca had been sparring with instructor Kennu every single day. Kennu didn't teach him in any traditional way. Instead, he forced Luca to learn through observation and self-adjustment. Aegis was completely different from the methods Luca had learned before. Most combat systems focused on mastering a specific technique and grinding it until it became razor-sharp. Aegis worked differently. It squeezed every ounce of value out of everything the user already possessed. In other words, it functioned like an elite combat algorithm. The moment it activated, every weapon built into the user's equipment could be deployed instantly. Then the system arranged those tools into the most efficient killing pattern possible. At its core, Aegis pushed the brain's neural limits into overclocking. Luca then asked how Eli's recent missions had been going. Eli shrugged casually and said it had all been easy work. Still, Luca warned him to be careful. The security captain hadn't been seen lately. Wasn't that connected to the same incident? Eli disagreed. He had heard rumors through his family. A rebellion might be coming. Luca's heart jolted. Eli didn't know the details, only that a group of people was planning an uprising. Luca listened silently before pointing out the insanity of the situation. They were already at war with the Creed Alliance, and now someone wanted to ignite a civil war on top of it. It was pure suicidal madness. Eli cut him off. Simply calling it absurd wouldn't stop the rot spreading inside the Empire. Before Eli could finish the thought, Luca slammed him against the wall. His eyes bore straight into Eli. Luca told him plainly that he could ignore Eli's desire to leave the Empire. But if Eli ever became his enemy, Luca wouldn't let him walk out alive. Even with Luca gripping his collar, Eli didn't panic. He simply looked back at him calmly. Eli reminded Luca to relax. After all, Eli had also passed the Imperial Guard selection. Did Luca really think he would become the Empire's enemy? Luca released his collar. Then he told Eli not to say things that could be misunderstood. He didn't want to see Eli's name appear on a traitor list. and Eli only dared say things like that in front of Luca. After catching his breath, Eli smiled and asked if Luca was free that weekend, offering to treat him to a meal. Luca turned away. He said he already had plans and told Eli to stop talking because he was seriously annoying. The scene shifted to the lower sector of Aricia. It was a place both Luca and Kennu knew well, because both of them had clawed their way out of that hellish gutter. Ever since Luca became a trainee, he believed he would never return to a place like this. He didn't even want to breathe the same air as the fools who lived there. Yet Kennu's plan to train him had brought them back anyway. Beneath the capital, Aricia stretched across a vast lava zone. The geothermal energy extracted from it powered the entire city. The power plants filtered the waste heat, and that heat blanketed the lower levels where the poor struggled to survive. Luca silently thanked fate that he had escaped this place. Otherwise, he would have rotted away here as nothing more than a nameless street rat. Soon, Kennu slipped into a narrow alley. Luca could feel the stares of drifters and beggars all around them. If he showed even the slightest weakness, they could turn into robbers in an instant. Luca hadn't expected Kennu to know the lower sector's layout even better than he did. Kennu had been born here, yet he had served as an imperial guard for decades. So why was he still this familiar with the place, as if he came here often? Kennu then ordered Luca to lock his prosthetic arm and leg at an extremely restricted low-power output for the coming fight. Luca didn't understand the reason, but if he wanted the training, he had no choice but to obey. Soon, they reached an entrance guarded by a gang. Kennu calmly stated that he needed to see whoever ran the place. His confidence made the gang hesitate. They asked what his relationship was with the boss named Alf. Kennu scratched his head. Apparently the manager was called Alf now. One of the gang members raised his gun and told the crazy punk to get lost. In the Empire, very few people could point a gun at an Imperial guard and survive, but Kennu clearly didn't want to reveal his identity. Luca blurred forward instantly. He closed the distance in a flash, launching the thug into the air with a brutal strike. Then he slammed him into the ground with a clean shoulder throw and pinned him down. Another guard reached for his weapon, but Luca already had the gun aimed directly at him. If he wanted to die, he was free to try it. Luca calmly told them to call Alf, assuring them it would be the better outcome. After dropping their weapons, the two men ran off to report the situation. Looking at the circular structure ahead, Luca finally asked what kind of place this was. Kennu glanced at him and gave a faint smile. It was an underground deathmatch arena. The scene shifted again. They were brought into the management office. The arena's manager, Alf, was a heavyset man. Kennu pointed behind him toward Luca and casually told Alf to put the kid into a match. He wouldn't charge a fight fee, and if the boy got beaten to death, he didn't care. Only then did Luca understand why Kennu had ordered him to lower his power output. Alf took a slow drag from his cigarette. Then he flicked the burning butt toward Kennu. Luca casually caught it between his fingers. At the same time, several gang members raised their weapons toward the two of them. Alf explained coldly that they had misunderstood something. They hadn't been allowed inside to make requests. This place was simply a convenient slaughterhouse where their corpses would be disposed of. While Alf spoke, Luca quietly studied the room and the tension in the air. In Luca's judgment, Alf was bluffing. If he truly wanted them dead, he would have already pulled the trigger. Luca listened carefully. Two armed gang members stood outside the door. In his mind, he had already constructed a flawless slaughter scenario. First, he would kick the iron table over to break their line of sight. Then his fist would punch straight through the table, turning the gang member's skull into bloody fragments. The men outside would hesitate for a moment before forcing the door open. By then, Luca would be braced against the wall and ceiling, clinging to the door frame, firing 2 shots midair to finish them. Kennu then asked the fat man what had happened to the previous manager. Alf hesitated. If he meant Dragla, the man was dead. He had been caught fixing matches. Kennu saw through the lie immediately. This arena printed money, so Alf must have killed Dragla to take the seat, but Kennu admitted he couldn't blame him. After all, Dragla had killed the man before him to get it. That was simply the blood-soaked law of the underground. Alf suddenly jumped up and aimed his gun at Kennu. He demanded to know who Kennu really was and how much he knew. Kennu didn't even flinch. He calmly told Alf to sit down unless he wanted to join Dragla. He didn't give warnings twice. Cold sweat broke across Alf's face under Kennu's pressure. He slowly raised his hand and signaled his men to lower their weapons. His instincts told him that provoking Kennu would be a terrible mistake. Alf then studied Luca more closely. His pupils glowed faintly, as if scanning Luca's body. According to Alf, Luca's arms and legs weren't suitable for combat. The rest of his body was still nothing more than a soft meat sack. In a fight, he would be pulverized into a bloody paste in seconds. Even so, Alf agreed to Kenu's request, but he demanded payment. Kenu tossed out a tempting piece of bait. He knew where Dragla's safe was hidden, and Alf must have Dragla's eye as the key. Alf went completely speechless. Now he was even more curious about who Kenu really was. But Kenu only smiled vaguely, just a ghost from a past that should have remained buried. The fat man didn't dare ask further. Watching everything unfold, Luca realized how much he had learned from Kenu. The effortless way he controlled the situation, the calm confidence in every move. Those were qualities Luca still lacked. The scene shifted again. In the lounge, Luca finally asked what exactly Dragla's safe contained and why Alf's attitude had changed so quickly. Kenu glanced at the tablet. Hidden assets, enough wealth to completely change Alf's life. Then Luca asked the question he had been holding back. If the situation had truly escalated into a fight, what would Kenu have done? Kenu simply smiled. So Luca really wanted to know, then he pointed at the screen. A massive warrior appeared, Gabriel the Iron Fist. The arena was full of addicts who traded their lifespans for illegal cybernetics. Gabriel was one of those who chased power without caring about side effects. In Luca's current condition, even a single punch from that man would mean severe injury or death. Kenu called Luca closer. He told him to remember what he was about to say. This was the core of IG hand-to-hand combat. Accept everything given to you and flow with it. Luca instinctively frowned. He hated the word flow. To him, it sounded too much like surrender. Kenu countered with a simple truth. Water never fails. It simply changes shape. He told Luca that he had noticed his potential the moment Luca swatted bullets away with his bare hands. And when Luca had come to him on his own seeking guidance, it had surprised him. People with true talent were always drawn towards something. Luca looked at the hand resting on his shoulder in confusion. Why was Kenu suddenly praising him? Kenu's smile turned strangely meaningful. Because this might be the last time Luca looked like this. The arena lights flared to life. Luca stepped onto the dueling platform one step at a time. Seeing that he was still just a kid, the crowd burst into mocking laughter. Some sneered at the sight of a brat stepping into the arena. If he wanted to die, there were easier ways. Others were thrilled. They wanted to see limbs torn off, rib cages crushed, and organs smashed into pulp. Luca felt no fear. If anything, the atmosphere felt strangely familiar, almost like coming home. And as he stared out at the crowd, Luca silently invited them to show him how they had been surviving down here like pathetic pieces of trash. When Luca was a child, he almost never ate until he was full. The Empire delivered supplies to the orphanage twice each month, yet the caretaker quietly stole more than half for himself. For the children trapped inside, hunger was simply part of life. Even so, Luca never abandoned his studies or his training. Whenever time allowed, he used it to sharpen himself. At first, the other kids laughed at him, mocking his effort, but Luca answered with his fists, smashing their faces and taking their food. If strength was the goal, then he needed to eat more than the rest. Better that the food strengthened his own flesh and blood than rot uselessly in the stomach of a failure. The strong devoured the weak. Luca had learned that rule when he was still a child, and in the end he proved it was true. He took the second selection exam at 12, and by 15 he had officially become a trainee. Luca never wanted to see those failures again, so during most of his trainee years he almost forgot the orphanage had ever existed. When Gabriel stepped into the arena, the crowd erupted, chanting his name. The moment Gabriel noticed Luca, a sneer twisted across his face, clear contempt written in his expression. In his mind, ALF must have overeaten today to match him with some brat like this. Luca, meanwhile, was already studying him. Gabriel's limbs and torso had been manufactured by different companies, parts that barely worked together. The result looked like a grotesque cybernetic Frankenstein. That oversized hand alone dragged his shoulders forward whenever he clenched his fist, forcing his spine to bend. Still, he was undeniably strong. His body had been modified for a single purpose, maximizing strength at any cost. Gabriel looked Luca up and down without shame, his gaze lingering on the boy's face while his words dripped with vulgar amusement, suggesting Luca might serve him for the night. Luca only gave a cold smile, calmly replying that Gabriel sounded like the one who would soon need a servant, because by the end of tonight he would leave the arena as a mangled wreck. Gabriel burst into laughter, promising he would slam Luca into the ground and torture him until the boy begged to become his servant instead. Olive's voice rang through the microphone, announcing that a mirror of their cruel and merciless world was about to unfold. In this place, a person would either be crushed or crush someone else and rise again. High above the arena, Ku stood with his arms crossed, silently observing. An old buzzing siren screamed through the air, signaling the start of the fight. Gabriel's body had been engineered purely for combat. Luca, on the other hand, ran non-combat parts, which meant a single clean hit could kill him instantly. Despite his massive build, Gabriel wasn't slow. His fist shot forward, but Luca slipped sideways and avoided the strike. In the next moment, Luca spun, delivering a lethal kick straight into Gabriel's skull. The blow landed perfectly, yet Gabriel barely reacted. To him, it felt like nothing more than a scratch. If Luca had possessed a normal combat body, that kind of power would have smashed someone's head like a watermelon. Luca quickly pulled back. The dueling arena was cramped, leaving little room to dodge. Gabriel charged again. Every swing carried lethal force, while Luca's own strikes seemed to do almost no damage. The crowd roared louder, chanting for Gabriel to crush Luca's skull. Luca ignored them. His mind kept turning over Kenu's words about the core and about accepting what one had. Obsessing over what you lacked solved nothing. Prayer would not make a gun fall from the sky. Whatever tools he possessed were the only ones he could fight with. Kenu had told him not to use enhanced mechanical hardware, but he had never forbidden Luca from analyzing with his eye. That meant Kenu never expected him to overpower Gabriel directly. He wanted Luca to understand acceptance, because Aegis was about maximizing one's own potential. Gabriel's fist moved like a destructive cannon. The subtle twitch of his shoulder was the trigger, the direction of his stare was the barrel, and the length of his arm defined the range of impact. Compared to a real gun, the wind-up was slow and the trajectory obvious. Faces in the crowd twisted with disbelief. In Kenu's eyes, Luca was a genius. In such a short time, he had grasped Aegis and fused it with his own understanding. Gabriel, however, couldn't comprehend it. Rage bubbled inside him as he realized his fists could never touch Luca. How could he possibly be losing to a kid? Luca's focus sharpened further. That clarity allowed him to predict Gabriel's movements perfectly, which raised a new possibility. Could he do what Kenu had done? Luca suddenly seized Gabriel's arm. His lead foot drove into Gabriel's knee, flipping the massive man into the air. Before Gabriel could react, Luca's heel crashed down onto his face. For a moment, Luca could hardly believe he had actually pulled it off. So this was the perspective Kenu had always held while facing him. Gabriel rubbed his head, fury blazing in his eyes as he snarled that whatever trick Luca used, those weak little hits would never defeat him. He attacked again, faster than before. But Luca slipped the punch in the very next breath, appearing right in front of him like a phantom. If brute strength wasn't enough, then he would compensate with something else. Luca leapt upward, snapping his legs with full force while locking his hands around Gabriel's head. The world spun violently for Gabriel. Then came a sickening crunch as his spine shattered. The crowd fell into stunned silence. Just like Kenu before him, a few drops of blood leaked from the corner of Luca's eye. In a real battlefield filled with endless variables, he could never have focused like this, but the arena was a controlled environment. Here he could push his cognitive processing into absolute hyperdrive, allowing him to predict Gabriel's movements with near-perfect precision. Luca had to admit it, Kenu truly was an extraordinary mentor. Kenu later acknowledged Luca's performance. Luca had crossed the threshold of Aegis. Then Kenu pulled out a storage card. Luca frowned, wondering if this was compensation. Kenu shook his head and explained that it was actually the money he had wagered on Luca's victory, telling him to use it for Gabriel's treatment. If Luca could win Gabriel's goodwill, there was no reason to make an enemy. A measured friendliness was simply practical. Luca protested that he wanted to become a lethal soldier and warrior, not some soft-hearted saint. Kenu rested a hand on Luca's head and calmly reminded him that when it came to dealing with people, he was still young. That friendliness was not virtue, it was investment, something that could prove useful later. Today, Kenu had merely collected his own investment from Druga. The smile on his face carried a chilling, predatory edge. At that moment, Luca realized he might have misunderstood everything. He had believed Kenu taught him because he valued Luca's talent, perhaps because they came from similar backgrounds. That assumption was wrong. One day Luca would face the same moment himself. Kenu's collection would come for him too, and it might arrive in a form he could not refuse. Elsewhere, Gabriel was in miserable condition. Barely able to move, he used only his tongue to tap a display and scroll through artificial spine replacements. Without proper treatment, he might remain crippled for life. The doctors pushed their newest model, eager to squeeze money from him, but he couldn't afford it. Their alternative solution was brutal: harvest and auction his remaining intact limbs, then replace them with cheaper mechanical arms. Normally explosive and aggressive, Gabriel now looked utterly helpless. Without those parts, he would be one step away from death. Luca stood in the doorway watching before casually remarking that it was good to see Gabriel still so lively. The moment Gabriel saw him, rage twisted across his face as he vowed revenge. Luca stepped closer with sharp eyes. reminding him that before the fight he had already warned Gabriel exactly what would happen. He remembered Kenu's advice about avoiding unnecessary enemies, yet his instincts still pushed him to mock Gabriel anyway. Then Luca turned toward the doctor and calmly asked the price of the Hyperindly Mark 9 cyber spine they had mentioned. The doctor stared in disbelief, clearly never expecting Luca to pay for Gabriel's treatment. Gabriel's eyes widened in confusion, wondering if this was some cruel joke. Luca glanced back at him and explained that he was covering the medical cost. Gabriel's pupils trembled. The rage from moments earlier vanished completely. After asking Luca's name, he promised that if Luca ever needed help, he would repay this debt without hesitation. Luca studied him silently for a moment before nodding. The feeling of doing this wasn't nearly as unpleasant as he had expected. The scene shifted again. Back at the training base, the first thing Luca did was find Eli and begin sparring. Eli launched a kick toward Luca's head, but Luca simply knocked the strike aside. Using the motion, he pushed forward, redirecting the kinetic force perfectly. Eli lost his balance and Luca immediately hooked a kick into the outside of Eli's lower leg. In an instant, Eli hit the ground. Luca had defeated him effortlessly using the absolute minimum amount of force. Eli stared up in amazement, realizing this must be the Iga's fighting style Luca had learned from instructor Kenu. Luca confirmed it. In essence, it resembled the dirty street fighting they already knew, grabbing sand while falling and throwing it, or hiding broken glass in a fist and gutting an enemy. Luca used to mock that kind of fighting, but after the arena he had changed his view. One should use the environment and whatever tools were available, because enemies never cared about honor. At that moment Eli called out to Luca, admitting he had a problem and needed help. The scene shifted as the two entered the lounge. Luca frowned at Eli, who could only shrug awkwardly. Luca immediately understood. Eli had allowed Lillian in. She apologized quickly, explaining that she couldn't refuse because her family had always been closely connected to the Ramones family. Lillian stared straight at Luca and demanded to know why he had been avoiding her. Her pride had clearly taken a hit, as if she had never experienced rejection before. Luca answered bluntly that he simply wasn't interested, telling her to consider that a clear rejection. Eli attempted to smooth things over with a nervous smile, suggesting Luca could have said it more gently, but the irritated Luca didn't even glance at him. Lillian's eyes widened in shock as she struggled to understand what she had done wrong, insisting that there must be something about her he disliked. Luca shut that idea down immediately. It wasn't about dislike, he simply had no time to deal with women. He reminded her that he came from an orphanage, nothing like her noble background. One mistake for him meant being buried in the dirt forever. He continued by explaining that she still didn't understand. If his success depended on her, then a single passing whim of hers could shatter everything he had built. But if he built it through his own strength, it would not collapse so easily. Lillian glanced at Eli and pointed out the contradiction. Luca was close with Eli, yet he claimed he did not want to benefit from nobles. Luca shook his head and clarified that Eli was a comrade and a friend he could entrust his life to on the battlefield. What protected him was not noble pedigree or empty titles, but the brothers in arms standing beside him. For a moment Lillian fell speechless, stubborn reluctance written across her face as she asked if he truly wouldn't give her even a chance. Luca had already braced himself for a slap. He felt a slight pang of guilt but refused to leave any room for misunderstanding. If there was nothing else to discuss, he would be leaving. With that, Luca turned and walked out of the reception room. Eli hurried after him. Eli complained that Luca had been far too direct and didn't need to be so cold. Luca remained silent for a moment before answering that if he wasn't blunt, she would never let go. Eli still couldn't understand why Luca resisted Lillian so strongly and suggested he at least try getting to know her. What harm could it do? Even Luca couldn't fully explain it himself. Something about her simply triggered his instincts. The only reason she treated him differently now was because Claude had praised him before he died, which meant she was likely planning something. Eli urged him to slow down, but Luca abruptly cut him off by asking if Eli liked her. Eli looked confused, wondering how Luca could tell. Luca pointed out the signs, the way Eli's eyes moved and how his breathing had panicked earlier. In any case, Luca repeated that he had no interest. If Eli liked her, then he should stop hesitating and go win her himself. Eli clenched his jaw and glanced back toward the lounge. For someone like him, taking that role felt almost impossible. A few days later, the scene shifted again as Luca sought out instructor Kenu. This time, Kenu began teaching him neurocombat meditation. As Luca sank deeper into the meditative state, his mind returned to the earlier meeting in that office. If a real fight had broken out there, what would Kenu actually have done? Armed men had been waiting both inside and outside the room. Without a weapon, Luca couldn't imagine anyone escaping without injury. Kenu simply smiled and answered that once the shooting started, he would crawl under the desk and stay out of the firing line. Luca frowned, unable to accept such an answer. If the first move was hiding, then the chance to strike would be lost, and eventually the bullets would shred him anyway. Kenu, however, understood Luca perfectly. Luca would charge head-on even if he took a few bullets. In his mind, the safest option would be to take Alf hostage. But if he truly attempted that, both of them would be shot. And in a place like that, replacing a gang boss was never a big deal. What Luca would actually be doing, Kenu explained, was handing them the perfect excuse to kill their own boss. In that situation, using Alf as a shield would have been the correct move. Luca hadn't even noticed that Alf's fingers had been modified into a hidden gun, nor had he realized there was a secret passage behind the cabinet on the left. Only then did Luca understand the vast gap between them. Kenu could predict Luca's actions, and he already knew escape routes Luca had never even imagined. Kenu slowly rose to his feet. Aegis, he explained, functioned by cannibalizing every last drop of the brain's neural processing power. Did Luca understand what that truly meant? It meant the technique could never be standardized for the Imperial Guard. Luca shuddered. So Kenu's neurological problems were a side effect of pushing the mind far beyond its limits. If that was true, then once someone strapped into a heavy-duty Imperial combat exoskeleton, using Aegis would become impossible. Kenu confirmed it with a calm nod. Luca was truly excellent, so excellent it was almost a shame. Kenu admitted he had expected it would take Luca another 2 or 3 months to figure it out. Once Luca officially became an Imperial soldier, he would receive an Imperial Vanguard power armor set, full-body mechanical armor built with the Empire's highest technology. It wasn't equipment an ordinary person could wear for long. The neural implant required high-bandwidth signal transmission, and beyond the CPU responsible for auxiliary calculations, the system drained the brain's entire processing pool just to function. The moment the armor activated, there would be no spare mental capacity left to execute Aegis. Luca forced down his anger and snapped at Kenu, accusing him of knowing exactly how he would react yet hiding the truth deliberately. His jaw clenched tightly. If he had known from the start that Aegis couldn't be used alongside Legion equipment, he would never have bothered learning it. After briefly thanking Kenu for the guidance anyway, Luca turned and walked away. Kenu simply smiled coldly and told him that if he ever changed his mind, he would be welcome to return anytime. Luca ground his teeth and replied that it would never happen. The scene shifted to half a month later. It was the first time Luca had seen the Imperial Guard captain in 3 months. The man was Hyros, captain of the Acritia Imperial Guard. Hyros asked about Luca's recent activities and Luca reported everything honestly. Then Hyros changed the topic. He mentioned hearing that Luca had been in frequent contact with instructor Kenu. Luca's heart jolted, so that was the reason he had been summoned. The higher-ups knew every movement trainees made. If there had been hints about Luca visiting the lower sector and the arena, then surely they knew everything. Luca began to answer, but Hyros interrupted and asked directly whether he had been studying Aegis under instructor Kenu. Luca admitted it, explaining that he had indeed learned it but had already abandoned the style. Hyros' brow lifted slightly, clearly surprised. When untalented people attempted to learn Aegis, Kenu usually drove them away. The truly gifted, however, quickly realized there was no need to learn it at all. That was why, aside from Kenu himself, no one had ever truly weaponized Aegis. Hearing that only made Luca feel more uneasy. He cautiously asked if Hyros wanted him to continue studying Aegis. It turned out Hyros wanted Luca to remain close to Kenu, and the easiest way to accomplish that was for Luca to keep learning the technique. This wasn't a suggestion, it was an order. Luca's eyes widened as he realized what it meant. It was a cold-blooded espionage assignment. The Imperial Guard captain clearly distrusted Kenu. Even if Luca wanted answers, 1,000 questions raced through his mind that he could never ask. He could only bury them and obey. That was what an Imperial soldier did, so Luca simply answered yes. Hyros seemed pleased, telling him that he had been watching Luca closely and believed he was the kind of person who would rise far. The scene shifted again as Luca went to find Kenu. He hadn't expected Kenu to agree so easily without asking a single question. Kenu eventually stopped in front of a small shop selling cheap imitation models of the Yuri Legion. He asked Luca if he had liked toys like that when he was a child. Luca nodded. He had liked them, but he never had the money to buy any. All he could do was stare at them from the dirt like a starving street rat. Kennu then called the shop owner over and calmly announced that he would purchase every toy in the store. Luca couldn't understand it. Why buy that many toys? The scene shifted again. They arrived at an orphanage in the lower sector, and only then did Luca understand the reason. At the same moment, a rough voice broke in. Gabriel was ranting loudly, his massive body making the nagging tone almost ridiculous. He complained about being called out for this, asking if he looked like some kind of glorified errand boy. Luca smiled calmly, reminding him that Gabriel himself had promised to help whenever asked. The orphanage had refused to deliver the toys, so Gabriel had done him a huge favor. Gabriel grumbled that when he talked about helping, he had meant something like a gang brawl, not running errands like this. Luca noticed Gabriel's condition had improved greatly. His steps were steadier now, and his balance had clearly returned. Gabriel's attention soon shifted to Kennu standing nearby. He had never even heard Kennu's name before, yet even Alf treated this man cautiously. Luca guessed this might be Kennu's old orphanage. Perhaps the charity was simply something he did after becoming successful. The orphanage doors suddenly swung open and the children rushed outside, shouting thanks to the ugly uncle and the handsome big brother. Gabriel didn't get angry, he only smiled. He wasn't the kind of lunatic who would snap at children for teasing him. The kids clutched toys and game consoles, some immediately beginning to argue and fight because they couldn't get what they wanted. Neither Luca nor Gabriel tried to stop them. They simply watched. In this world, people fought for what they wanted. True fairness was only a fantasy. If someone desired something badly enough, they had to rip it from another person's hands. If one person enjoyed something, another inevitably went without. The world simply wasn't abundant enough for everyone. They both understood that. After a while, Kennu called Luca over, saying he wanted to talk. Kennu apparently visited this place from time to time. The headmaster looked well-fed, likely stuffing his pockets by siphoning the orphans' ration funds. Luca finally asked the question that had been on his mind. Had Kennu grown up here? Kennu shook his head and admitted he had long forgotten where he had been born or raised. Sometimes he simply visited nearby orphanages, and perhaps he had even stopped by the one Luca came from. He looked strangely tired, almost like nothing more than a retired guard. Did the Imperial Guard captain truly need to keep someone like this under surveillance? The question circled endlessly through Luca's thoughts. Kennu suffered from neurological damage. His nervous system had been strained beyond repair, and it seemed he held his collapsing mind together through sheer monstrous willpower. Perhaps Luca would end up like that one day as well, if he lived long enough to see it. Kennu suddenly called Luca again and asked if Captain Hyros had sent him. Luca's heart jolted as tension spread from his scalp down to his toes. He avoided Kennu's gaze. Kennu could read people through the smallest details. A storm of worst-case scenarios flooded Luca's mind. Kennu might even kill him here. Kennu calmly advised him to stay calm if he didn't want to die. Killing him wasn't the goal, but restraining him without killing him would be difficult. Luca controlled his breathing and gradually lowered the output of his mechanical components. He stated simply that he was an Imperial soldier, and that was all he could say. Kennu stepped closer and observed that Luca had accepted a mission without knowing anything about it. He had no clear direction for how to respond. Obeying orders was natural and Luca's judgment was technically correct. He truly was the perfect kind of soldier the Empire wanted. Then Kennu's tone turned cold. When Luca had come to him the first time, had he really believed it was voluntary? From the moment Luca demonstrated ballistic control without an auxiliary computing device, the higher authorities had begun making preparations. An anomaly like Kennu had already existed, and now another person with Iga's talent had appeared. Luca might believe he had sought Kennu out after the clay incident simply to become stronger, but in reality that meeting had been orchestrated by the Empire's cold, systemic algorithms. Luca couldn't stop himself from trembling, his body betrayed the surge of emotion. He had always believed it was his own decision, untouched by outside influence. Still, Luca insisted that it had been his own choice. Kennu responded quietly that everyone in the world was someone else's slave. Some people knew it, others didn't. Free will was nothing more than a comforting hallucination that made puppets believe they controlled their own strings. If Luca wished to report to Hyros, he was free to do so at any time. Those words left Luca confused. Now even Hyros's instructions felt suspicious. His mind screamed warnings not to doubt the Empire and not to let other people's words sway him. But if even his burning desire to succeed wasn't truly his own will, then what was the purpose of his entire manufactured existence? Luca couldn't find an answer. The scene shifted to the simulation training hall. Luca had not reported that conversation to Hyros. If he had, the Empire would have subjected him to a psychological evaluation. suspicion would be unavoidable. If they suspected ideological corruption, his psychological score would immediately drop below its previous level. The Empire did not tolerate ideological risks. In the worst case, Luca could lose his Imperial Guard position and be shipped to a forced labor camp. The thought alone gave him a headache. Had Kenno predicted that as well? Was that why he had tried to draw Luca back through personal connections? Nearby, Eli was undergoing simulation training. Electrodes covered his body as he remained locked inside an extremely lethal combat scenario. Even a glance made it obvious how brutal the training was. The moment Eli finished, Luca tossed him a drink. It was the first time Luca had ever seen him train with such desperation. Eli hadn't expected Luca to seek him out on his own. Luca immediately asked about something Eli had mentioned before, whether nobles manipulated the aptitude tests. Eli confirmed it without hesitation. Everyone already knew it was true. Luca then asked how Eli himself had passed the psychological test. Eli narrowed his eyes, realizing Luca was treading dangerously close to treasonous territory, yet he didn't pry. Instead, he calmly explained the method. A person simply needed to present a standardized version of themselves to the outside world while quarantining their true consciousness deep inside as a silent observer. In that way, the psychological tests could be passed. Luca frowned, calling the idea ridiculous. Eli smiled as if expecting that reaction. It was like sealing away the version of oneself that needed protection and burying it deep within the mind. Even ordinary people sometimes developed memory loss or split personalities after trauma. They were simply doing it deliberately. If someone continued acting like a loyal soldier long enough, that false loyal persona would gradually solidify. And if the performance lasted too long, the original self might sink deeper and deeper, like a rusted iron vault swallowed by an abyss, eventually overwriting the person's true soul. Luca couldn't help wondering where Eli had learned something like that. But regardless, this was the method Luca needed if he wanted to rediscover the version of himself that existed before meeting Eli and Kenno. Even though Eli had no idea what Luca was planning, he still warned him to be careful. Tampering with psychological tests was extremely dangerous. Luca hadn't expected such concern from a noble. Eli genuinely seemed worried about him. Just then Luca's communicator buzzed. Kenno was calling. The scene shifted again as Luca and Kenno entered the lower sector. Today's lesson was live combat training. Kenno never mentioned what had happened at the orphanage, acting as though nothing unusual had occurred and treating Luca exactly the same as before. Strangely, that made Luca feel even worse. Kenno gestured toward a building filled with criminals and gave Luca 20 seconds to clear everyone inside. Luca placed his hand on the electronic lock and crushed the mechanism into sparking fragments. Inside, the men hadn't even realized danger had arrived. One of them, sprawled on a sofa, noticed the noise and lazily asked if the kid was lost, commenting that he didn't look like a customer. Before even entering, Luca had already detected the faint scent of gunpowder and the unmistakable presence of energy weapons. He scanned their faces, posture, and equipment, instantly assessing threat levels and arranging priority targets. Within seconds, a flawless slaughter route had compiled in his mind. One man raised his gun at Luca and told him to blame himself for walking into the wrong place. But the moment he tried to fire, Luca's punch sent him flying. The others froze as the man slammed into the concrete wall hard enough to leave a crater, his gun clattering to the floor a heartbeat later. By the time they reacted, it was already too late. Luca's pre-fight simulation had already locked them into place. A few precise shots later, every weapon had been knocked from their hands. The boss jumped up and fired a rapid burst at Luca, but Luca merely shifted his body slightly and slipped past the shots. These people made their living through killing, yet they couldn't even perform that job properly. Luca raised his gun and pulled the trigger. At the same moment, a man from deeper inside the room finally rushed out, charging forward with a stun baton. If the man didn't want to save up and buy new limbs, Luca calmly suggested another option. He could simply black out the moment he was hit. The man looked from Luca's gun to the stun baton in his own hand. After a single second of hesitation, he shoved the baton directly against his neck and triggered it, electrocuting himself on the spot. After clearing the office, Luca's attention shifted toward the bathroom. The final suspicious sound was still coming from inside. When he opened the door and saw what was happening within, a violent wave of disgust surged through him. The scene before him made his stomach twist, and the words that slipped from him carried pure contempt for the degenerate scum responsible. Kenno watched the entire exchange and gave calm praise. The operation had been completed in about 12 seconds. Excellent work. Luca frowned and asked why they hadn't simply killed all of those bastards. Kenno narrowed his eyes slightly. Even bottom-feeding scum had their place within the ecosystem, he explained. They were outsiders, and interfering too deeply would only fracture the delicate, rotten balance of the underworld. Luca wanted to argue, but he forced the words back down. Plenty of people in this world had no power to protect themselves. The woman they had just rescued was one of them. Without strength, this was the fate that awaited people. Luca understood that well. The higher he climbed, the more unfair the world seemed to become. From that day onward, Kenu frequently dragged Luca into the lower sector, throwing him into unpredictable fights without giving him any information beforehand. The purpose wasn't to teach Luca how to win. Instead, it was to force him to understand something far more important: how to respond to whatever situation he was thrown into. Knowing an opponent's strength was merely a rule learned through experience. Luca had to read the environment, analyze every variable, and choose the most effective action, pushing far beyond that simple rule. The scene shifted elsewhere. A grease-stained young woman hurried forward to greet them. She was the same woman Luca had rescued from the gang office not long ago. It turned out she was a mechanic. The gang had locked her inside a small room and subjected her to months of horrific torture. Miraculously, her psyche had not completely shattered. After receiving psychological treatment, she had already returned to her normal life. Kenu explained that Gilda had grown up in an orphanage as well. She had shown talent in mechanical engineering from childhood, so he had quietly funded her education. Even so, what Kenu truly wanted was simply for Luca to stay alive. At that moment, a familiar voice interrupted them. Gabriel appeared unexpectedly of all people, and none of them had expected to see him there. He immediately asked for 2 beers, but Gilda shut the request down without hesitation, reminding him that his nervous system was already damaged. Gabriel leaned closer to Luca and spoke quietly. Luca had apparently been stirring up every hornet's nest in the underworld lately. The gang bosses were already discussing how to deal with him. If they decided to move, Gabriel couldn't guarantee Gilda's safety. Kenu gestured calmly for Luca not to worry. For the time being, no one would come here. The most shocked person in the room was Gilda. She demanded to know how long for the time being actually meant. Kenu simply replied that it could be months or perhaps years. He refused to give a clear answer, because in the slums, knowing too much was often the fastest way to end up with a bullet in your head. For all they knew, today might be the last time Luca ever saw them. Gradually, Luca began to understand what kind of people Gabriel and Gilda truly were. Everything they possessed had been earned through sheer struggle just to survive in the lower sector. Even after everything she had endured, Gilda faced reality head-on and had already returned to work. Gabriel lived constantly on the edge, driven by a refusal to ever be looked down upon again. For people like them, this life might have been the best choice available. Luca could only remind himself not to waste pity on bottom feeders. Perhaps this would be the last time he ever came here. The scene shifted to the Imperial Guard office. Luca reported several of the recent events to Hyros. After listening carefully, Hyros began speaking about Kenu's past. Kenu had entered the trainee system at an unusually old age, someone who, on paper, should never have become an Imperial Guard at all. But at that time, the Empire had been so chaotic that even impure dregs were weaponized if they could be useful. Even Hyros himself admitted he wasn't entirely sure what kind of man Kenu truly was. When Hyros had been a rookie, Kenu had already been one of the Imperial Guard's most important members, especially in highly classified black operations. Luca couldn't hide his shock. That meant even the captain didn't have full access to Kenu's records. Still, the fact that Kenu valued Luca was genuine. He had mentored several trainees before, yet none had lasted long. The fact that Luca remained proved how exceptional he was. However, that also meant Luca was particularly vulnerable to negative influence. Because of that, Hyros decided Luca would undergo another psychological test. Luca bowed respectfully, stating that he would simply follow orders. Hyros rubbed his brow before stopping him. To be honest, trainees who undertook missions like this usually ended in only 2 ways. Either they quietly disappeared from existence, or their achievements were recognized and they became core members of the Imperial Guard. Hyros wanted Luca to become the latter. If Luca delivered results that satisfied him, Hyros promised he would personally support him. More precisely, he would adopt Luca. The name Luca Castoria, Hyros said, had quite a nice ring to it. Luca froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had never imagined Hyros would consider taking him in as an adopted son. The Castoria family was one of the Empire's most powerful lineages. Euphoria surged through Luca so violently that he almost cursed aloud, barely managing to suppress the adrenaline flooding his body. This was a deal between Luca and the captain, an opportunity Luca had clawed his way toward with his own hands. The scene shifted again. Eli was training in hand-to-hand combat, each punch crashing into the heavy bag with explosive force. He pushed the output of his mechanical arm to the absolute limit. In the end, he launched the one-ton bag upward so violently that it slammed into the ceiling. When the session ended, Eli stood there gulping down huge breaths of air before taking out a jar of ointment and rubbing it carefully over the flesh surrounding his joint connections. Luca commented that Eli had pushed his joints to the brink, wondering if this was really the Eli he knew. It was obvious Eli was carrying an enormous mental burden. Luca told him that if there was anything he could help with, he only needed to ask. Eli looked troubled. There was clearly something he wanted to say, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. Eventually, he asked Luca to promise that one day, just once, he would do whatever Eli requested. Luca didn't answer immediately. If Eli had to phrase it like that, the request certainly wouldn't be small. Instead, Luca made a promise of his own. If Eli ever found himself in danger on the battlefield, Luca would come for him, even if it meant trading his own life. Eli wanted to tell Luca everything, yet before events reached that point he still hoped the future wouldn't unfold the way he feared. With Eli's help, Luca later achieved an outstanding score on the psychological test and was even commended. Now his next step was clear: he had to fight his way into the Castoria family. For someone from the bottom, opportunities like that were incredibly rare. 1 month later, the Imperial Guard assembled everyone together. From that moment forward, they would operate under a special military directive. Their objective was to ruthlessly eradicate the insurgent forces opposing the Empire. The rebellion was led by 3 great houses, with the Ramones family at the forefront. Luca's heart jolted as his gaze snapped toward Eli. The Ramones family, Lillian's family, Claude's lineage. So this was the situation Eli had been worried about all along. Before deployment, every unit underwent full cybernetic and ordnance diagnostics. After the inspections were complete, the train carrying them began rolling toward their destination. Luca hadn't expected the Empire to assign an Imperial Guard trainee as a platoon leader. On top of that, Top Raws clearly intended to use this bloody insurgency as a live-fire training exercise. Luca's assigned deputy was Sergeant Kadra, a hardened veteran who would be an invaluable asset on this mission. Everyone knew it. In truth, they were being used as training tools. No matter how well Imperial soldiers were drilled in obedience and hierarchy, they wouldn't easily pledge loyalty to a brand new commander whose abilities had yet to be proven. Even so, Luca had no choice but to take control and command them personally. 2 options quickly formed in his mind. The first was to let Sergeant Kadra handle everything. Even vague orders would be enough for Kadra to manage the situation smoothly. It was the safest path. The second option was far harsher: provoke their resentment, then crush it with overwhelming force. He would show them that he was superior, that his orders were absolute, and that defiance would be punished. Luca chose the latter. He intended to destroy resistance at its root and force obedience through sheer dominance. Every pair of eyes snapped toward him. Kadra grabbed Luca's arm, attempting to pull him toward the next carriage and asking to speak privately. Luca immediately flung him away. Kadra spun once through the air before crashing hard onto the steel deck in the middle of the troops. Luca's voice turned cold as ice. Touching a superior officer without permission, did Kadra think age alone made Luca a fool? Kadra brushed off his combat suit calmly before responding. He explained that he too came from the lower sector, having grown up in an orphanage identified only by a 2-digit number. He was young himself, yet squad leader Luca, who was even younger, stood far above him in rank. Anyone with a functioning brain knew the reason. It was because Luca was simply better. Kadra stated confidently that Luca would become the best platoon leader they had ever seen. Then he straightened and bowed his head, apologizing and promising to watch his behavior from now on. Sergeant Kadra's perception was razor sharp. He had immediately realized Luca had chosen the difficult path instead of the easy one. As time passed, the unit finally approached the rebel fortress. At the Empire's forward line, the Imperial Guard captain began outlining the operation plan. Eli had already learned what Luca had done earlier. Luca had acted that way because he refused to be treated like a child. But to them, an Imperial Guard trainee was still a child. Before long, Hyros appeared before everyone. The rebel forces had entrenched themselves within the excavated ruins of an ancient and mysterious civilization. The area was surrounded by 2 walls and protected by 5 defensive towers. Their mission was to destroy those fortifications, paving the way for the Empire's main forces to launch a ruthless all-out siege from every direction. Every member of the armored corps stood clad in full-body armor. Luca realized just how massive this suppression operation truly was. The scene shifted again. Luca and Eli met quietly between their camps. As agreed, Luca asked whether this mission had anything to do with the Ramones family. Eli fell silent before giving a powerless nod. Luca already knew Eli had ties to the Ramones family, but their situation left them with no choices. Supporting traitors meant immediate execution, and even the prestigious Calica bloodline would not be spared. Eli wasn't expecting a miracle. If there was even the slightest chance, he simply wanted to get Lillian out alive. Luca let out a short, bitter laugh, realizing Eli was essentially trying to play matchmaker between the woman he loved and Luca himself. The idea sounded completely insane, but Eli had no other option. Lillian refused to marry a noble, so Eli had introduced her to the most promising alternative, Luca. Yet saving Lillian was unbelievably dangerous. This wasn't merely a disciplinary issue. If they were discovered, the higher authorities would execute them immediately. The conversation about Lillian ended there. Eli claimed he wouldn't interfere further, but Luca already knew that was a lie. Through egas, he could sense the shift in Eli's emotions. That idiot would drag Lillian out of danger no matter the cost. Whether Eli admitted it or not didn't matter. For Eli's own sake, the best outcome might be that he never encountered Lillian again. That could be the only way to save him. The scene shifted once more. Back at the staging camp, Luca reviewed their combat preparations. For Imperial soldiers, the most critical areas were the head and the heart. As long as those two zones remained intact, they were practically immortal. If oxygenated blood continued reaching the brain, medics could reconstruct almost everything else. Just then Kadra approached Luca. He had studied the files from higher command and knew Luca possessed exceptional ability, but after 10 years of service, he still wanted to offer some advice. Luca signaled that he was willing to listen. Reasonable advice would be accepted no matter who it came from. Kadra saluted, clearly relieved. The plan was simple. Once the mechanized legion destroyed the defensive towers, their unit would breach the fortress. As their convoy drew closer, the assault vehicles finally halted. Mechanized legion troops poured out from the transports, leading agile armored units in a direct charge toward the Kane fortress ahead. Pitch-black Myrmidon machines, a deadly combination of second and third generation models, flooded across the horizon like a relentless swarm of soldier ants. The squad could barely swallow as they watched the battlefield unfold across their screens. Blue smoke rose from the ground as the enemy began engaging the legion. Several units were struck, but the losses remained minimal, only 4 or 5 machines. Soon multiple mech units entered firing range and launched missiles at the shield in perfect unison. Using the smoke as cover, the mech soldiers drew spears from their backs. The spearheads were forged from a rare mineral called Hollish. Hollish reacted violently with energy fields, triggering a powerful neutralization effect that ripped temporary breaches through the shield. These weapons had been issued specifically for this operation. Under the relentless assault of the soldiers, the shield finally shattered. In this battle, the Myrmidons' performance was absolutely critical. If they failed, the entire fight would become far more brutal. For now, all Luca's unit could do was wait for the Myrmidons assigned to disable the towers to report back. About a minute later, static crackled across the comms. The message came through clearly: the towers were disabled and they were to proceed to the next phase. A wave of relieved exhalations spread through the area. An involuntary smirk touched Luca's lips. The battlefield was a meat grinder, yet he was exactly the kind of twisted bastard who felt a warped sense of euphoria and validation in the carnage. If he hadn't been like this, he would have gone insane long ago. Now, at last, it was time to prove his ability. The plan called for infantry to strike from every direction simultaneously. The higher-ups were determined to leave the rebels no escape route. Beneath the enigmatic fortress stretched a maze of subterranean tunnels, a labyrinth that plunged hundreds of meters into the abyss even in the sectors that had been mapped. But the rebels had modified the interior, meaning the intelligence could no longer be trusted. They had likely narrowed the access points to the underground facilities to keep Myrmidons out. Before long, Luca's squad reached a split junction. Luca chose to take point. His deputy, Kadra, hesitated for a moment. Taking point in a place like this was dangerous. Luca asked quietly if Kadra was worried that if he died, the blame would fall on him. Kadra didn't hide it and gave a reluctant nod. But Luca had already made his decision. What happened after his death meant nothing to him. Whether the squad faced demotion or docked pay didn't matter. A cold shiver ran down his spine, as if the squad's gun muzzles were aimed straight at the back of his neck. Someone somewhere behind him had surely imagined putting a bullet through the head of their new commanding officer. He was pushing forward because he had to find Lillian first. Eli had to be somewhere in these tunnels as well, having entered through another route. If Luca ordered the unit to advance aggressively, they could break through quickly. Yet even if it were possible without casualties, he refused to spend loyal soldiers' lives on something driven by personal emotion. So he chose to carry the risk alone. Then a trap snapped down from the ceiling. Kadra shouted a warning, but before he could finish, Luca flashed forward and destroyed the mechanism. Using the Igiz method, Luca drove every sense to its absolute limit: sight, hearing, touch, smell, even taste. By sampling the chemical traces in the air with his tongue, he absorbed a flood of information in a single instant. One by one, he systematically dismantled the entire trap array of the kill zone. The squad behind him broke into a cold sweat. Luca could feel his blood vessels expanding, blood surging relentlessly toward his brain. The rising cranial pressure pushed him to the brink. Suddenly, everything around him felt infuriating. He grew impatient with the squad's movements, even though they weren't actually slow. His brain was simply under an extreme load. That was the price of power. The squad could feel his volatility. In that moment, Luca radiated the suffocating hair-trigger bloodlust of a rabid beast. He kicked the iron door at the end of the tunnel clean off its hinges. The rebel it struck slammed against the wall and was crushed flat instantly. Luca's speed was terrifying, so fast the rebels couldn't even process what was happening. He charged in with cold indifference as though he already knew where every enemy stood. His blade never stopped moving. Then he burst to the side, rushing a rebel on the flank. The blade sliced cleanly through the man's throat. Without hesitation, Luca casually volleyed the severed head through the air. The grisly projectile smashed squarely into the face of another rebel still frozen in shock. Before the man could react, he was already beheaded. A rebel who looked like a veteran tried to raise his gun and aim, but targeting Luca was nearly impossible. Luca cleaved the incoming high-explosive missile clean in half midair. The detonating energy streaked harmlessly past his shoulders like two blazing parallel lines. The veteran stared in disbelief, slack-jawed. He never received a second chance. Luca's foot crushed his skull with a brutal crack. The squad members who had shown defiance earlier swallowed hard. Luca's voice cut through them sharply, telling Sergeant Kadra that he was too slow and needed to keep up. The deeper they advanced, the wider the fortress became. Rebels hid within open chambers and unleashed relentless gunfire. They had constructed a defensive line there, a tactically sound position. Using a reflective mirror, Luca studied the formation. Roughly 100 troops held the front line. Behind them were retreating non-combatants, some appearing to be nobles. Lillian might be among them. Kadra suggested they had pushed forward too quickly and should pause to link up with the other squads. Luca closed his eyes and forced his mind to cool. Kadra was right. He hadn't overloaded his brain like this in a long time. His nervous system screamed under a critical load, bordering on lethal neural feedback torture. At that moment, he heard gunfire from another position, shots not aimed at them. Movement flared behind their squad as well. Another unit had reached the rear. If it wasn't theirs, it was likely Eli's. With the enemy fire now split between front and back, Luca signaled the advance. Two squad members carrying body-tall shields stepped forward. Gunfire hammered against the shields, and the layered shells began cracking under accumulated damage. They would only last seconds. Behind the shield bearers, Luca studied the enemy carefully, classifying threats and mapping the firing lines of their heavy weapons. Around 8 heavy-caliber guns were capable of blowing him apart in a single shot. He waited for the precise microsecond when half of them entered their reload cycle. Then he moved. Vaulting over the shield bearers' heads, he calculated that a straight 2-second push would be safe. The enemy panicked and unleashed a storm of fire. Pistols and rifles were ignored. His helmet and chest armor could handle those. Protecting his face was the only priority. He covered his neck and head with his left arm, raised his pistol with his right, and aimed. His first shots targeted the soldiers controlling the heavy weapons. As the gunfire rang out, their weapons detonated one after another. Luca crashed directly into the center of their formation. The shockwave of his landing froze their trigger fingers for a crucial fraction of a second. In that instant, he drew his side blade. At such close range, the gunners had no time to react. Under pressure from both inside and outside the defensive line, the rebels finally dropped their weapons and surrendered. Luca handed the prisoners over to Kadra. Then he froze. Several bodies lying on the ground were painfully familiar members of Eli's squad. Eli had been pushing forward ruthlessly, using his own men as expendable shields without any thought of regrouping. Had he truly gone mad enough to cannibalize his own squad like this? Luca cursed Eli, cursed Lillian, cursed the entire situation. He wanted to help Eli, but he was an Imperial soldier. Choosing one side meant abandoning the other, and he didn't know how to make that choice. Yet if he encountered Lillian, he would execute her without hesitation, even if it meant Eli would hate him forever. Sparing his friend's life was worth bearing that hatred for eternity. At the same time, Luca signaled Kadra to remain behind and wait for the other squads. From that point forward, Kadra would take command. Then Luca moved alone toward the direction of the fighting. The nobles weren't skilled with weapons. Their equipment was far too heavy, buying them only a sliver of time. Most of the suppression forces had already entered the fortress and were cutting down the remaining rebels. Luca had to admit something. It sounded cliché, but Eli was more than just a comrade he trusted in battle. Eli was his friend. Among all his peers, Eli had been the first person able to trade deep thoughts with him as an equal. Yet now, blinded by personal obsession, Eli was feeding Imperial soldiers into a meat grinder. A normal squad would never chase rebels at the cost of their own lives. Even if Eli reached Lillian, how would he possibly get her out alive? In the end, Lillian was already marked for death. She would inevitably end up hanging from the executioner's gallows. Luca knew Eli loved her. But was he truly willing to pay for that love with his own life? A voice suddenly cut through Luca's thoughts. A barely conscious man forced the words out, claiming to be a noble of the Ramani family. Luca immediately demanded to know where Lillian Ramon was. The man insisted he didn't know where she had gone, yet his pupils flicked sideways for a split second, one of the oldest signs of a lie. Without hesitation, Luca crushed the noble's expensive cybernetic optic implant between his fingers. The noble screamed in agony. Luca's voice turned cold as ice as he offered a final chance to reveal Lillian's location. The man instantly blurted out the direction she had gone. Luca then asked if the man had seen Eli Celtica. The noble confirmed it, explaining that Eli had slaughtered them all. Before the man could finish speaking, Luca crushed his skull with a sickening crunch. They were going to be purged anyway. Killing them now might even count as mercy. Luca rarely felt guilt when he killed, but today he felt strangely numb. Perhaps this was simply what the battlefield did to people. Not long after, he heard gunfire and screams ahead. Yes, he had finally caught up to Eli. Even though they had gotten along well, Luca had always carried a faint sense of unease about him. If Eli ever betrayed the Empire, what would Luca do? Now it was time to answer the question he had been avoiding. In the center of the dining hall, Eli stood as though about to deliver a speech. His presence made it clear he had expected Luca to come. Luca confronted him, accusing him of slaughtering his own loyal subordinates to satisfy a selfish obsession over a single woman. All of it for her. Luca's right eye rotated slightly on its own. In one corner of the banquet hall stood the Ramon family, the patriarch, his direct relatives, and Lillian among them. Luca clenched his teeth. For that damned woman, was Eli truly prepared to become an enemy of the Empire? Eli spoke heavily, acknowledging that Luca could never ignore what had happened. As he drew the long sword at his waist, he calmly invited Luca to fight him. Luca forced his fury down and declared that in the name of the Emperor and the people of the Empire, judgment would be passed. The suppressed emotions made his teeth feel cold. He had to fight Eli now. Forcing himself to think calmly, Luca acknowledged he held the advantage. If he made no mistakes, victory should be his, but real combat never followed a script, and his true target was not Eli. His eyes snapped toward the woman attempting to slip away at the side. Eli wanted to protect the Ramon family, more precisely Lillian. So Luca would kill Lillian. Even if hatred followed afterward, at least Eli would survive. He was willing to sever their brotherhood permanently, right there and then. As long as it meant he didn't have to execute Eli with his own hands. If he killed the Ramon family and every witness, Eli's atrocities could be buried. Even if suspicion lingered around the Celtica heir, Eli might still find a way to survive it. But Eli saw through his intention instantly. He accused Luca of planning to ignore him and strike directly at Lillian. Luca gave no answer. He surged forward. Eli fired to stop him. Gunshots cracked in rapid succession, but for fighters like them, ballistic prediction was basic. Single shots were useless. They were only meant to slow him down. Before entering the battlefield, Luca had already forced his neural signal bandwidth into a critical overclock, a self-destructive upgrade. He could now move faster and with greater precision than Eli could predict, which meant Eli could no longer stop him. Luca broke straight through Eli's line. Two of the Ramon sons raised their guns and aimed at him. Eli shouted for them to drop their weapons and not resist. They tried to pull the triggers anyway. Too slow, painfully slow. With a single blinding sweep of his blade, Luca bisected the younger son's torso cleanly in two. Through eagles, Luca predicted Eli's next attack. He spun and raised his sword, parrying the incoming bullet. With a twist of the blade, he redirected its trajectory straight into the other son standing nearby. Now only three remained: Hugo Ramon, Lady Ramons, and Lillian. Hugo watched both sons die and tried to shout something, But Luca's blood-slick blade drove straight through the patriarch's skull, silencing his final words in a burst of crimson. Without even withdrawing the sword, Luca continued the motion and cleaved toward the wife beside him. In a single instant, 4 deaths were completed. Only Lillian remained. Behind him, Eli screamed for him to stop. Lillian Ramon, the woman who had once confessed her feelings to Eli, the memory was something Eli would never forget, not until the day his conscience finally disappeared. All Eli could do now was hope that she died without pain. Perhaps a swift death was the only mercy left for her. In his mind, he silently said goodbye to Lillian Ramon. But when he looked at her face, he realized she was smiling. A twisted, euphoric grin bloomed across her lips amid the slaughter. Why was she smiling? His mind went blank for a heartbeat, and that single heartbeat gave Eli the chance he needed to catch up. Eli slammed into Luca and knocked him aside. Their blades collided violently, locking together as sparks scattered in every direction. Luca's voice turned cold as he asked if Eli had seen her expression, pointing out that her entire family had just died, yet she looked happy. Eli answered as though he understood completely. In his view, she was finally free from that family, a household that had treated her as nothing more than a tool for an arranged marriage. In the next instant, Luca kicked Eli away and demanded whether Lillian Ramon was truly worth all of this. Eli was intelligent, far too intelligent to throw everything away like a fool. It was not too late to stop. But Eli showed no sign of accepting the warning. He insisted that Luca understood nothing. According to Eli, the families branded as traitors, including the Ramon family, had never actually raised a banner of rebellion. The empire had simply fabricated a casus belli. What was happening here was not a war, but a carefully orchestrated political slaughter. He gestured toward the so-called rebel defensive line and called it pathetic. If they had truly intended to fight the empire, they would have sought alliances with the Holy State of Cree or the Bato Federation. Luca could not refute the point immediately. Just as Eli said, 3 great houses were supposedly united in rebellion, yet the force gathered here was small and completely unsupported by outside powers. If they had truly planned a revolt, there would have been no reason not to court Cree or Beletau, both of whom would gladly see the empire fracture from within. And if Eli was telling the truth, then in the end Eli himself would die as well, just like Lillian. At that moment Lillian finally spoke. She explained that this was the real reason the empire had targeted her family. She rummaged through her father's corpse and pulled out a cube. Because of that object, she said, the ancient fortress could be activated. Luca didn't understand why she was bringing this up now, but Lillian clearly understood his intentions. He wanted to kill her because he feared she would drag Eli down with her. She pointed out that Luca knew his friend could never live the life he truly wanted within the empire. But there was one choice that could benefit all 3 of them. With the cube, they could activate the subterranean fortress's ancient spatial transit matrix. If Luca helped them break free from the empire's control, they could escape. Luca stared at the cube in disbelief. Lillian calmly offered her life if that was what Luca required. If killing her was the only way to satisfy him, she would not resist. Eli was not as strong as Luca, and if she died here, everything would end. She did not want to ruin Eli's life. But if the relic truly activated the teleportation device, then she and Eli could escape the empire. Luca could simply pretend he had never seen them. Only the Ramon family knew about the hidden passage, and once they entered it, no one would ever find them. After hearing her out, Luca hesitated. He did not care whether Lillian lived or died, but for Eli, this might be the best possible outcome. Eli had once been given a chance to escape the empire himself, yet he had abandoned that opportunity for Luca's sake. On the battlefield, it was easy to disappear, to be listed as missing or dead. Even if Luca killed Lillian now and spared Eli, that life would not last forever. One day Eli would reach a point of no return, where even his prestigious family crest could not save him from the executioner's blade. Luca spun his sword once and slid it back into his belt. Eli started to speak, but Luca cut him off immediately. He demanded silence and stated a single condition. If Lillian's teleportation device did not exist, or if it could not be activated, then Eli must not stop him from finishing the job. Lillian herself had already made it clear that she did not want Eli trapped by her fate. Eli bit his lower lip and looked toward Lillian. To his surprise, Lillian nodded. In the end, Eli agreed. It was the largest concession he could make. Luca felt as though his sanity had finally snapped. By helping Eli and Lillian Ramon escape, he was committing high treason against the empire. If the higher-ups discovered it, he would be executed without hesitation. The 3 quickly formed a simple plan. They would descend to the lowest underground level, activate the spatial teleportation device, send Lillian through, and Eli would go with her. Just then Lillian stopped Luca. Blood was still running down Eli's forehead. She took out a handkerchief and gently wiped his face. If they somehow managed to survive and escape, she told them, perhaps the two of them should simply live together somewhere far away. Eli wiped away the blood and gave a faint smile. Lillian blinked, guilt rising within her. She had never expected Eli to go this far for her. Eli signaled for her not to blame herself. It was Lillian who had first shown him that a world existed beyond the walls of their gilded prison. Without her, his mind might have fractured completely inside that cage. He was not a broken toy, only an anomaly. Hearing this, Luca frowned. To him, Lillian was the source of Eli's restless thoughts. Those thoughts were like an infection. Once they spread, they jumped from person to person, metastasizing like a lethal parasite that could rot the empire from the inside. If such dangerous ideas spread far enough, the empire itself could collapse. And even before that happened, the BTO Federation or the Holy State of Kree might seize the opportunity to strike and finish it off. Luca did not want the empire to fall. If Eli had not been his friend, Luca would have killed him already. He repeated a sentence to himself again and again, forcing it into his neural pathways like a desperate mantra. He was not one of the restless. As the three of them moved deeper underground, luck stayed on their side. They encountered neither rebels nor Imperial troops. No Imperial unit had reached this depth yet, and the rebels clearly had not expected anyone to push so far below the fortress. Lillian's father, Hugo Ramon, had been ambitious. He believed he could manipulate and deceive the royal house, only to end up as the one being used. Luca asked how far remained. Lillian pointed ahead and told him to follow the corridor to its end. She thanked him, but Luca made it clear that he was not doing this for her. He was merely repaying a debt to Eli. Lillian and Eli quietly discussed their next step. If they escaped, they would travel to a border city. If they became separated, they would meet there. Lillian even urged Luca to come with them, but he refused immediately. He had no interest in running. His body and mind were already stretched to their limits, and even his sharp judgment had begun to blur. Perhaps helping Eli had been a fatal miscalculation born from neural burnout and cognitive collapse. Still, he could not lower his guard. He also had to consider how he would report everything afterward. Fortunately, the Imperial Guard captain held him in high regard. Luca had been assigned to monitor Kennu, and even if suspicion arose, he doubted they would execute him. In the end, Eli and Lillian were merely a trainee and a noblewoman. They were not key figures in the rebellion. The higher-ups would likely not investigate too deeply. Soon they reached the end of the passage. Luca signaled Eli to prepare himself. If the teleportation device did not exist here, everything would end. Eli gave no reply, only a silent nod. The moment Luca activated the door control, something felt wrong. His senses absorbed the abnormalities instantly. He had to identify the source of that dread, or he would die. Now he was certain that the threat waited behind the door. As it slowly cracked open, Luca closed his eyes and rapidly sorted through the information flooding his senses. First came the metallic scent of fresh blood. Then the suffocating smell of heavy machine oil and cold steel, completely devoid of human warmth or biological traces. He bit his lower lip and opened his eyes. There was only one conclusion. Imperial Guard, 4 of them. Luca froze, his balance shaken. If there had been a single Imperial Guard soldier without powered armor, perhaps he and Eli could have fought with everything they had. But 4 of them made escape impossible. Worse still, the Imperial Guard would never kill Lillian outright. They would capture her alive. She would be tortured, interrogated, and eventually forced to reveal everything. No matter how strong her will was, she was still human. She had never been trained to ignore pain the way Luca and Eli had. He had believed he could help them escape and give Eli the life he wanted. Now he realized it had only been a beautiful illusion. If Lillian were captured alive, their betrayal would be exposed immediately. That left Luca with only one brutal option. He would have to execute Lillian himself before the guards could take her alive. But Lillian was the woman Eli had fought so desperately to protect. If Eli lost control and charged the Imperial Guard, everything would end instantly. At the same time, all 4 Imperial Guard soldiers noticed Luca. The longer he hesitated, the more suspicious they would become. The final chance was slipping away. Just as Luca turned to deal with Lillian himself, a gunshot cracked behind him. Eli had already pressed the muzzle of his weapon against the center of Lillian's forehead and pulled the trigger. It was a merciless, instant execution. Tears slid down Lillian's face as her fragile dream shattered with a dull thud. She collapsed to the floor. One of the Imperial Guard soldiers approached them and questioned why they had killed that person. Eli answered without hesitation, calmly explaining that it had simply been the summary execution of a compromised and useless prisoner. The guards demanded a full report of the situation, then left once they had heard enough. Luca had never expected Eli to kill Lillian with his own hands. He had even prepared for the worst-case scenario, imagining Eli losing control, yet this outcome still caught him completely off guard. The next day, the scene shifted. The rebellion of the three great families was officially declared over. Not long after, he has summoned Luca. He congratulated Luca for his performance, mentioning that Kadra had spoken very highly of him. In particular, Kadra had praised Luca's combat ability, even calling him the best platoon leader he had ever seen. However, he also noted that Luca struggled to build trust with his subordinates, something he could improve by learning from Kenu. According to the report, Luca had reached the lowest level under Lillian's guidance, extracted the ancient spatial transit matrix, and then promptly executed her. He is asked why Luca had chosen Lillian as the guide. Luca stood perfectly still, his expression neutral as he replied that Lillian had possessed the lowest combat capability among the Ramon family members. The battlefield contained too many unpredictable variables, so they had chosen the prisoner easiest to control. He is nodded, calling the reasoning reasonable, though a trace of doubt remained in his eyes. Sensing the direction of the questioning, Luca decided to strike first. It might be slightly rude, but it was safer. He directly addressed the implication about his relationship with Lillian. Both he and Eli had personal contact with Lillian Ramon, he admitted openly. Clenching his fist, he stated that he and Eli were exceptional soldiers. Even with personal ties, they were not fools who would compromise a mission for emotions. The captain should know that better than anyone. He added one final detail. He had wanted to give Lillian a little hope. After all, he was not entirely without feelings. Once she guided them to the location, Lillian had believed she might survive. Offering that hope had been the least they could do for her. A calculated lie woven seamlessly into a bloody truth was the strongest armor imaginable. That was exactly what Luca had just done. After hearing him out, the Imperial Guard captain smiled and ended the discussion. But just as Luca turned to leave, Hias called him back again. His tone carried a sharp implication as he remarked that the Ramon family's tactics had been surprisingly lethal, managing to completely annihilate Eli's entire squad. Luca remained calm. The report already explained that during an emergency pursuit, Eli's squad had fallen into a Ramon ambush and been wiped out. There was no reason to panic. Still, he could not tell what Hias was probing for, and sweat threatened to break through at any moment. Luca answered with chilling composure. If he had been in Eli's position, he would have ensured that his unit never faced total annihilation. It seemed that the top rank belonged to him this time. Hias burst into loud, satisfied laughter, saying he looked forward to seeing what Luca would accomplish next. In the days that followed, Luca remained constantly tense, never allowing himself to relax. Scenes and faces kept flashing through his mind. The border city Lillian had dreamed of reaching, she never made it out of the Empire. Instead, she died on the battlefield, shot by Eli, the knight she once believed in. Luca could not even bring himself to look at her face. He understood why Eli had pulled the trigger. If Luca had not been there, Eli would have rushed the Imperial Guard and died with her. The path had been twisted and brutal, but in the end, Luca had still managed to save Eli. After returning to the capital, Arisha, the two men underwent repairs and recovery. Soon after, they were awarded a Medal of Honor for their achievements, the 7th grade Cross Medal. Among all Imperial Guard trainees, only Luca and Eli received it. 2 days later, Luca called Eli behind the dormitory building. He spoke bluntly, admitting he had never expected Eli to kill Lillian himself. He had assumed Eli would charge the Imperial Guard in despair. Eli answered flatly that if Luca had not been there, that was exactly what he would have done. Luca had expected that answer. Eli had not killed her because he wanted to live. Luca's voice hardened as he told Eli that he should quit. Eli was not fit to be a soldier. He frowned, the memory still fresh in his mind. Eli's personal feelings had already gotten members of his squad killed. Eli looked straight at Luca, his eyes empty and lifeless. As long as he existed, no matter what happened, even if Luca murdered him right there, the absolute authority of his family would still force him into becoming an Imperial Guard. Luca answered with violence. His fist drove mercilessly into Eli's abdomen, a gut-wrenching blow that knocked the air out of him. Something metallic clattered to the ground. Eli clutched his chest, doubled over, and staggered back against the wall, wheezing as the impact echoed with a dull snap that sounded dangerously close to breaking ribs. Luca's voice remained cold as ice, remarking that if anything inside Eli was broken, he should simply replace it with a mechanical organ instead of acting pitiful. Eli slid down the wall until he was sitting on the floor, burying his face against his knees. Receiving a medal now felt absurd to him. He quietly regretted that he had not trained harder. Luca said nothing. Even if Eli had trained himself to the bone, the outcome would never have changed. Eli simply was not a cold-blooded killer. The suffocating guilt of marching his own men to their deaths was tearing his mind apart piece by piece. No matter what he did, he still could not save Lillian, and deep down, Luca knew the truth. Eli would not live long. Perhaps it was only a thought. Perhaps it was fate. Either way, Eli did not belong here. After returning from the mission, Eli planned to take leave and go back to his hometown. Luca did not ask why, though he sensed that Eli had already made some sort of decision. After a long hesitation, Luca finally voiced the question that had been gnawing at him. He wanted to know why Lillian had still been smiling even after her entire family died. Eli looked out at the sunset before answering. Lillian Ramon had been engaged since birth. The man she was promised to was more than 30 years older than her. He had paid a massive bride price to the Ramon family, but the conditions attached to it were grotesque. He had even sent photographs, videos, and records of his late wife, demanding that Lillian be raised and groomed into a flawless living replica of the dead woman. Her appearance, her speech, even the smallest habits had to mirror the deceased perfectly. Even the name Lillian came from that requirement. That was also why she spoke Balto so fluently. Luca frowned as the realization settled in. The depravity of the demand felt nauseating, a grotesque collision of absolute power and twisted obsession that struck him like a physical blow. Quietly, he asked if that meant she had been abused since birth. Eli confirmed it. Claude had been the only person who had ever shown her genuine care. Still, Luca could not understand something. If that was the truth, why had Eli tried to push Lillian onto him? Eli laughed bitterly and covered his face. That had been his plan from the very beginning. He had told Ka that Luca was the illegitimate son of the Imperial Guard captain. That was why Ka had suggested pairing Lillian with him. Luca blinked in disbelief. A lie that ridiculous, and Ka had believed it. Eli answered calmly. Anyone could see the captain favored Luca. If Luca truly were his illegitimate son, then the story of a boy from a two-digit orphanage climbing into the Imperial Guard trainee system suddenly sounded much more believable. And since the captain belonged to the powerful Castoria family, marrying Luca might have given Lillian a path to freedom. A bitter taste filled Luca's mouth. Eli was his friend, but he was no saint. He was a manipulator who could lie without hesitation, discard his own men, and deceive even Luca himself when necessary. And the cruel irony was that Luca still trusted him. The scene shifted. Luca went to visit instructor Kenu again. Kenu greeted him with a teasing grin, remarking that their war hero had finally appeared. He had heard Luca receive the 7th grade Krosky medal. Luca visited Kenu regularly, partly because he had been tasked with keeping a close watch on him. Kenu understood that perfectly well, knowing the order had come from a high-ranking Legion commander. Luca brushed off the praise lightly, saying a 7th grade Krosky medal was something anyone could earn and was nothing compared to Kenu's own glorious record. He sat down nearby, and the atmosphere between them felt far less rigid than before. Their relationship had shifted from superior and subordinate into something closer to mentor and disciple. Kenu skimmed through Luca's combat records. He acknowledged that Luca used Igas well but relied too heavily on his own individual ability. As a commander, that was a flaw. His subordinates did not truly obey him. Luca disagreed internally. In his eyes, they were all excellent Imperial soldiers. Even if an unfamiliar squad leader issued an order, they would execute it without hesitation. Kenu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. From a commander's perspective, Luca had a fatal weakness, a bleeding heart. He would rather absorb lethal risks himself than treat his squad as expendable ammunition. To Luca, that approach preserved combat strength, but Kenu rejected the logic outright. The more time a commander spent fighting on the front line, the heavier the burden on his brain. That undermined the commander's most essential ability, decision-making. By protecting his people, Luca was burning resources he should have preserved. Luca could not accept that reasoning. Was Kenu suggesting that squad members should simply be spent like ammunition? Kenu clarified that he did not mean ordering them to die directly. Instead, a commander should manipulate them into willingly marching toward death. He tapped the desk, and images of Gilda and Gabriel appeared on the screen. Those two, he said, would gladly help Luca. Luca understood why. He had helped them before. But Kenu said that alone was not enough. When real danger arrived, they would still betray him. What Luca needed were deeper emotional bonds. His subordinates had to see him as family, as a friend. At the same time, he must maintain distance. If he became too close, he would hesitate when the time came to sacrifice them as expendable pawns. The words carried an unmistakable chill. Luca admitted openly that he did not like that idea. Kenu did not see anything wrong with it. If anything, that was precisely why he valued Luca. He explained the true key: consume their devotion while offering nothing in return. That was the ultimate secret to weaponizing human connection. Luca frowned and asked what happened when the mind could not bear the weight of other people's sacrifices, the guilt and conscience that followed. Kenu answered lightly, that weakness had to be surgically removed. If the dead dragged him down, he would never reach the apex or stand above them. Luca nodded slowly. At that point, it was no longer about agreeing or disagreeing, it was simply reality. Soon after, he took his leave. The next day, Luca hurried to answer a summons from the Imperial Guard captain. He informed him that he would be sent to one place, Clashia Academy. Luca tried to refuse, but he shut down the refusal immediately. Luca had never experienced noble society before, and this assignment would allow him to taste it indirectly. If he truly intended to become part of the Castoria family, this experience was necessary. In the end, Luca had no choice but to accept. When the appointed time arrived, the roar of engines rolled across the airfield as a black aircraft descended onto the landing pad. A girl's voice called out sharply, telling him to stop gawking like a stray mutt and get inside. From the outside, he could not see the interior, but the impatience in her tone was unmistakable. Luca shrugged and stepped aboard. Inside sat the girl who had spoken. He began introducing himself as an Imperial Guard trainee, but before he could finish, she cut him off and stated that she already knew his name and did not want her time wasted. Her attitude was aggressive, carrying the unmistakable stench of a spoiled aristocrat who desperately needed a punch to the teeth. That alone suggested she was almost certainly a noble. After studying her briefly, Luca noted that she appeared roughly the same age as him. He calmly explained that he was present under orders from the Imperial Guard captain and that their destination was Clashia Academy. The girl laughed coldly and asked what difference that made to him. Then she turned away as if looking at him any longer would make her explode. A thought crossed Luca's mind. He very much wanted to punch her square in the face. Flatly, he muttered a complaint about nobles. That remark finally drew her attention. For the first time, she looked him directly in the eye and demanded to know how he had guessed her identity. Luca answered with simple deduction. Very few people would openly display displeasure toward Captain Hias's orders. He waited silently. Perhaps she had already realized he had guessed correctly, or perhaps she really was the captain's daughter. If he was wrong, it would only be a brief embarrassment. Fortunately, the gamble paid off. She seemed intrigued by his reasoning, and her attitude softened slightly. Introducing herself as Giselle Castoria, she explained that she had been assigned as his guide under her father's orders. Still, she warned him not to act as though he could see straight through her because it irritated her. Luca thought briefly of Lillian. Compared to that tragedy, Giselle's attitude seemed almost angelic. Still, he did not understand why he had to keep bending himself for others. He had not accepted this academy assignment to grovel before lofty figures. He surely understood that. Luca would rather bite off his own tongue than flatter someone who hated him. He stated coldly that they would each perform their role, she would guide him, and he would follow. That should be sufficient. Giselle stared at him in genuine surprise for several seconds. Eventually, she bit her lower lip in frustration, said nothing, and turned away again. A spoiled brat who made Luca want to shatter her nose, and he meant that literally. He folded his arms and stared out the window. Before long, they arrived at Clashia Academy. Despite her pride, even a noble girl would not openly defy her powerful father. So Giselle continued performing her duty as a guide, muttering complaints under her breath. After climbing the steps, a towering statue of the first emperor came into view. Beneath it was an inscription praising him as humanity's guardian Dino Clashia. Luca had seen images of Clashia Academy countless times in the media, but this was the first time he truly felt the place surrounding him. The moment he stepped onto campus grounds, he sensed eyes locking onto him from every direction. Students passing through the area stared with visible confusion. Almost all of them possessed high-grade mechanical bodies. To Luca, wasting such top-tier cybernetic hardware on people like this felt like a sick joke. They looked like nothing more than spoiled, coddled dead weight. At that moment, Giselle suddenly stopped him and asked whether he had the Academy's light purple uniform. She looked slightly flustered. Her father clearly had not told her that Luca would arrive completely unprepared. Her reaction amused him. Then a student nearby recognized him. Soon someone was calling his name. Another Imperial Guard trainee had been assigned there as well, Felix Igan. The Igan family was another powerful noble house. Giselle seemed to recognize Felix too and chose not to interrupt them, giving the two a brief moment to catch up. Felix slung an arm around Luca's shoulder and joked that the captain clearly favored him. Now the man was not even hiding it, sending his own daughter to accompany him. Luca laughed quietly and called her an annoying brat, remarking that if they were outside the academy walls he would have shattered her nose by now. Felix burst out laughing at the complaint. Even an Imperial Guard captain loved his daughter, he said. Perhaps the man hoped Luca would become his future son-in-law. Even if that were true, Luca could not imagine tolerating someone like Giselle. If things collapsed later, it would hardly be surprising. Besides, Luca had already made a private agreement with the captain. In exchange for monitoring Kennu, he would be brought into the Castoria family not as a son-in-law, but as an adopted son. Still, Felix's speculation could not be dismissed entirely. Felix was friendly and open. Lowering his voice, he quietly asked Luca whether that part of his body had been modified yet. Luca met Felix's gaze and immediately understood the meaning. Not yet. Felix looked unsurprised and began rummaging through his pocket. Traditionally, military academy trainees sent on assignments were quite popular with girls. Luca glanced down at the display Felix showed him, saw the number 1, and froze briefly. Felix casually began explaining the academy's basic structure. Luca found himself liking Felix's personality and wondered if they might actually become friends. Felix had mentioned the dormitories earlier. Students from the lower sectors like Luca, along with noble children who lacked their family's favor, lived there. They could not afford private housing. Even inside the academy, class divisions remained. With Giselle guiding him, Luca soon arrived at the dorm building. At the entrance, a robot directed him further inside. Luca could not help thinking that this place housed both commoners and useless nobles. No wonder the academy was considered the best. Perhaps it was not built for soldiers, but for gathering true talent. He sat down on the couch and slipped into meditation. The place felt completely different from what he had imagined. After escorting him to the dormitory, Giselle exchanged contact information with him. She still seemed annoyed, yet she carried out her father's assignment regardless. Luca began to wonder whether she might be more than just a spoiled child. As Giselle turned to leave, she paused and offered Luca a small piece of advice. Don't get close to the dorm head, they said, because she was the craziest person in the entire academy. Right then, the doorbell rang. When the door opened, a girl about a head shorter than him stood there, speaking in a flustered rush. She introduced herself as the dorm head. Luca blinked in genuine surprise. Scratching the back of his neck, he awkwardly explained that he was the Imperial Guard trainee sent to stay here. His eyes quickly swept over her outfit. Worn cuffs, faded clothes, and no family name attached, which meant she wasn't a noble. Yet he couldn't see a single hint of madness in her, so he figured Giselle might simply hate people from the lower sector. The girl looked shy as she introduced herself as Barbara. Luca motioned for her to relax, casually mentioning that he also came from the bottom. Being the dorm head was its own kind of success. Barbara gave a small, uncertain smile. He guessed she must have fought her way here with the same stubborn effort he had. She stepped forward and gestured for him to follow, explaining that she would show him around the dorm. After all, no one refused the dorm head's duties. As Luca walked behind her, he noticed her vivid red-gold hair still beaded with water, as if she had rushed to shower immediately after class. He figured she must be obsessed with time management. Yet through his EG senses, he still felt a faint trace of something off. Then again, if Barbara was simply diligent, that would make sense too. The scene shifted to the next day. Luca put on the Clashia Academy uniform. Early that morning, Giselle was already waiting beneath the teaching building, since Hias had arranged for her to attend classes with him. If Giselle kept the same attitude she showed before, Luca figured he might go insane. Just as the two of them were about to leave, a voice from behind made Giselle flinch. Barbara had approached, saying it had been a while since she'd spoken to Giselle. Giselle immediately narrowed her eyes and coldly told her to disappear from sight. Barbara shrank back, visibly frightened, explaining that she only wanted to say hello because Giselle always avoided her. Giselle turned around and strode straight up to her. She greeted Barbara with a flat hello and an even flatter goodbye, asking if that satisfied her, then told her to get lost because there was nothing to talk about. With that, she turned and walked off. After all, Luca couldn't be late for his first class. It was obvious Giselle and Barbara had history. Giselle's attitude toward Barbara wasn't much different from how she treated Luca, but Luca couldn't make sense of it. Barbara looked timid and harmless. Could someone like that really be the dorm head? His curiosity was piqued, so he bluntly asked Giselle what she actually knew about Barbara. Giselle gave a short answer, clearly unwilling to elaborate. She only knew what Barbara looked like, and the two had enrolled in the same year. Luca pressed further, asking if she disliked Barbara. The question struck a nerve. Giselle stopped walking and coldly declared that Barbara was the most insane mental patient in all of Clashia Academy. And yet, Barbara obsessively clung to her. It might have sounded amusing to someone else, but Luca had no intention of getting involved. All he needed to do was endure 2 months here and earn noble status. After that, rumors and nonsense wouldn't matter anymore. But the classes were painfully boring, and Luca couldn't stop thinking about the strange relationship between Giselle and Barbara. Nothing in the academy offered him any entertainment. These courses were designed for nobles, not someone like him. Felix no longer wanted to spar with him because Felix already knew he couldn't win, but Luca wanted a real fight. If this kept going, he would start to rust. Maybe the training camp life was still clinging to him because his mind was filled with thoughts of war and weapons. At that moment, he didn't care who it was, even a shouting match would do. Just then, a voice cut in. A student asked why Luca had been sticking close to Miss Giselle all week and what exactly was going on between them. Luca hadn't expected trouble to walk straight up to him, so he shot back with a blunt question, asking whether the guy liked Giselle. The center-parted student's reaction answered everything. Luca was almost surprised. Someone actually liked that annoying girl. Flushed with embarrassment and anger, the student swung a fist at him, but Luca casually flicked his hand and subdued him instantly. Luca couldn't help feeling a little ridiculous. He was actually venting his frustration on someone like this. It felt like he could kill the guy without even throwing a real punch. He calmly told him that he had absolutely no interest in Giselle. Before long, the two ended up sitting off to the side chatting. Luca mainly wanted information, specifically about what was really going on between Barbara and Giselle. Rico's explanation sounded bizarre. Barbara had a nickname at the academy, the Witch. Nobody liked her. Anyone who got close to her eventually became involved in robot rampage incidents. Over the past 3 years, 5 people had been injured. Students called it Barbara's curse. Luca was surprised. Statistically, that sounded absurd. It felt more like someone was manipulating the situation. Enrico nodded, explaining that everyone had thought the same thing at first. But no evidence of manipulation had ever been found. The only consistent connection was that every victim had been close to Barbara. Luca also learned that Barbara became dorm head not because she was exceptional, but because the position came with no benefits, only trouble. Just then, Enrico pointed ahead. 3 girls had blocked Barbara's path. One of them suddenly dumped water straight over her head, then mockingly apologized while suggesting she should take off her clothes so they could wash them right there. Barbara suppressed her emotions and quietly said she would change on her own. The moment she refused, the lead girl burst into laughter. Apparently amused that someone like Barbara had rejected her so-called kindness, she demanded again that Barbara take off her clothes so they could wash them and return them like new. Facing the threat, Barbara squeezed her eyes shut. Her hands trembled as she slowly reached for the fastenings of her top. Normally, Luca might have ignored something like this. He hated helping people who refused to resist, so that explained why her hair had been soaking wet before. He rolled the dagger in his left hand. Then he muttered that she was lucky today. The dagger flew. The blade punched clean through the empty cup in the girl's hand. The girls screamed. When they saw Luca standing there, their eyes widened. They all knew he was an Imperial Guard trainee stationed at the academy. His voice was ice-cold as he warned them that if they didn't leave immediately, his fist might land on their noses. He didn't care if they were girls. After a moment of hesitation, the girls left with bitter expressions. Barbara called out to him, flushed and disheveled, thanking him for stepping in. Luca looked at her red face and curled his mouth into a smirk. He casually asked whether that meant he was now close enough to her to get attacked by robots too. The scene cut. Enrico stood nearby, panting hard and visibly shaken. He explained that the girl Luca had just offended was Cara Sakino. Enrico warned that Luca had chosen the wrong enemy. Luca recognized the name but remarked that the Kino family didn't sound particularly prominent. Enrico shook his head. On the surface that might be true, but the Kino family had deep connections to the lower sector. They secretly controlled gangs and made money through illegal businesses. They might already be investigating Luca's background. Luca didn't look worried at all. He had grown up in an orphanage with no family ties. Enrico added one more piece of information. Caressa was extremely vindictive. Her boyfriend had been one of the victims of Barbara's curse. Luca nodded, not expecting such a complicated history behind everything. Just then, a voice from the side interrupted them. Luca turned and saw Giselle approaching. He nudged Enrico forward and told him to greet her since he clearly liked her. Enrico immediately began stumbling over his words before telling Luca to say hello for him instead. Then he turned and bolted away. Luca watched him go and casually remarked that Enrico seemed pretty kind, but Giselle felt a chill crawl up her spine. She had just realized that the guy had been hovering around her the entire time. From her reaction alone, Luca knew Enrico didn't stand a chance anymore. The scene shifted again. Luca was summoned by Kenu. Someone had reported that he attacked another student with a dagger exactly as he had expected. The former Imperial Guard member simply let him off with a laugh. To Kenu, Luca was like a wolf that had wandered into a flock of tame sheep. The students here weren't learning how to fight. Luca nodded, remarking that they were all acting as if his fangs couldn't reach them. Kenu burst out laughing. To Luca, these students might look like sheep, but some of them were monsters hiding beneath sheep's clothing, mutant freaks even worse than wolves. Luca took the dagger back from Kenu and said he would remember that. Kenu didn't seem to expect much, he only smiled. It almost felt like he already knew Luca had come here specifically to hunt monsters. Compared to a bland and boring life, Luca definitely preferred hunting monsters. After leaving the office, he deliberately headed toward the quieter gym area near the warehouses. Everyone in Clashia Academy already knew he had helped Barbara. If the rumors were true, a rampaging robot would come after him. He stopped in the middle of the woods. Then 3 people stepped out and surrounded him. They confirmed he was Luca and passed along a greeting from their boss. The Kino family always repaid grudges. Surely such a big-shot Imperial Guard trainee wouldn't run crying to his superiors just because a few ordinary students roughed him up. The 3 punks burst into laughter. They gave him one last chance. If he knelt and apologized to Caressa, she might let him walk away. But Luca showed no fear. The large thug clenched his jaw, a clear signal that his prosthetic limbs were switching into combat mode. A rising mechanical hum vibrated through his body as the output power increased. The man had high-powered prosthetics. For Luca, that was perfect. Suddenly, a red infrared line swept across them. A patrol robot had spotted the group and began blaring a warning. The punk in front started sweating, asking whether someone had checked the patrol schedule because there shouldn't have been robots here at this hour. They decided to let Luca go for now. Meanwhile, the robot stood nearby repeating the same phrase. It kept asking if anyone needed help. Its voice was distorted by static, and its movements looked wrong, jerky, and unnatural. One of the students impatiently shoved the robot aside. The robot staggered strangely from the push. That abnormal reaction made the student instinctively step back. Before he could even process what was happening, the robot extended its arm. An iron fist slammed into his face. His head burst apart like a cheap prop. Seeing that, the other student froze completely. The guy who had been provoking Luca earlier was trembling now. The robot crouched low and lunged forward toward another student. Just as it drew back to throw another punch, Luca kicked the robot and sent it flying. If everyone died here, he would be the one blamed. The robot's hardened shell was already cracked and shattered. One of the punks pointed at it in horror, screaming that Barbara's curse was real. The witch's curse had come true. Luca clicked his tongue. These were supposed to be top students from Clashia Academy, yet they still believed in curses. He didn't buy that nonsense. Then he walked straight toward the robot. It lay there like a dead beast, yet a low roar rumbled from inside its body. The machine was forcing itself into maximum output, though it wouldn't last more than a few minutes. Luca immediately understood something. The robot wasn't rampaging because of a simple malfunction. It was targeting him on purpose. Someone's handiwork. He took a deep breath. He couldn't wait. The robot dug into the ground and charged straight at him. Luca shifted sideways, narrowly dodging a lethal swipe from its claws. Even in its rampaging state, the robot's reactions were terrifyingly fast. Its movements resembled a military-grade killing heuristic. One hit from those razor claws and he would probably spend months eating through a feeding tube. But this still wasn't enough to satisfy him. He wanted deadlier attacks. He needed the adrenaline spike. After dodging a few more strikes, he launched the machine backward with a bone-shattering kick. He could tell instantly that this wasn't a standard patrol drone. The moment he reached behind his back, the robot interpreted the motion as a quick draw for a gun and lunged with full force. But Luca didn't have a gun. Instead, he tossed his dagger into the air. The robot's optical sensors snapped upward, glitching into erratic analysis loops as it tried to process the flying object. It was a cheap trick designed to overload its tactical processors. The more meaningless the motion looked, the more computing power it wasted trying to predict his intent. The hesitation lasted less than a microsecond, but that was enough. Luca slipped into its blind spot and violently hyperextended the robot's mechanical arm until the joint shattered. Gears, wires, and metal fragments exploded across the ground. Watching the brutal dismantling, the punks nearly wet themselves in terror. The broken robot crackled as static warped its voice. It kept repeating the same distorted phrase, asking if anyone needed help. A chilling smirk lingered on Luca's lips. Even after all that, his craving still wasn't satisfied. A tinkin like that could never satisfy his bloodlust. The exact moment his gaze locked onto one of the punks, the man spun around and bolted like a terrified rat. At the same time, an Imperial Guard aerial vehicle roared overhead with sirens wailing. It descended and hovered directly above him, the floodlights under its belly washing him in a harsh, blinding white. The scene shifted to the next day. After the incident, a security agency demanded his cooperation in their investigation. Jillian wanted Luca's help tracking down the criminal hiding among the nobles. Luca pointed out that the culprit could easily be a commoner too, but Jillian immediately dismissed the idea. According to him, that was impossible. No commoner could bypass the firewall and break into Clashia Academy's closed network. Just as Luca was about to refuse, Jillian brought up something else. Since Luca was studying Iga's combat arts, he was already more capable than anyone under Jillian's command. Luca froze for a brief moment. He hadn't expected his personal file to state with such terrifying precision that he was currently studying Iga's. Seeing his reaction, Jillian chuckled and offered another piece of information. Users of Iga's Spectuma were placed on a special high-priority watch list. Of course, that only applied to those who actually mastered it properly, not cheap street punks pretending to know it. If Luca was curious about the details, Jillian suggested asking the person teaching him Iga's combat arts. Right then, a voice cut into the conversation. Giselle stormed toward Luca with her hand raised as if she were about to slap him. She demanded to know whether he remembered her warning to stay away from Barbara. Luca nodded half-heartedly, explaining that he simply couldn't stand watching a group of people gang up on a single person. The casual brush-off told Giselle everything she needed to know. He still wanted a fight. He wasn't afraid of Carissa's retaliation in the slightest. If anything, he seemed eager for bloodshed. Giselle thought for a moment, then said she would go speak with Carissa and try to mediate. If she personally asked, Carissa would probably back off a little. Her words caught Luca off guard. He couldn't understand why Giselle would go out of her way to smooth things over like this, but her tone suggested she had deep ties with Carissa. She sounded completely confident she could keep Carissa under control. Luca eventually agreed, which surprisingly left Giselle looking slightly stunned. He explained that they might as well meet Carissa immediately. After all, he didn't want to attract unnecessary attention from his superiors either. In truth, he only agreed because he wanted to confirm several dark suspicions of his own. The scene shifted. Carissa explained her supposed reason for bullying Barbara. According to her, Barbara had gotten her boyfriend killed. Luca didn't believe it for a second. Carissa didn't look like someone who would start a blood feud over something like that. So he bluntly asked whether she had deliberately sent her boyfriend to get close to Barbara just so he would become a victim. Then he pulled up a projection. Whenever things didn't go her way, she sent lackeys to cause trouble, just like she had done with him earlier. In truth, she had only needed an excuse to torment Barbara. The deliberate provocation made Carissa snap. She slammed her hand against the table and cursed him furiously. Beside them, Giselle quietly signaled for her to calm down. Carissa still tried to argue, demanding to know if Giselle was ignoring her orders. But under Giselle's cold stare, Carissa choked on her words and looked away. Giselle then gestured for Luca to step outside first. The dynamic between them was exactly what he had expected, a strict hierarchy between superior and subordinate. But if that was the case, one glaring question remained. Why didn't Giselle simply order Carissa to stop bullying Barbara? Luca would only remain stationed at the academy for 2 months at most. Meanwhile, Jillian's authority as an investigator was extremely limited. He couldn't just drag noble students into interrogation rooms whenever he wanted. Not long afterward, Giselle stepped into the hallway as well. She informed Luca that she had already covered up the situation and warned him not to cause any more trouble or go near Barbara again. This time someone had died because he ignored her warning. Luca bared his teeth in a grin. He casually explained that he had heard only nobles could operate robots, so he had tested the idea carefully. Carissa also happened to be someone who hated Barbara. Giselle waved off his detective act. Investigators rarely opened cases against noble children. Then she coldly asked whether he was mocking her. Luca met her gaze directly and said he was simply stating facts. For instance, Carissa followed her orders like a loyal dog. Giselle looked away. She explained that family influence dictated everything. Carissa simply didn't have the standing to disobey her. Luca pressed further. So had Giselle ordered Carissa to harass Barbara? Giselle's pupils trembled slightly. Before she could organize her thoughts, Luca continued. Carissa had needed a reason to bully Barbara, and that reason had clearly been manufactured. Hearing that, Giselle suddenly grabbed Luca by the collar. Her voice hissed inches from his face as she accused him of suffering paranoid delusions. She even suggested that high-performance cybernetic bodies often caused severe brain abnormalities, sometimes leading to genuine mental illness. Perhaps he should get his head examined. The moment the words left her mouth, Giselle realized she had lost her composure. Before leaving, she warned him once again to stop stirring up trouble. Given the situation, Luca concluded that Giselle might be the most suspicious player in this entire game. Still, something felt strange. Why had she looked so genuinely terrified? The scene shifted again. Lunchtime arrived and a girl with vibrant orange-gold hair sat down beside Luca. Barbara quietly placed a bento box in front of him. Luca looked confused and asked what it was for. With a timid expression, Barbara explained that he had helped her and might have been dragged into the robot rampage because of it. She was simply relieved he was safe. While he remained at the academy, she wondered if she could make bento lunches for him. Luca thanked her but politely refused. He didn't want to create any unnecessary misunderstandings. Barbara hesitated before softly saying that she didn't mind if people misunderstood. For a moment, Luca wondered if she had developed feelings for him. If she truly liked him, that would be a massive headache. So he decided to ask directly. She had known that getting close to him might trigger another cybernetic kill mode incident, so why did she keep approaching him? Was she trying to get him attacked? Barbara looked genuinely flustered and admitted she didn't know why these things kept happening. Luca wanted to dig into her true intentions, so he pressed where it would hurt. Carissa's harassment existed because Giselle was pulling the strings. If Giselle didn't get what she wanted, she wouldn't stop until someone ended up dead. But Barbara's reaction made Luca's blood run cold. He had thought he understood her completely, only to realize his reading was completely wrong. Staring straight at her, he asked if she knew why Giselle hated her. At that exact moment, Barbara stopped him. She lifted her head and gave a faint smile. An icy chill crept down Luca's spine. Calmly, she asked why she would ever tell someone like him. A warning echoed in Luca's mind. Some of those sheep were actually monsters wearing human skin, mutant freaks far more terrifying than wolves. He just hadn't expected the quietest girl in the room to be the most dangerous monster of them all. Barbara, the scene shifted again. 2 days later, Luca reported his discovery to Jillian. Carissa had deliberately used her own boyfriend to get close to Barbara, just to manufacture an excuse to torment her. Jillian nodded grimly, remarking that assigning Luca to the case had clearly been the right decision. Luca then asked whether Jillian actually had the authority to push the investigation further. Jillian spread his hands helplessly. He could check 1 or 2 people, but if he targeted the wrong noble, the political backlash would crush him. Luca frowned at his enthusiasm and admitted he hadn't expected Jillian to be such a justice-obsessed crusader. Jillian laughed and shook his head. In truth, he simply wanted to throw the arrogant idiot who thought they could outsmart him into a dark prison cell. Next, Luca asked whether Jillian had investigated Barbara herself. Jillian looked genuinely puzzled. It was practically impossible for a commoner, with no backing, to hack the Academy's military-grade firewall and hijack the internal network controlling those robots. He also understood why the nobles were the primary suspects. With enough money and influence, they could tamper with the robots during manufacturing or slip malicious kill code into them before delivery. Buying the right people was child's play for powerful families. Then Jillian remembered a crucial detail. Barbara's sponsor was the Castoria family. After finishing the exchange of information, Luca cut the communication line. It felt as though the threads of the mystery were finally connecting, only to snap apart at the last moment. Leaning back in his chair, he stared up at the ceiling. The most direct method would be brutal interrogation. These pampered nobles had never been trained to withstand pain or resist questioning, but openly torturing them wasn't an option here. He would have to take the long route. For the first time since arriving at the academy, Luca deliberately went looking for Giselle. She was currently performing maintenance on her prosthetic body. Around her, the other students were also working diligently. Apparently, even nobles weren't completely useless. Giselle handled the tools at the workbench with practiced precision, even while working one-handed. It was obvious she hadn't entered Clashia Academy through family influence alone. When she noticed Luca, she looked genuinely puzzled and asked what he wanted. After taking a sip of water, she asked again. Luca casually tossed out a strange remark. He had missed her. Giselle nearly choked, spraying water everywhere. She stared at him with a volatile mix of shock and disgust, demanding to know whether he had lost his mind and telling him to get to the point because she was busy. Luca glanced around. The lounge was completely empty except for the 2 of them. Then he spoke calmly. From now on, he wanted her to stop lying and stop hiding the truth. Giselle bristled at the interrogative tone. Luca added coldly that he had officially accepted an investigation request from the Imperial Guard. A soldier followed orders and the guard had instructed him to investigate this matter. At the mention of the Imperial Guard, Giselle stopped arguing. Reluctantly, she reminded him that her father was an Imperial Guard captain. It was an obvious warning, an attempt to leverage her status. But it meant nothing to Luca. He went straight for the heart of the matter. She wanted Barbara expelled from the academy, so she had resorted to torture. He also knew the Castoria family was sponsoring Barbara. Giselle exploded instantly. She demanded to know whether he even realized she had been the second victim of Barbara's curse. Wasn't that reason enough to hate Barbara? They had once been friends. But Luca quietly thought that if they had truly been friends, she wouldn't have turned against Barbara so easily. Giselle turned to leave, clearly still hiding some dark secret. Luca stepped into her path and continued. The Imperial Guard believed the robot rampages were human-engineered. Based on motive alone, she was the prime suspect. Giselle erupted in fury, demanding to know whether he was actually accusing her, even though she was a victim too. Luca answered with terrifying calm. A criminal hiding behind the mask of a victim was the oldest trick in the book. She came from the Castoria family, aimed to become a top-tier engineer, and possessed expert knowledge of robotics. Her skill set perfectly matched someone capable of manipulating an AI network without leaving a trace. Hearing that, Giselle turned her back and asked him to stop digging. Luca never truly believed she was responsible for the attacks. He only wanted her to reveal everything she knew, yet deep down his lethal instincts kept pointing straight at Barbara. At that moment, the nearby door slid open. Luca swallowed the rest of his interrogation. Barbara stood in the doorway holding a bento box. She said she had been looking everywhere for him because he wasn't in his usual spot. Barbara smiled brightly, but to Luca, it felt less like kindness and more like quiet mockery. He was deeply unsettled by how she had managed to find him. If someone had been following him, his senses would have noticed immediately. Had he overlooked some kind of blind spot, why did she constantly act like a helpless victim in public? And if that was only an act, then who was the real monster manipulating everything from the shadows? For a moment, Luca felt an overwhelming urge to lock the door. Give him 10 minutes, just 10, and he could rip the entire truth straight out of her throat. He clenched his fists, forcing himself not to snap her neck. When he finally spoke, his voice had dropped to absolute zero. He told Barbara to drop the fake smile because the sight of her face made him sick. Barbara's eyes widened in shock. Tears immediately welled in the corners of her eyes. Luca demanded to know why she was speaking to him like that. Barbara insisted she liked him. He had even saved her life. If there was some kind of misunderstanding, she believed they could simply talk it out. Hearing those words made Luca feel like vomiting. He grabbed a chair and hurled it across the room, the impact smashing it against the wall right beside her. Giselle immediately signaled for him to calm down. Luca's voice dropped into a low, dangerous tone. Up until now, everything had just been entertainment to relieve his boredom. But from this moment onward, he was completely serious. Barbara had been playing him for a fool. Barbara raised her hands and covered her face, making it impossible to tell whether she was trembling in fear or shaking with some twisted excitement. Then she tilted her head slightly, the corner of her mouth curling into a crooked smirk. She claimed she truly had no idea what he was talking about. Giselle's face instantly turned rigid. Her shoulders trembled visibly as a raw, primal fear coiled around her body like a suffocating serpent. Barbara began walking toward the frozen Giselle with light, almost playful steps, looking exactly like an innocent and carefree little girl. When she reached the table, she gently set the bento box down. In a soft whisper, she said she would leave the food there and hoped Luca enjoyed his meal. With that, Barbara turned around happily, humming a sweet tune as she skipped toward the door. Giselle remained frozen, trapped under a suffocating blanket of paralyzing fear. As Barbara passed by her, she lightly brushed her fingers across the back of Giselle's hand. In a soft, sweet whisper, Barbara greeted her warmly before saying goodbye. The moment felt chilling. Giselle looked like a helpless lamb trembling in terror, while Barbara felt like a monster crawling straight out of the abyss. Under Luca's intense gaze, Barbara continued humming cheerfully as she skipped out of the room as if nothing had happened. A moment later, silence swallowed the lounge. Giselle's legs gave out beneath her and she collapsed limply onto the floor. Luca could hardly believe what he was seeing. The proud young lady of the Castoria family was shaking with terror down to her very core, and this girl was the daughter of an Imperial Guard captain. So who was the real mastermind? And what kind of twisted connection linked them together with the innocent victims caught in the crossfire? Luca called her name. Giselle buried her face in her hands and begged him not to ask her anything. She only wanted him to keep his head down, let time pass, and leave the academy alive. Her voice had completely lost its arrogance and hostility. All that remained was desperate pleading. The scene shifted forward a few days. Ever since that incident, Giselle had been avoiding Luca like the plague. That same day, Luca reported the brutal truth of the situation to Hyros because the situation was rapidly slipping beyond his control. But Hyros responded with something Luca never expected. He ordered Luca to handle the entire situation himself from beginning to end. The response only deepened Luca's suspicion. If the Imperial Guard officially stepped in, the truth could be dragged into the open in an instant. Yet Hyros chose to remain in the shadows and use Luca as a proxy, even though the bloodbath involved the captain's own daughter. A dark realization began forming in Luca's mind. Someone was moving pieces from the shadows, and he was nothing more than a pawn on their board. Perhaps that was simply the reality of being a soldier, but the thought made his blood boil. Just as expected, Giselle still refused to answer his calls. Meanwhile, the trail of blood known as Barbara's curse continued stabbing at his combat instincts. He was absolutely certain the entire sequence of events was Barbara's own twisted script from the very beginning. Yet, just as Jillian had pointed out, a bottom-tier commoner like Barbara shouldn't possess the level of clearance required to hijack combat robots. Luca forced his brain into overdrive. He began piecing together every fragment of evidence, every drop of blood, and every clue from every possible angle. He tested each hypothesis ruthlessly, eliminating impossibilities and narrowing down the most plausible threat through cold deduction. In the end, only one horrifying conclusion remained. Giselle and Barbara were both involved. They were co-conspirators behind the entire robot rampage nightmare. But for now, Luca needed to corner Giselle. So he contacted Enrico. When Luca asked if he had managed to get Giselle's attention, Enrico smiled faintly and confirmed that he had. Before long, Enrico managed to get Giselle to meet him. With his face flushed red, he nervously confessed that he liked her. Giselle's brows immediately tightened in disgust. She bluntly informed him that she had absolutely no interest in him. In fact, his presence made her skin crawl, and she demanded he stop hovering around her. Enrico stood there silently for a moment before suddenly bursting into tears. Then he ran out of the garden like a beaten dog. Even Luca hadn't expected Giselle to be that brutally cruel. Watching Enrico leave like that, Luca silently promised himself that if the guy ever needed help in the future, he would repay the favor without hesitation. Even he still had a bit of conscience left for using Enrico as bait. Giselle turned to leave the garden. Only after Enrico was completely out of sight did Luca step out from the shadows. His sudden appearance made Giselle scowl instantly. She immediately realized Enrico's confession had been nothing more than a trap orchestrated by Luca. Furious at being manipulated, she threatened to report him to her father. But Luca's next sentence hit her like a hammer. He calmly revealed that he had already told the Imperial Guard captain everything about Barbara. Giselle's voice trembled as she choked out the words, demanding to know if he had really told her father. Her reaction was even more violent than Luca expected. Giselle spun in place, completely losing control as panic overwhelmed her. Seeing her terrified state made one thing painfully clear. Her fear of Barbara was rooted deep inside her bones. Giselle suddenly grabbed Luca by the collar. She raged that everything she had worked for had been destroyed in a single moment, all because of him. If Luca had never appeared, none of this nightmare would have happened. It was all his fault. Luca calmly signaled that the situation wasn't hopeless yet. If she told him everything, he promised he would help her. Giselle looked hollow and defeated. She said the matter was an internal family blood feud and Luca was just a nobody student. Without missing a beat, Luca countered. What if he became an official member of the Castoria family? Giselle slowly lifted her head, her eyes glistening with tears as she asked what he meant. Luca continued pressing forward. He pointed out that he was supposedly just a low-ranking Imperial Guard trainee, yet a high-profile noble like her had been assigned as his personal guide. Hadn't that seemed strange? Admitting it sounded arrogant, he reminded her that among the recruits he was widely recognized as a once-in-a-decade genius. Not long ago, he had even been awarded the 7th grade Krosky Medal. The Imperial Guard captain valued his potential highly. Even if he married into the Castoria family, his position wouldn't be insignificant. No matter what hell she was facing, he would stand behind her. And if they eliminated the problem cleanly, his chances of becoming the captain's son-in-law would only increase. If their interests aligned, trusting each other was simply the most logical move. Giselle gulped for air. Her body trembled violently from the overwhelming tension, barely able to remain standing. After a long hesitation, she finally forced the truth out. She confessed that she had controlled the patrol robot. Barbara's curse had been her creation. At last, Giselle revealed the ugly truth behind the curse and their twisted history. Their connection began 3 years earlier. Back then, Barbara had been Giselle's first real friend, not just an acquaintance but someone she genuinely trusted. Barbara was outgoing, radiant, and always smiling. Her bright personality naturally drew Giselle toward her. Around that time, a boy had begun openly pursuing Barbara. With her warm smile and cheerful personality, she was extremely popular. Giselle had assumed Barbara wasn't interested, but Barbara later admitted she liked him too. Giselle couldn't stand the thought of losing her only friend, so she decided to scare the boy away. She built a crude robot and used it to terrorize him. After uploading a voice recording into its system, she programmed the robot to chase him through the night and warn him to stay away from Barbara. But the prank ended in disaster. The boy tripped during the chase and suffered severe head trauma. Eventually, the aftereffects forced him to drop out of school entirely. Once the incident exploded, a full investigation began. Barbara was the first person to realize Giselle was responsible. Since Giselle constantly built and modified robots in front of her, the truth was easy to piece together. At that point, the situation spiraled completely out of control. That was when Barbara offered a chilling solution. If Giselle became a victim too, all suspicion would vanish. That was how Giselle became the second target. Barbara gave her a microchip and instructed her to install it inside a drone. Normally, external hardware couldn't override a core AI system, yet somehow the robots began hunting Giselle as well. They malfunctioned, went rogue, and nearly killed her. Giselle bit her trembling lip as she continued. After that incident, Barbara changed. She began making disturbing demands. To pull off the perfect crime, Giselle had to isolate herself completely, and new victims had to appear regularly. From Luca's perspective, the truth was obvious. Giselle had walked directly into Barbara's psychological trap. Step by step, Barbara manipulated her until the entire situation spiraled into hell, leaving Giselle completely trapped under her control. Right then, Giselle's terminal suddenly erupted with aggressive static. Her encryption should have been military grade, yet someone had hacked it effortlessly. A distorted voice crawled out of the speaker. It accused her of betraying their little secret and called her a traitor. Luca strained his ears. The terminal wasn't the only threat. He could also hear the faint but deadly hum of rotors slicing through the air. His combat instincts immediately blared like air raid sirens. They needed to move now. Suddenly, a shot rang out. Luca grabbed Giselle and rolled sideways just in time. The two of them crashed behind a stone pillar. The faint crack of the shot told him everything. It was the unmistakable sound of a high-grade suppressor. Looking down, he saw a fresh finger-wide hole punch through his body. He had to stop the bleeding immediately. He tore his coat apart and wrapped the wound tightly. Judging by the sound and angle of the shot, the attacker was almost certainly an airborne drone. If he pushed his body into high-speed combat mode, destroying it wouldn't be difficult. But doing that would rip his wound wide open. And the only weapon he carried was a single combat dagger. Because of the suppressor, nobody else on campus even realized a lethal firefight was happening. That meant their survival depended entirely on him. Giselle snapped that she was going to smash his nose for dragging her into this mess. Only then did she notice the blood pouring from his wound. In complete shock, she blurted out a ridiculous question. Did Imperial Guard trainees not feel pain when they got shot? The question made Luca pause for a moment. Her brain had clearly short-circuited from panic. Right then, the drone opened fire again. Luca couldn't return fire. He couldn't even pinpoint its exact position in the darkness. Then he noticed something: Giselle's makeup. Most girls carried compact mirrors. He immediately asked if she had one. Fortunately, she did. Using the mirror's reflection, he finally located the drone. Its matte black chassis made it almost invisible against the night sky. Luca spun violently out from behind the marble pillar. Using the centrifugal force of the spin, he hurled his dagger like a deadly projectile. A silver streak sliced cleanly through the air. The blade shot toward the drone like a heat-seeking missile. The drone crashed from the sky like a bird with its wings torn off, spraying wild bursts of gunfire as it fell. By the time it hit the ground, Luca had already vanished behind another pillar. But suddenly, his tactical device malfunctioned. The screen flickered several times before displaying a fatal error. Luca glanced at Giselle and asked for her status. Her answer was the same. Both the Academy network and the global internet connection had been completely cut. Right then, aggressive static erupted from Giselle's terminal again. Giselle's voice trembled through the terminal. She claimed she had only wanted to protect Giselle, asking why she had been betrayed. Then her tone shifted again, softly insisting that she liked Luca and begging him not to ignore her. Luca ripped the terminal from Jazel's hands and crushed it in his grip. Splintered plastic and shattered microchips spilled from his palm like dust. Listening to the ramblings of a lunatic was pointless. His voice turned icy as he began to say the entire operation was probably, then he abruptly cut himself off. Even if Jazel was the daughter of an Imperial Guard captain, she was still technically just a civilian student. There were limits to what he could say out loud. Someone far above his rank was clearly pulling the strings. Without wasting another second, Luca decided to move Jazel somewhere secure. But as they reached the garden entrance, a familiar figure stepped out of the shadows. Luca's eyes narrowed. Felix, he asked if the orders had come from above. Felix responded with a quiet nod, remarking that Luca seemed to be receiving VIP treatment again. He hadn't heard a single word about this operation beforehand. Behind them, Jazel looked as if her entire world had collapsed. A hollow question escaped her lips, wondering if all of this had been part of her father's plan. For Luca and Felix, soldiers through and through, being treated as disposable tools wouldn't even raise an eyebrow. But realizing your own father had placed you on the board as an expendable pawn was something else entirely. Anyone would shatter under that realization. Her breakdown was completely understandable. At that moment, Felix's eyes drifted to the bleeding hole in Luca's side. A dry, bitter smile tugged at his lips as he remarked that if the wound wasn't treated soon, Luca would likely be a corpse by morning. Felix kept his combat dagger and tossed his sidearm to his injured comrade. Then he pulled out his terminal, preparing to contact their superiors. They never got the chance. A silenced shot cracked through the air. Felix's terminal exploded in his hand, the bullet obliterating his right hand in a violent spray of blood. Both men moved instantly, diving apart and slamming their backs against the thick stone wall of the garden entrance. The shot had come from extremely close range, yet Luca still couldn't trace the trajectory. That alone told him everything. A stealth drone so advanced that even Imperial Guard trainees couldn't detect it. Barbara lacked the engineering knowledge to build military-grade stealth technology like this. Which meant the person controlling the drone wasn't the real Barbara. Then a cold, synthetic voice echoed from the darkness. If the shooter had aimed for their heads, they would already be dead. Luca and Felix exchanged rapid hand signals, silently adjusting their strategy on the fly. Luca would stall the attacker with conversation, while Felix circled around to strike from a blind spot. The plan formed in a heartbeat. Felix quietly slipped off his boots and melted into the shadows without making a single sound. Luca spoke into the darkness, his voice as cold as ice, noting that the attacker clearly knew who they were yet still wanted to chat. The unseen enemy chuckled. Of course he knew them. After all, they were simply adorable little Imperial Guard trainees. No need for small talk, though. The man suggested they skip straight to business and hand over Jazel Castoria. Luca tried to buy time, calmly remarking that if the man was a soldier, he should understand the situation. The response made Luca's stomach drop. The attacker addressed him in the singular, not you two. Just you? The bastard already knew Felix was flanking him. Luca was about to open fire to cover his partner when a sickening muffled crack echoed first. The sound of bones snapping. The attacker had already lifted Felix into the air by his throat. Now that he was visible, Luca could see the man's full combat suit, a heavily equipped model fitted with active optical camouflage. No wonder he had been impossible to track. Felix had been taken down effortlessly, which meant the enemy's combat level was at least Imperial Guard tier. This was turning into a nightmare. Jazel grabbed Luca's hand in panic. He shoved her away immediately. The moment he engaged the enemy, she had to run and never look back. He would buy her as much time as possible. Jazel tried to argue, but Luca clamped his hand over her mouth. There was no time for debate. She had to do exactly as he said. The instant Jazel bolted, Luca surged forward. He opened fire toward the attacker's last known position, laying down suppressive shots. His trigger finger moved fast, but against a phantom like this, the bullets might as well have been crawling through the air. The attacker watched him calmly. His tone remained casual, almost amused, as he remarked that he would really prefer not to kill two juniors in one night. That single word, juniors, snagged Luca's attention for a fatal fraction of a second. Before he could even blink, the enemy was already behind him. Luca crossed his arms to block, barely absorbing the bone-rattling blow. A horrifying realization struck him. This man had once been an Imperial Guard. No wonder his counterterrorism close-quarters combat techniques were flawless. In a life-or-death battle that demanded perfect focus, Luca had allowed his mind to wander. He cursed himself viciously. The enemy was already moving in for the kill. The Phantom understood perfectly well that if Luca fell first, he would have all the time in the world to casually hunt down Jazel. Luca's instinct screamed, If he fought this man head-on in a straightforward melee, he would be slaughtered. He needed to change the rules. Aegis Combat Arts. A forbidden combat technique built entirely around extreme environmental awareness and hyperperception, even if it risked catastrophic brain damage. Step 1. Forcefully expand all 5 senses until every variable in the environment became crystal clear. Luca wasted no movement. His eyes locked onto the combat sword Felix had dropped onto the pavement. In the next instant, he whipped his empty pistol over his shoulder like a heavy boomerang. The steel weapon slammed perfectly into the fallen blade, ricocheting the sword high into the air behind him. Luca snatched the spinning hilt out of the air and unleashed a lightning-fast backhand slash toward the phantom. The attacker released a low hum of genuine interest, an Aegis Combat Arts user. Hearing that made Luca frown. How the hell did this man know that technique? The moment his boots touched the ground again, the enemy's blade crashed down like a guillotine. Luca barely raised his sword in time to block. The sheer force of the impact left his entire lower body wide open. He realized it immediately. The man was deliberately holding back. If he hadn't been, Luca would already be cut in half. The attacker seemed almost pleased. An Imperial trainee capable of using Aegis Combat Arts was rare. In a calm, flat tone, the man suggested Luca stand down. He had no desire to kill him. Once Luca realized who he was, even his superiors would not blame him for retreating. The Imperial Guard didn't train soldiers to throw their lives away for nothing. Luca immediately identified the enemy, an anti-Imperial terrorist. A hot breath trembled from his lips as he realized this might truly be his final moment. Yet the enemy's arrogant tone gave him a sliver of time to think. He analyzed everything at once: his bleeding wound, the enemy's identity, the flawless CQC techniques. None of it mattered anymore. From this moment onward, he was nothing but a blade. There were only 2 outcomes left. Either he broke first, or he cut the enemy down before that happened. Luca gripped the sword with both hands and unleashed a powerful downward strike with everything he had left. The man simply shifted his weight and stepped aside, dodging the attack effortlessly. He raised an eyebrow in mild curiosity, remarking that reaching this level of combat ability at such a young age only to throw his life away for the Empire seemed like a waste. The strain of forced acceleration tore through Luca's body, and fresh blood poured from the wound in his side. Yet in the attacker's eyes, Luca's desperate assault was still painfully slow. The man's voice turned cold. Did Luca really believe he was incapable of killing him? Luca's body was rapidly giving out. He was already using his sword like a cane just to remain standing. Through clenched teeth, he muttered that the Empire was the Empire, but the man's arrogant tone alone was enough to make him sick. The attacker shrugged before bursting into laughter. He admitted that he liked Luca's rebellious streak. In fact, the kid sounded much closer to their side than he realized. After a brief pause, the man introduced himself. Rick Kaiser, a Republican. To Luca, the word Republican was simply another term for terrorist. He sneered that unless the man stopped barking like a rabid dog, he couldn't understand a single word he was saying. Rick's expression darkened, annoyance flashed across his face. Then fury. With a slight shift of his stance, he vanished completely from Luca's sight. Pure instinct forced Luca to guard his chest. Even so, the impact completely obliterated his mechanical arm. Shattered metal and sparks exploded through the air as a drill-like fist slammed toward him. Everything seemed to slow down. Luca tried to launch a desperate counter kick. Rick intercepted the motion and snapped his leg viciously. Then the terrorist grabbed Luca by the throat and lifted him effortlessly into the air. This was his final chance. If Luca begged for his life, Rick claimed he might actually spare him. Luca forced a crooked smile through bloodied lips. Then he spat a mouthful of blood directly into the terrorist's face. Rick let out a dark chuckle. That was exactly the kind of spirit he liked. If Luca somehow survived this, he should pass along Rick's greetings to Kennu. After whispering those final words, the attacker tightened his grip. The last thing Luca remembered from that night was the sickening crack of his own neck snapping. For an ordinary human, a broken neck was almost always an instant death sentence. Most of the time anyway. Inside the hospital ward, Felix released a weak, ragged groan. He muttered that it hurt. Luca responded dryly that if someone tried turning their neck while it was broken, of course it would hurt. He glanced over and offered a hollow, bitter smile. Felix was never coming back. The brain damage was catastrophic, the result of being strangled with a snapped cervical spine for far too long. Luca himself had survived by sheer luck. He later learned that right after he collapsed, Giselle had stormed the area with a 4-man Imperial Guard squad. Only immediate emergency trauma care had prevented total brain death. If they had arrived even a minute later, he wouldn't be alive. At that moment, the ward door slid open. Imperial Guard Captain Hyros stepped inside. He had come specifically to see Luca. Felix lay completely unresponsive to the world. The captain pulled a steel chair closer and sat down. His gaze lingered on Felix for a moment, a complicated emotion flickering briefly through his cold eyes. Luca spoke first, firmly stating that Felix had fulfilled his duty. Only after acknowledging his comrade did he begin delivering a precise verbal report of the entire battle. When he finished, Hyros remained silent for a moment before informing him that the incident would remain completely off the books. There would be no written reports. Rick Kaiser's real name, Hyros explained, was Rick Svenunes, a Class 1 most wanted fugitive of the Empire. It was the first time Luca had ever heard the name. The Empire didn't publicly reveal every target on its kill list, especially those connected to its darkest secrets. Hyros used a word that sent a cold shock through Luca: stains. The Empire was always portrayed as a flawless divine authority. Hearing a captain describe it with a word like that bordered on heresy. Hyros calmly explained the reality. Luca had now survived enough to earn the clearance to hear it. Operation Codename Juliet had been a deep cover mission planned over 5 long years. Its sole objective was to get dangerously close to the high command of an anti-imperial terrorist organization known as Nemoxis. Luca couldn't help asking why they had only approached the organization instead of fully infiltrating it. The captain slid an encrypted terminal across the table. Because severing a few outer limbs of the syndicate accomplished nothing. Nemoxis behaved like a virus, constantly mutating and spreading in the shadows. Unless the Empire destroyed it at the root, the bloodshed would never end. Luca pressed further. Since Rick hadn't been captured tonight, did that mean the entire 5-year operation had failed? Hyros's faint smile deepened. On the contrary, the operation had achieved brilliant success. They had successfully planted their own operative deep inside Nemoxis's core. Luca didn't understand at first. Hyros explained it plainly. Barbara was their asset. Nemoxis had recruited her because of her exceptional cyber warfare talent. All the effort the Empire had spent cultivating that reputation had finally paid off. The captain admitted he simply hadn't expected her to descend completely into madness. Luca's fingers tightened around the metal bed rail until his knuckles turned white. How many lives had the higher-ups sacrificed to maintain this lie? Even Giselle, the captain's own daughter, had been subjected to months of psychological torment by Barbara. Were all of them nothing more than disposable pieces on a twisted chessboard? The thought forced its way out of Luca before he could stop it. He asked whether Giselle knew the truth as well, the question carrying raw emotion he couldn't completely hide. Hyros answered with absolute frost. Giselle knew nothing, and for her own sake it was best she never did. The captain's eyes narrowed slightly as he asked if Luca understood why he was being told all of this. Luca's heart slammed against his ribs. One word flashed through his mind: elimination. No matter how lethal he might be, he was still a bottom-tier asset who could vanish without a trace, especially a street rat with no background like him. At that moment, Hyros slid a glowing electronic file across the table. The suffocating tension in Luca's shoulders broke into a hollow, bitter smile. It was a legal adoption document, officially signed by Imperial Guard Captain Hyros Castoria. Only a single line remained blank: the adoptee's name. Hyros spoke with terrifying calm as he welcomed Luca into the Castoria family. The scene shifted. Several months later, a surgical robot carefully removed the external spinal brace from Luca's back. Blood-slick titanium screws dropped into a metal tray one by one, each landing with a soft metallic clink. Under his breath, Luca muttered that he had nearly been forced to live the rest of his life with an external spine. He stood up and pulled on the crisp coat of his Imperial Guard trainee uniform. Across the room, Felix still lay paralyzed on the hospital bed, his neck locked in a heavy brace. His voice came out in broken fragments as he called Luca's name and weakly asked if he was leaving. Luca gave a single nod. He had to. Felix gathered the last of his strength and forced out one final sentence, wishing Luca a future filled with good luck. Luca nodded again. He would keep moving forward. Felix's story ended here in this quiet hospital room. But Luca would remember him, just as he would remember everyone who had already bled out along the path. The scene shifted again, this time to the Imperial Guard Training Center. Walking through the hallway, Luca found himself tangled in a storm of thoughts. He checked the Empire's wanted list, sorting through the newest updates. Barbara's name sat there clearly. A carefully engineered spy operation orchestrated by the Empire, all to infiltrate the anti-imperial terrorist syndicate Nemoxis. Yet Barbara's twisted personality still made Luca uneasy. He couldn't believe it was all just an act. She had been fundamentally broken, and somehow even that brokenness felt like a weapon deliberately forged by the Empire for this mission. Was she literally a human crafted for a single task? Either way, none of it had been coincidence. Back at Cluster Academy, Luca had simply been walking blindly across the skeletal framework of a massive master plan designed by people far above him, foolishly mistaking it for his own free will. The more he learned, the more terrifying and unfathomable the Empire began to feel. Perhaps even his encounter with Kennu and the training in Aegis combat arts had been orchestrated from the very beginning. The dark thoughts piled up until Luca forced himself to breathe and calm down. Enough. He couldn't start thinking like a radical. It was all speculation, paranoia built on fragments of truth. Even Hyros revealing those secrets might have been a calculated test, a probe to see whether Luca's loyalty to the Empire would waver. Still, the golden opportunity to escape his miserable past had finally arrived. The door slid open. A voice called out, "Luca Castoria." Inside sat Kennu. The instructor looked up from his desk and casually asked whether Luca had enjoyed his brief youth at the academy. Luca already knew the man's dry tone too well. He answered that he had enjoyed it so much he had nearly returned to the training facility in a body bag instead. Kennu responded smoothly, remarking that Felix's fate was a tragedy and that he had once been an outstanding student. A bitter question almost escaped Luca's throat. Did the man actually feel even a shred of regret? Kennu calmly sipped his hot tea. Luca then mentioned that Rick had asked him to pass along his regards to his instructor and that Rick claimed he was doing very well. Kennu's expression remained completely calm. He stated that Rick Silva Nuns was indeed doing well, adding that he had never expected the man to become a terrorist. Luca frowned. Why was his instructor speaking about a wanted criminal with such familiarity? He asked directly if they had once been close. The answer was simple. Rick and Kennu had entered the Imperial Guard in the exact same recruit class long ago, though they had lost contact over the years. Kennu then pointed out that Luca had apparently chosen not to pass Rick's message along to the Imperial Guard captain. Luca paused. One careless word could easily result in his instructor being executed for treason. After a moment, he answered that he had at least wanted to confirm things with his own eyes before filing any report. Kennu stared directly at him and calmly asked for the real reason Luca had chosen to cover for him. Luca rapidly sorted through everything that had happened. Nearly every major player involved seemed to recognize Aegis combat arts. That meant it was more than just a martial technique. It carried deeper significance. He decided not to avoid the question. Instead, he asked plainly what Aegis combat arts truly were. Kennu's brows tightened slightly as he asked if Luca was really that curious. In that moment, something suddenly clicked in Luca's mind. That realization explained why Rick hadn't completely crushed his skull during their fight. The terrorist had deliberately left him alive by only snapping his neck. Kennu looked out the window and slowly sipped his tea, now cold. A faint smile formed on his lips, like a man who had been waiting for that question. He remarked that Luca had reached the core of the matter faster than expected. For a bottom-tier asset, he already knew far too much, and he surely understood what that implied. Luca understood perfectly. In this empire, the more you knew, the faster you died. If he hadn't secured Hyros's protection, he would have already been quietly erased. Kennu began explaining. In the year 3518, the first armed rebellion in Imperial history had been led by a man named Noel Marusa. Noel had been the supreme leader of the uprising, the founder of Aegis, and the architect of proto-tactical theory. Realizing that a direct war against the Empire would be suicidal, Noel had turned to asymmetrical guerrilla warfare instead. That bloody conflict became the birthplace of Aegis combat arts. Cold sweat formed along Luca's spine. The combat techniques he had struggled so hard to master were rooted in outright treason. More precisely, the Empire wanted to erase Noel's brilliance as a combat theorist from history. But the rebels had already built their entire doctrine around Aegis and used it to keep the war alive. A storm of questions filled Luca's mind, yet the logic made brutal sense. In hit-and-run guerrilla warfare, the catastrophic flaws of Aegis combat arts practically disappeared. When death was already inevitable, burning out one's brain for a short burst of overwhelming perception stopped mattering. Furthermore, the rebels lacked centralized logistics or discipline, meaning they needed a combat system that was flexible, lethal, and adaptable. Kennu confirmed the grim deductions. Despite countless Imperial campaigns to eradicate them, Noel and a small group of elite followers always escaped. They scattered into the darkest corners of the Empire, recruited new fighters, and struck critical infrastructure. Even when their cells were captured, the rebels simply severed the tail to save the head. Luca could already imagine the reality. Rebels could easily disguise themselves as ordinary civilians. Their cybernetic implants were intentionally downgraded and registered as harmless non-combat systems, meaning security scans would never flag them. No one would ever suspect they were high-ranking rebel commanders. Meanwhile, Aegis practitioners could unleash deadly force without relying on powerful military cybernetics. They moved through checkpoints like ghosts. Now Luca understood why Rick had spared him. He also understood why the Empire maintained a watch list of every known Aegis user. He asked how the Empire had crushed Noel's rebellion back then. Kennu simply spread his hands and replied that everyone even remotely suspected had been slaughtered. Luca didn't bother asking how many innocent civilians had died in the purge. The number would be unimaginable. Once the Empire labeled someone an Aegis user, it became an automatic death sentence. Luca then asked whether the Empire deliberately buried this chapter of history. Kennu explained that it wasn't aggressively censored, but it certainly wasn't taught either. Unless someone actively searched for the truth, they would live and die without ever learning it. Noel Marusa had once been the Empire's greatest hero before becoming its ultimate traitor. His rebellion had ended with a massive indiscriminate purge. Yet here sat Kennu, an elite Imperial Guard instructor, completely fluent in the rebels' most dangerous combat doctrine. Luca stared straight into his instructor's eyes. He stated that the captain must have sent him here because Hyros suspected Kennu of having direct ties to the terrorists. Kennu clapped his hands together twice slowly, a mocking rhythm. Then he smiled. He admitted Luca was correct. If Luca could uncover or fabricate hard evidence proving Kennu was collaborating with Nemoxis, he would immediately be fast-tracked into the inner circle of the Imperial Guard. Luca stared at him, trying to read the depths behind those dark eyes, but nothing surfaced. He calmly stated that he did not believe his instructor was working with terrorists. Kennu replied in a flat tone that Luca might believe that, but the captain certainly didn't. Then he casually offered a piece of advice for Luca's career. If Luca wanted answers, he should investigate the bloody trail Kennu had left behind in the lower sectors. It sounded less like guidance and more like a deliberate taunt. Luca still couldn't understand how much Hyros actually knew or why he had been chosen as the hunting dog. Slowly, he rose from the chair and stated that he would report everything discussed in the room to the captain. Kennu stood as well and personally opened the heavy door. The moment Luca stepped outside the training facility's main building, he broke into a full sprint. He ran until the corridor ended in a dead end. Leaning heavily against the wall, he struggled to steady his violently pounding chest. Damn it, every one of them was playing him. Hyros and Kennu were both using him as a pawn to probe each other's defenses. How long would he have to walk this razor-thin tightrope? Kennu's true identity was buried beneath layers of fog. What exactly was that man? Luca knew that using official channels would uncover nothing. But he refused to remain a puppet. He had clawed his way up from the gutter with blood and sweat. He would not allow anyone to control him so easily. So he decided to investigate the lower sectors Kennu had mentioned and start searching for answers. Hyros had deployed him like a hound because he suspected Kennu of having deep ties to the terrorist syndicate. Yet Kennu himself remained completely calm despite the suspicions surrounding him. And those words he had spoken earlier still echoed in Luca's mind. Why point him toward a specific direction at all? Was it a carefully designed trap meant to eliminate him? Or just another psychological test, a cruel game used by both Kennu and the Empire to measure his loyalty? Luca made a silent vow. He would never allow them to manipulate him like a puppet. First, he needed to prepare. Then he would begin tracking the trail Kennu had left behind. His first move was to send a full transcript of their conversation directly to Hyros. Rick and Kennu had apparently conducted Black Ops missions during the same period. There had to be some connection between them. Hyros responded with a direct question. Hyros asked whether Luca felt curious as well. If Kennu was under such heavy suspicion, why had he been allowed to move freely for so long? The question burned in Luca's mind, but survival always came first. He carefully replied that if there were classified reasons he wasn't meant to hear, he would gladly keep his ears shut. Hyros folded his arms and slowly closed his eyes. After a long, heavy moment, he leaned back in his chair and opened them again. He had decided to trust Luca. The order to investigate Kennu had come from a level far above the Imperial Guard. The Empire's top brass believed that by using Kennu as a proxy, they might finally penetrate the absolute core of Nemoxis. Luca still struggled to understand. Why would the Empire place a man that dangerous in a position as sensitive as an elite instructor? Hyros explained the brutal logic. If they hadn't given Kennu the instructor position to keep him under control, the man would have attempted to walk away. And of course, the Empire would never allow him to leave the Imperial Guard alive. Placing him as an instructor solved multiple problems at once. Kenu was extremely competent, and more importantly, the role made him easy to observe. Hearing the cold-blooded reasoning behind it all made Luca swallow hard. He spoke slowly, choosing his words carefully. After shadowing Kenu for so long, he had never once seen a crack in the man's armor. Kenu's self-discipline was absolute, and he never revealed a single genuine thought. Hyros signaled for Luca to commit fully to the mission. Luca was the only viable candidate left. Over the past decade, the Empire had planted countless trainees near Kenu as spies. None of them had ever managed to get as close to him as Luca had. It even seemed that Kenu genuinely valued Luca's potential. Luca turned those heavy words over in his mind. There was no chance of backing out now, so he laid down his conditions. If he was going to proceed, he needed operational authority far beyond the level of a trainee. He required high-clearance database access and a black budget to fund the investigation. The scene shifted 3 days forward. Luca stepped into the Castoria family's sleek flying car. The moment the adoption documents were finalized, Hyros personally took him home to meet the rest of the family. Leaning comfortably in his seat, Hyros casually asked if Luca was nervous. Luca nodded stiffly. Admitting the truth, he said his hands were actually trembling. After presenting his demands to Hyros earlier, the Empire's leadership had granted him a special pass that allowed unrestricted travel between the upper and lower sectors. He had also been authorized to carry lethal personal weapons, given access to a black budget, and granted significantly upgraded database privileges. He didn't push further. He hadn't shed enough blood yet to justify greater power. Still, Luca knew it wasn't enough. At any moment, the Empire could still treat him as disposable. That meant he had to push himself to the absolute limit and execute every move perfectly. He was a soldier. If death came, he would rather bleed out on a battlefield than be quietly suffocated inside some hidden conspiracy. Especially now that he knew secrets far above his pay grade. If the higher-ups suddenly terminated the mission, Hyros' hands would be tied. The captain wouldn't even know how many loose ends needed to be erased, and Luca would undoubtedly be one of them. Hyros gestured for him to relax. As long as the matter remained within his authority, he would do everything possible to protect him. That was the real reason Hyros had brought Luca into the Castoria family. But that calculated move also meant Luca was placing his life entirely in Hyros' hands. After a moment, Luca spoke again. He admitted that he disliked aristocratic formalities just as much as anyone, but since they were technically family now, he should at least introduce himself properly. If Hyros explained how he should behave in front of the others, he would play the role perfectly. Hyros responded with a sharp, amused smile. After stroking his chin for a moment, the captain simply told him to act exactly as he always did. It would give the children a refreshing shock. Luca still couldn't read the depths of the man's thoughts. But if he wanted Hyros' protection, he would have to follow the captain's rules, no matter how strange they seemed. As time passed, the flying car arrived above a vast estate. Hyros stared silently out the reinforced window. He had spent his childhood here, yet his eyes showed no warmth or attachment. The Castoria estate stood on the barren outskirts of the capital, Acritia. Beyond its walls stretched a desolate crimson wasteland. Only inside the estate did green vegetation and flowing water exist, glowing like a manufactured oasis in a dead desert. The balance thrusters hissed as the car stabilized and descended smoothly. It was Luca's first time stepping into the domain of true high nobility. The scene shifted again. Luca now stood inside an opulent guest room. Hyros gestured for him to rest first. Once he recovered, they would handle the remaining bureaucratic formalities all at once. Everywhere in the estate, people surrounded Hyros with relentless flattery. The endless parade of polished, hollow compliments quickly exhausted Luca. The twisted politics of the upper class felt eerily similar to the grime and scheming of the lower sectors. Was this really the life he had fought so hard to reach? A soft knock sounded at the door. A familiar girl stepped inside, Yahello. Her deep blue hair was tied back neatly, and when the strands shifted, they resembled a moving midnight sky. She spoke with quiet intensity, offering a sincere apology for losing control earlier. She admitted that she had allowed her emotions to consume her, behavior that was disgraceful for a member of the Castoria family. Luca brushed it aside without much concern. In his eyes, a civilian panicking in the middle of a kill zone was perfectly normal. Yahello responded with a faint, bitter smile. She had visited Felix as well. He didn't even recognize her anymore. The guilt weighed heavily on her expression. Luca responded with blunt honesty. She could feel gratitude, but there was no need to feel guilt. Felix had simply fulfilled his sworn duty as an Imperial Guard trainee. It wasn't meant as comfort. Luca simply lacked any sentimental instincts. Giselle studied him for a moment before quietly remarking that she understood his nature. To her, he was like blue fire, freezing cold on the surface but burning far hotter than any ordinary flame beneath. The atmosphere between them shifted. The arrogant noble girl he once knew had softened. Her defensive thorns had withdrawn. After all, Luca had risked his life to pull her out of hell. Then Giselle stopped him again. She asked whether he remembered what he had promised before, that if he ever became part of the Castoria family, he would stand behind her. Luca nodded. He never made empty promises. Other than Captain Hyros, she was the only Castoria he had truly spoken with. More importantly, she seemed like the kind of opponent capable of striking a real deal. A faint, approving smile crossed his face. That attitude, he remarked, sounded exactly like an imperial noble who knew how to bare her fangs and fight for her own interests. Giselle walked to a side table and connected her terminal to the holographic projector. Blue schematics illuminated the room. Pointing to the projection, she explained that the people Luca needed to watch most carefully were her two older brothers, the first and second sons of the family. His sudden adoption had triggered a full-blown crisis of paranoia for both of them. Luca frowned slightly, reminding her that he was only an adopted stray. Giselle dismissed that immediately. The Castoria family was fundamentally a military house. Among all their father's children, Luca was the only one who actually met the lethal standards of an elite soldier. Bloodline meant nothing if raw combat potential made others fear you. Luca understood. The two heirs were afraid he might steal their inheritance. He asked Giselle directly about her own ambitions. Did she have any desire to become the next head of the family? Giselle froze briefly. Luca held her gaze, refusing to let her look away. Did she truly have no interest in the seat of power? Her voice dropped to a chilling calm. She stated that she had no obligation to discuss her ambitions with him. The cold distance in her tone instantly echoed their very first hostile encounter. Luca laid his own intentions on the table. He had no interest in becoming the head of the house. Simply having the Castoria name protecting him was more than enough. But if someone tried to crush him underfoot, he would never lie down quietly. If chaos erupted afterward, that would be someone else's problem. If the throne ever became available, Giselle should take it. He offered the advice casually, calling it a free suggestion from her new older brother. At first the title sounded ridiculous even to her. Then a genuine laugh escaped Giselle's lips. It was rare to see her smile so brightly. For a moment the sight felt unexpectedly precious. She looked at him with complete seriousness. If that day ever came, would he truly stand behind her? Luca simply reminded her that he had already made that promise. As long as she never became his enemy, he had no reason to hate her and absolutely no reason to eliminate her. Hearing that, Giselle extended her hand. She formally accepted him as an ally. In a quiet murmur, she added that she would be counting on him. For the first and last time, she addressed him as Brother Luca. Luca grasped her hand firmly. Perfect, he replied, admitting that he hated sentimental titles anyway. The grand clock on the wall rang out with a deep, steady chime. Dinner time. Because Luca's adoption was a major event, a formal banquet had been prepared. After changing into a sharply tailored aristocratic suit, he entered the lavish dining hall. From the rigid seating arrangement alone, Luca could instantly read the ruthless hierarchy of the family. The eldest son, Nicholas, the second son, Joel, and the undisputed lady of the house, Ava Castoria. Ava looked down at him calmly and remarked that he must be Luca, adding that she had heard quite a lot about him recently. Her smile appeared gentle on the surface, yet beneath the velvet tone of her voice lurked unmistakable contempt. She gestured for him to take a seat. Beside him, Giselle quietly warned him not to give Joel any opportunity to nitpick. Their father might not care about table etiquette, but Joel certainly would. Moments later the doors opened again. Hyros entered the hall. He announced that the meal would begin, but first they would offer a prayer. After the prayer ended, dinner finally started. The clink of silverware rose and fell throughout the room. Exactly as Luca expected, every pair of eyes was fixed on him. Just minutes earlier, Giselle had warned him that the family had probably already investigated his background. Nicholas lacked the cybernetic capability required for combat, so he had become a government official instead. Even so, his political influence allowed him to gather most of the family's support. Joel was less capable, but he still believed he deserved to become the next successor. As a soldier, Joel had strong backing from the more conservative faction. Since Luca was also a soldier, Joel would inevitably see him as a threat. From the moment Luca picked up his utensils, Joel watched him closely. Luca knew proper table etiquette. But he also remembered what Hyros had told him in the flying car: act like himself. If he behaved too perfectly, it might actually contradict what his father wanted. Luca glanced at Hyros. Then he decided to follow the captain's rhythm. Ignoring the refined etiquette, he speared a piece of sliced meat with his fork and devoured it quickly. Giselle shot him a tense glance. Just as expected, Joel spoke up immediately. Luca looked at him with an innocent expression, casually asking what was wrong and remarking that the food tasted incredible. Joel responded with a polished, artificial smile. As Luca's elder brother, he explained, it was his duty to correct Luca's table manners. Basic etiquette mattered, especially with the Castoria family's reputation on the line. Joel was so eager to smear Luca that he failed to notice the performance unfolding in front of him. Despite being an elite soldier, Joel clearly felt uneasy. On one hand, he couldn't tell whether Nicholas had already seen through the act. In Nicholas's view, Luca and Joel could divide the conservative faction's support, but either way, Nicholas himself remained the real threat to watch. Luca cut Joel off sharply. Compared with someone who had served 10 years and still couldn't earn a 7th grade Krosky medal, his trainee had at least managed to secure a merit medal. If anything, he believed he could bring more honor to the Castoria family than perfect table manners ever could. A few relatives burst out laughing before quickly covering their mouths. Joel's face flushed instantly, red as if scalded by boiling water. Luca spoke calmly, explaining that although he might not have formally studied etiquette, he knew how to fight after all. He had trained under an excellent Imperial Guard captain. He set his utensils down properly, cut a piece of meat with knife and fork, and lifted it to his mouth with practiced elegance. Nicholas stepped in at the perfect moment, telling Luca not to tease Joel and signaling that Joel had said enough. With a few words, he subtly knocked Joel down a peg while presenting himself as the generous mediator. Joel tried to argue, but Nicholas cut him off again. He remarked that their new brother clearly understood table manners, suggesting Luca must have been pretending otherwise. Luca calmly explained that he had studied beforehand but momentarily forgot, admitting it was his first time attending an event like this, and he had felt a little nervous. Joel had walked straight into the trap and ended up becoming the punchline. With the conversation firmly under his control, Nicholas continued. He mentioned hearing that Luca had earned a 7th grade Krosky medal, saying that while he wasn't a soldier and didn't know much about such things, he had heard it was rare for a trainee. Luca simply nodded, remarking that every Imperial Guard soldier possessed one and that it wasn't anything worth boasting about. Nicholas sighed softly. As the eldest son, he explained that he had been born physically weak and could never become a soldier, something that always made him feel he had failed their father. Now, with such an excellent soldier joining the family, he felt a great weight lifted from his shoulders. Joel's anger flared. He slammed a fist on the table, demanding to know whether Nicholas was implying that he wasn't good enough. He had fallen right into the pit Nicholas had dug. Nicholas answered smoothly, saying it must be a misunderstanding. As Joel's brother, he claimed to know Joel's abilities better than anyone and firmly believed Joel would achieve great merit someday. Joel's frustration ran deeper than that. His father was the Imperial Guard captain, and his superiors constantly treated him with caution, keeping him away from real combat. That last shred of pride was finally forced into the open. To some extent, it might even have been true. With Hyos's personality, even if his own son died in battle, he wouldn't hold his subordinates responsible, but petty people naturally knew how to read the room. Still, that was fine. This was exactly the outcome Hyros wanted. As his son, Luca could tell that Hyos's smile came from the heart. Ava eventually stepped in to defuse the situation, and once the conflict settled, dinner moved into a small reception. When the reception began, Ava personally introduced Luca to the guests. She announced that from now on he would be called Lucis, explaining that the name Luca sounded too much like it belonged to the lower districts. His old name could remain as a nickname, which Luca didn't mind. Relatives took turns greeting him, though he found it nearly impossible to remember all their names. Ironically, Joel's little outburst had done Luca a favor. It stamped his presence firmly into the room. Everyone could see now that he wasn't someone easy to deal with. After greeting Giselle, Luca's first day at the Castoria family estate finally came to an end. That night he fell into a deep sleep on an unfamiliar bed. Sometime later, someone entered his room. The lock slid open without making a sound. It was Hyros. Speaking softly, Hyros praised Luca's quick reaction and apologized for the late visit, explaining that he had to maintain the appearance of neutrality. With a casual shake, he lifted a bottle of liquor and sat down in a chair. The sight surprised Luca. According to regulations, Imperial Guard personnel weren't supposed to drink. Doctors and scientists insisted that alcohol and tobacco damaged the nervous and hormonal systems tuned for combat. Hyros casually offered him a glass. Luca refused, saying he didn't want to take unnecessary risks, since learning Aegis combat arts already carried enough danger. Hyros smiled as if he had expected that answer and took a drink himself. Then, speaking as a senior officer, he offered a piece of advice. If Luca wanted to endure, his heart needed a little irrational and inefficient impurity. According to Hyros, that was the key to remaining human. Luca frowned, wondering whether something like that was truly necessary for a soldier. Hyros remarked that people who thought that way usually ended up swallowed by the core first. The words tightened Luca's chest. He commented that the captain sounded drunk, though he knew perfectly well that Hyros was. Hyros chuckled lightly and repeated that it was only advice, a family gift of sorts. Luca should cultivate a hobby or habit unrelated to combat, something that might even interfere with it. Then Hyros stood and patted his shoulder. It was the most human Luca had ever seen him, because this advice offered he as nothing in return. It felt almost like a father speaking to a son. Luca had already exhausted himself sharpening his body into a weapon. He didn't have the strength left to carry more impurities. Maybe he already had plenty inside him, and now he was supposed to add even more. He didn't want to become someone like Eli or Kenu, people who broke rules, let emotions guide them, and stirred up trouble. Yet if that wasn't the right path, why would an Imperial Guard captain say something like this? He couldn't understand his true intention. The scene shifted to the next day. Luca didn't enjoy the second day at the main estate either. The only moment that actually pleased him was the tour of the family armory. He asked Giselle whether guiding visitors through the armory was also part of her duties. Giselle nodded, explaining that it was. That was why she studied mechanical engineering at Clashia Academy under the Castoria family. Managing and maintaining the armory had always been the women's responsibility, because certain things couldn't be entrusted to outsiders. Her mother currently oversaw it, and one day Giselle would inherit the task. Luca immediately thought of his stepmother Ava. In his mind, Ava was the image of a classic noblewoman, someone who looked as though she had never touched machine oil in her life. Yet in Giselle's eyes, her mother was incredibly capable. His prosthetics and weapons were all maintained by her. Puzzled, Luca asked about noble marriages which were often arranged. If relationships turned sour, wouldn't that make tampering dangerously easy? Giselle nodded as if the answer were obvious. That was exactly why her mother handled it personally. It was both a family tradition and proof of deep trust. As Giselle spoke, Luca suddenly stopped walking. He stood there almost spellbound, staring upward at an ancient suit of armor. Giselle tilted her head curiously. The armored frame carried faint markings from an old legion. Its most striking features were the single-horned helmet and the asymmetrical arms. The right arm was longer and larger than the left, clearly modified to operate some kind of special weapon. Giselle stepped forward and introduced it. This relic was tied to their family history, the full assembly mech frame known as Celia. It had once been the personal armor frame of Agatha, the founder of the Castoria family, and it was the only one of its kind. Luca lifted his gaze and memorized Celia's silhouette like a photograph etched into his mind. The scene shifted once again. Within the Castoria estate stood an annex known as Silver Moon Hall, where retired elders lived. They held no direct authority. Instead, they served as advisors meant to ensure the family head never lost control. They didn't participate directly in decisions, because if they did, the head of the family would become nothing more than a puppet. Hyros explained that Silver Moon Hall housed 7 elders in total, neither too many nor too few. Luca then asked whether anyone had opposed his adoption. Hyros answered plainly. 2 had opposed it, 4 remained silent, and only 1 supported it. Silence meant they followed the head's will, so the decision usually passed. Opposition simply expressed concern and didn't carry much weight. Luca was told not to overthink it. They climbed to the second floor, where a long hallway stretched before them. At the very end stood a single room. Inside, the first thing Luca noticed was a massive triangular incense burner. Behind it sat several elders who looked like little more than shadows. Smoke hung between them like a curtain. The atmosphere felt solemn and refined, yet the elders' conversation sounded surprisingly casual. Hyros cleared his throat and the chatter immediately stopped. He introduced the boy beside him as Lucas. It was obvious Luca still wasn't used to the new name. The elders began murmuring among themselves, judging him in voices that gradually grew louder, while Luca and Hias simply stood there in silence. One elder gestured for Luca to come closer. Luca walked toward the incense burner at the center of the room. The elder beckoned again, signaling him forward until he stood directly before him. Then the elder reached out and gently stroked Luca's cheek. The old man murmured that the child must survive, and that survival meant devouring chaos rather than being devoured by it. Even if it tore his throat open, he would have to do it. The words sounded as if they referred to Luca's current situation while hinting at things he still didn't fully understand. After thinking for a moment, Luca answered simply that only he would endure. Instinct told him that this elder, the one touching his cheek, was the lone supporter of his adoption. He passed back through the veil of smoke and returned to Hia's side. Another elder suddenly spoke, calling for silence and announcing that they would move to the next agenda. With a small gesture, he indicated that Luca could leave first. Luca turned to go, but Hia suddenly grabbed his shoulder and stopped him. The gesture confused him. If Hyros suspected he might be colluding with Kenu, why allow him to remain and overhear something this important? The elders whispered among themselves before one finally declared that since the family head had already decided, they would proceed. Luca ended up sitting through the elders meeting with the head of the family for an entire hour. After they stepped outside the front gate of Silver Moon Hall, he finally asked Hias why he hadn't been allowed to leave, and why he had been made to stay for the meeting. He suspected Nicholas and Joel had probably never been permitted to attend an elders' council either. Hias only replied that Luca would discover the answer himself. Then, without looking back, he added that this was his method of teaching. Those children needed to taste hardship. The scene shifted to the final morning of Luca's stay at the main estate. The past 3 days had been nothing like he expected, but at least now he could finally say goodbye to this place. When he stepped out of his room, he suddenly saw a child standing ahead of him, shorter than he was, aiming a pistol directly at his chest. The boy casually asked whether it was true that people like Luca could dodge bullets. Luca immediately recognized the face and the name. It was Nicholas's son, Alio Castoria. Calmly, Luca reminded the boy that he knew Luca was his uncle. Alio answered coldly that he knew, but to him Luca was nothing more than lowborn trash. Inside, Luca cursed. Calling the boy a brat would have been polite. The child was a shameless little pest. The pistol clicked as a round was chambered, then a sharp gunshot rang out. Luca didn't move. The distance was close, but he had already expected Alio would miss. The boy stomped his foot in frustration, shouting angrily and demanding to know why Luca hadn't dodged, since he was supposed to move and avoid the shot. Luca calmly took the pistol away. Then he kicked Alio, sending him flying several meters. The boy crashed onto the ground and stared up at him in confusion. Standing over him, Luca pointed the gun downward and coolly suggested that Alio go tell his father that his uncle had tried to kill him. The gunshot had already drawn attention. Servants rushed in from every direction. Nicholas arrived at a sprint and quickly pulled Alio into his arms. Held tightly against his father's chest, the boy burst into messy tears, snot and sobs everywhere. Nicholas stared at Luca with an icy gaze and demanded to know what had happened. Luca answered evenly that the child had pointed a gun at an adult, so he had given him a small lesson to ensure he wouldn't do it again. Nicholas covered his face and let out a long sigh, beginning to respond that perhaps Luca was right, but Luca cut him off. Luca admitted that he was angry as well. If the target had been an ordinary person with no combat skills, that single reckless shot might have already killed them. The brat clearly didn't value other people's lives at all. Nicholas quietly handed Alio over to the nanny and asked Luca if they could speak alone. Then he led the way into Luca's room. Luca followed behind and closed the door. Nicholas sat down in a chair with a faint smile. He remarked that anyone outside would probably assume the two of them were in the middle of a serious conflict. Luca immediately exposed the truth. Nicholas had used his own son to create an opportunity for them to meet privately because he didn't want anyone suspecting they had formed a secret alliance. At that point, Luca even began to wonder whether Alio was truly Nicholas's real son. Nicholas's smile grew strangely chilling. As expected, he praised Luca's sharp mind, remarking that he was easily 3 times smarter than Joel. Alio was indeed his biological son, though Nicholas added with unsettling calm that even if something happened to the boy, he could always have another. Luca stepped toward the door, ready to throw Nicholas out. Nicholas continued speaking before he could act. He said he knew Luca had already allied himself with Giselle, though she didn't fully understand the truth. At the current pace, the next head of the family would inevitably be Joel, and if that happened, Nicholas might not survive. Luca's interest flickered slightly. He allowed Nicholas a few minutes to explain himself. Nicholas began speaking slowly. With Luca's level of insight, he probably had already understood what kind of people Joel and Nicholas truly were. It might not look obvious now, but once the situation started moving, supporters would suddenly begin gathering around Joel. If Joel became the next head of the family, Nicholas would likely die. If Nicholas possessed overwhelming authority like their father, the situation wouldn't matter, but unfortunately neither he nor Joel had that kind of power. Luca acknowledged the point but pressed further. Joel clearly couldn't stop him, so why was Nicholas so confident he would win? Nicholas explained calmly that some people strongly wanted the next successor to have a military background, while others preferred a foolish figure they could easily control. Nicholas himself wasn't like that, yet the faction opposing their father wanted the next head of the family to be weaker. Only then did Luca fully understand. Those people wanted a puppet, someone whose decisions they could manipulate from behind the scenes. His thoughts sank deeper. Did that mean the Hias he knew wasn't truly the same Hias who ruled as head of the family? He eventually asked Nicholas what exactly he expected him to do. Nicholas smiled. The solution was simple. Luca only needed to pretend to oppose Nicholas while steadily building prestige within the family and expanding his network of connections. Relatives who preferred a military-born leader would naturally gather around Luca. Once Joel's supporters were stripped away and part of his faction fractured, Nicholas, the most stable candidate, would become the obvious choice for family head. Only then did Luca realize something astonishing. From the moment Nicholas met him, in barely 2 days, he had already designed an entire victory strategy and set it into motion, even placing his own son in danger without hesitation. Just as Giselle had once said, Nicholas truly resembled Hias. Luca then wondered aloud what would happen if he himself became strong enough to aim for the position of family head. Nicholas stopped him calmly. If Luca genuinely intended to pursue that seat, he wouldn't have asked such a question. His voice remained steady and confident. Even if Luca eventually became the family head, Nicholas believed Luca wouldn't kill him. Someone like Luca would still need an advisor capable of running the family. And Nicholas believed Luca was capable of controlling him. He grinned broadly, insisting he wasn't being sarcastic. Back when Luca had been digging through trash to survive, he used to imagine that nobles lived carefree lives. Nicholas didn't deny that illusion, though he explained that everyone carried their own troubles. If Luca ever needed help, Nicholas promised he would assist however he could. After all, he held a fairly high-ranking position within the government. Nicholas then added that Luca didn't need to worry about Giselle. Even if Luca supported her, she would never become the family head. Giselle wasn't their competitor, so there was no reason to eliminate her. With that, Nicholas stepped outside and loudly declared for everyone to hear that no matter how talented Luca might be, if he continued ignoring his elder brothers, he would never be accepted by the Castoria family. The performance was so convincing that Luca almost felt like applauding. And with that, the 3 days at the main estate came to an end. To Luca, however, it had felt closer to an entire week. From now on, he would likely visit the Castoria estate often, though most of the time it would be alongside Hias. On paper, this aristocratic fortress had become his new home. Yet strangely enough, he already found himself missing the cramped, simple room he used to have in the training dormitory. Inside the sleek flying car carrying them away, Hias activated a holographic projection and immediately began working through an enormous backlog of tasks. The man hadn't stopped moving for even a second since they had gotten inside. Luca had never expected that the daily workload of an Imperial Guard captain could be this grueling. During his brief stay at the estate, he had pushed himself to his absolute limit just to meet Hiros's overwhelming expectations. Yet looking back now, he wasn't even certain those were the results Hiros actually wanted. Hias seemed to exist in 2 roles at once, both a father and a deadly Imperial Guard captain. It was nothing like the simple, one-dimensional commander Luca once believed he understood. Luca replayed the events of the past few days again and again in his mind, terrified that he might have overlooked some critical hidden detail. At that moment, he suddenly felt the powerful thrusters beneath the vehicle shift with a heavy groan. The flying car was reversing course. There was absolutely no logistical reason to change direction mid-flight. Without warning, Hiros shut down every holographic screen at once. He calmly told Luca not to panic. This development was part of the plan. Their transport had most likely been hijacked, and the terrorists would be waiting for them at the designated crash site. Reinforcements were 10 minutes away. They simply needed to survive until then. Hias opened a hidden tactical compartment and tossed Luca a loaded pistol along with a combat dagger. Parachuting wasn't an option. They would become floating targets in the open air. Riding the vehicle down would allow them to brace for the impact, but landing directly in a prepared kill zone was practically suicide. Hiros calmly approached the vehicle's main navigation console. He casually remarked that anyone sitting in the chair of a mastermind probably needed to know how to do everything. Before Luca could fully process that strange statement, Hyros suddenly smashed his fist straight through the armored glass of the control monitor. He had bypassed the entire software firewall through pure physical force. Hyros smirked, clearly amused by Luca's shocked expression. Then he treated the situation like a sudden exam, asking Luca to evaluate their current tactical position. Luca gripped the reinforced handles along the walls and ceiling as the vehicle lurched violently. The grim answer came to him immediately. Hyos had deliberately turned himself into bait. Hyros nodded in confirmation. This operation would earn Barbara greater trust within Nemaxis because she had successfully created a situation convincing enough to lure an attack on an Imperial Guard captain. Luca hadn't expected the topic to circle back to Barbara. At that moment, he honestly didn't care whether she was an ally or an enemy. He simply felt like slapping her across the face. The flying car slammed violently into the ground, sending thick clouds of smoke billowing into the air. A moment later, the warped vehicle door was kicked open. Thanks to the impact-absorbing gel lining the interior, both of them were almost completely unharmed. Luca vaulted through the window and quickly scanned the surrounding terrain. The wasteland offered barely any usable cover. His heart sank slightly. Could they truly hold out for 10 minutes? Hyros stepped out beside him and casually patted his shoulder, his expression as relaxed as a sea breeze moving through a forest. A faint red glow appeared within Hyos's pupils as his terminal successfully connected to a military satellite. Under the satellite's control, the sky itself seemed to reveal the positions of the Nemaxis attackers, instantly locking onto their locations and even calculating their exact numbers. Immediately afterward, Hyos drew the pistol hidden at his waist. He casually remarked that the weather was particularly clear today and that visibility was excellent. Then he pulled the trigger. The laser pistol began continuously gathering energy before firing. A brilliant beam streaked toward the west. The sight left Luca completely stunned. Hyos acting as bait didn't mean he had arrived unprepared. He had willingly stepped into the trap because he was confident he could handle the ambush himself. While continuing to fire, Hyros calmly told Luca that he would be able to identify the enemy positions in about 12 seconds. Soon the distant sounds of explosions and screams reached Luca's ears. Even though he still couldn't see the attackers, their positions were already locked in. He immediately understood why. Hyos was using a military satellite. Hyros explained it casually. As an Imperial Guard captain, he had the authority to allocate at least one military satellite for personal tactical support. Luca found the idea unbelievable. Could a single individual truly wield power like that? Even the most talented marksman would struggle to replicate such sniping. It required both a military satellite and enormous computational support. It looked effortless, but it was actually a form of high-level tactical coordination. Was this the true power possessed by the Empire's chief Imperial Guard captain? Suddenly, a bullet whistled past, grazing the space where Luca's forehead had been a moment earlier. The shot had come from an extreme distance, yet it was frighteningly precise. The attackers had clearly prepared carefully for an assassination attempt against an Imperial Guard captain. The real target was always Hyos. Whether the annoying young soldier beside him lived or died meant nothing to them. Hyros grinned. He drew out a spear and explained that he would deal with the enemies wearing full mechanical armor. Luca simply needed to do his best to survive. Luca responded with visible dissatisfaction, pointing out that vague orders were the mark of poor leadership. Hyros merely shrugged. When he swung the spear, the weapon screamed through the air as its heavy tip scraped violently across the ground. Hyos told him bluntly that anyone who wanted to climb to the top had to learn how to obey garbage orders like a loyal dog, because the world was full of people without honor. Luca didn't even know how to argue with that logic. All he could do was move behind Hyos and cover his back. The enemy fighters charged forward like a suicide squad, completely disregarding their own lives. For rebels, they were incredibly disciplined combatants. Imperial Guard Captain Hyos was considered one of the Empire's strongest soldiers. Even without a heavy armored frame, his power was monstrous. Most attackers who rushed at him were destroyed in a single devastating strike. One rebel was obliterated instantly. After dropping 2 more enemies in front of him, Hyos charged straight into the bloodthirsty group without hesitation. Even though he was outnumbered many times over, he showed no fear at all. If anything, he seemed to grow more excited with every passing second. Luca had originally wanted to observe how Hyos fought, but the 4 enemies surrounding him were no weak opponents either. These fanatics ignored the danger of friendly fire. Even being hit by bullets wouldn't stop their advance. Luca activated Aegis combat arts and began calculating the kinetic trajectories of their movements. Instantly, the battlefield transformed into a mapped three-dimensional tactical layout inside his mind. Within moments, he brought down one of the heavy machine gunners. The next instant, he was already locked in brutal close-quarters combat with another fighter. A gunman behind them fired recklessly into their tangled struggle. Luca's gaze suddenly met another Aegis combat arts user, the man staring directly back at him. The technique truly ran deep within the terrorist organization. The enemy could match him evenly without relying on advanced cybernetic equipment, but Luca knew they were still fundamentally different. At that moment he spotted an opening. In a blink-step movement he appeared directly in front of the man. His left hand seized the opponent's arm, a streak of light flashed, the man was cut cleanly in half with a single slash. The moment Luca grabbed him, the man's focus broke and his Aegis combat arts flow collapsed. If the opponent had been truly experienced, he would have severed his own arm instantly and escaped. Luca briefly glanced toward Hia's. Bodies were already piled across the ground. While Luca had been struggling with 4 opponents, Hia's had already eliminated most of the attackers. For an assassination attempt against an Imperial Guard captain, the operation felt strangely sloppy. Hia's explained calmly that the situation wasn't that simple. Rick was probably hiding somewhere at long range. If Hia's had been injured during the crash or the battle, Rick would have appeared immediately to deliver the killing blow. That would be a major opportunity, not only for Nemoxis, but also for their own side. Luca suggested turning the situation around and setting a trap to capture Rick. Hia's shook his head. Capturing Rick would damage their enemy, but it wouldn't destroy Nemoxis. The true priority of this operation was increasing Barbara's status within the organization. If Rick were trapped, Barbara's position as an infiltrator could be exposed and she might die. Years of careful work by their superiors would be wasted. Hia's spoke with chilling calm. To those higher up, both Rick and Hia's were nothing more than replaceable pieces. The realization twisted Luca's gut. Even an Imperial Guard captain could be replaced. He began to ask whether there was anyone in the Empire who wasn't replaceable, but cut himself off halfway through the thought. Hia's had already understood the question. Hia's lifted a single finger and pointed upward. Only one person truly mattered, and Luca already knew who that was. People like them could die by the dozens and it wouldn't matter. At most, the Empire would lose a few bricks from its wall. But if the Emperor died, the entire Empire would collapse. In the end, people like them were simply pieces the Empire could use. The scene shifted back to the training camp. News that Luca had become the adopted son of the Castoria family spread quickly. Everywhere he went, people looked at him with envy. Some even began trying to flatter him. He understood perfectly how they saw the situation, but it wasn't what he had wanted at all. Originally, he had wanted to get close to Hia's for one simple reason, to stop being constantly watched. Now he realized how pointless that hope had been. He hadn't escaped surveillance. He had inherited something far worse. Now he carried a mission that could easily get him killed. Investigating Kennu meant that sooner or later, the true price of joining that family would come due. He silently assessed himself. From now on, he needed to push his ability and status as high as possible. His trainee period had already been shortened to 1 year. After that would come assignment to the lower district. And only after that could he finally fulfill his real goal. Becoming a full member of the Imperial Guard. Just as he was about to return to the lounge, he overheard several nobles talking about Eli. Confused, Luca stepped closer to ask what had happened. The answer made his blood run cold. Eli had beaten his own brother so badly that the man was practically crippled. Now Eli had become the strongest successor candidate in the Kartika family. Unlike the others laughing around him, Luca couldn't find anything amusing in it. What exactly had Eli done? Eli had never cared about inheritance or promotion before, and as far as Luca knew, the brothers hadn't even had a terrible relationship. Yet now Eli had brutally injured his brother and was reaching for the heir's position. Luca could roughly guess the reason. Lillian's death had twisted something deep inside Eli, perhaps even rewriting the direction of his entire life. Luca waited outside Eli's room for nearly half an hour. Eventually, a familiar figure appeared. Eli raised an eyebrow in surprise at seeing him, remarking that perhaps Luca should now be called Lucas Castoria instead. Luca ignored the comment entirely. He still preferred his old name. Eli tossed out the remark casually and walked straight into his room. Luca remained outside the door waiting. When Eli eventually came back out, Luca immediately mentioned hearing that Eli had put his own brother in the hospital. Eli's expression didn't change at all. He simply explained that it had been a formal duel. His brother had always been simple-minded and unable to endure provocation. That explanation only made Luca more curious. How exactly had Eli pushed him that far? Eli lowered his head slightly and admitted that he had slept with his brother's girlfriend. Perhaps because he was more handsome, the girl had come to him quickly. Eli even said he felt a little sorry for his brother. Luca frowned at the shamelessly handsome bastard in front of him and bluntly called him a real piece of work. Then Eli's tone shifted. He asked what kind of dangerous deal Luca must have made, because normal conditions wouldn't get someone adopted into a great noble house. Luca didn't reveal the truth about his mission. Instead, he simply said his life had always been a tightrope walk, and nothing had really changed. Eli tapped the ground lightly with his boot, remarking that tightrope walkers still fall. Luca understood the reality well enough. If you were already on the rope, stopping wasn't an option. Eli looked at him in a way that suggested he had already seen through everything. From the very beginning, Luca had never had a real choice. Not doing it would have meant death. As Luca turned to leave, Eli suddenly stopped him. Eli declared that he had made a decision and was done running from reality. Luca asked carefully if this decision was because of that woman, though he never said Lillian's name aloud. Eli closed his eyes briefly, then opened them again. If his family had problems, he would become the heir and fix them. And if he found the empire itself unsatisfactory, he would climb high enough to change it. The words sounded dangerous, but Luca found himself liking the hunger behind them. With Eli's talent and determination, Luca believed that if Eli truly committed himself, he might actually succeed. Luca had no intention of stopping him, especially when he wasn't in any position to offer advice himself. Instead, he welcomed Eli back and reminded him that if he truly wanted to become the heir, he would need to work far harder than he was now. Eli immediately fired the same remark back at him. Becoming the adopted son of the Castoria family had clearly cost Luca a great deal as well, so perhaps they should both push forward together. After all, that was exactly what Imperial Guard trainees were meant to do. Luca agreed silently. At this point, the only thing he could do was keep walking the tightrope no matter what. Eli proved his determination with action. The very next day, he volunteered to lead a mission to exterminate indigenous creatures on Nova Planet. Meanwhile, Luca headed to the Imperial workshop. He needed a better weapon. He swung his blade against a trial robot, testing its response. Ruina, the three-armed girl who worked there, laughed as she asked how it felt. Luca approved the design. Simply holding the weapon made his cybernetic body feel tightly wound in a satisfying way, though he suggested that the output might be slightly too high and could be dialed down a bit. Ruina immediately understood the intent behind his design. Just as the master smith of Debo had predicted, she didn't ask for any additional compensation. What Luca had already provided was more than enough. Luca then asked what the weapon was called. Ruina answered that its name was K-Arxis, an ancient word meaning calamity and destruction. The gun he had tested earlier was called Runai, meaning devastation. Both weapons were considered female in tradition, and Ruina joked that Luca should treasure them the way a lover treasures a partner. Luca chuckled at the thought. With one weapon in each hand, he realized he had never expected his first love to turn out to be a gun and a blade. He couldn't even decide which one would become the main wife. The scene shifted again. Luca stepped into the lower district. Just as he prepared to contact Gabriel, a man nearby eyed his wallet greedily. Luca instantly grabbed the vagrant's wrist and twisted it hard. The wrist tore apart on the spot, wires and metal components spraying out. The vagrant screamed in terror and fled down a dark alley. Luca was beginning to grow used to scenes like this. Yes, the lower district was exactly the kind of place where things felt like this. After several attempts to call Gabriel, however, the man still refused to answer. Following the address on the map, Luca headed directly to his location. His temper slowly rose. If Gabriel had ignored him simply to go have fun somewhere, Luca intended to smash his nose flat. But when he pushed the door open, he found Gabriel sprawled on the floor like a corpse. Only then did Luca realize why the calls had gone unanswered. At that moment, Gabriel's arm twitched slightly as he weakly assured Luca that he wasn't dead yet. Luca rushed him to the hospital immediately. Gabriel had taken 4 bullets to the chest and abdomen, yet surprisingly he wasn't in immediate danger. That suggested the attackers hadn't actually intended to kill him. Luca demanded an explanation. It turned out the shooting had been a warning. Recently, tensions in the lower district had been rising and various factions were forming rapidly. Gabriel wasn't part of any gang. He worked alone as a freelancer who made a living through violence. People had advised him to join a gang, otherwise he wouldn't last long, but Gabriel would rather die than work for trash like that. More than anything, he wanted to know why Luca had suddenly come looking for him. Luca didn't explain much. He simply told Gabriel that he would return at the same time tomorrow and instructed him to prepare the strongest painkillers available. Gabriel clearly disliked the plan but agreed to follow the instructions anyway. Gabriel was fiercely loyal and rarely betrayed people he owed, which was exactly why Luca had been investing in him for so long. Tracking down the traces Kenu had left in the lower district wasn't easy. Kenu seemed closely connected to his old contacts at the duel arena. If Luca could figure out what Kenu had been doing there in the past, he might uncover a lid. Still, Luca couldn't understand why someone like Kenu would bother with a place like this. This barren land held no dreams. Luca didn't return to his residence in the upper district. Instead, he decided to remain in the lower district for several days. He walked from the prosperous quarter toward the slums, occasionally stopping at the border where he could look up toward the distant upper district. Eventually, his steps halted in front of a crumbling building. Orphanage number 72, the place where he had grown up. Standing across the street, he stared silently at the worn facade. A truck had parked directly in front of the building. Inside, Luca sneered to himself. That pig was embezzling again. A few children who had just woken up peeked timidly through the windows. The older children clearly knew what the director was doing, but they had no power to stop the corruption. Luca understood perfectly that the world wouldn't change just because of this. The only thing he could truly change was himself. Still, he could interfere for a moment. It wouldn't fix the world, but it might at least buy the children a few full meals before everything inevitably returned to the way it had always been. Luca approached the two men unloading supplies. One of the porters looked him up and down mockingly. They weren't criminals, just ordinary laborers, but even a small change like this felt worth acting on. The man sneered and asked where such a soft-looking weakling had come from. He pulled out a pistol from inside his coat. The instant the bullet fired, Luca caught it with his bare hand. When he opened his palm, the crushed slug dropped to the ground at his feet. The second man froze in terror and didn't dare interfere. The director finally recognized him. It was Luca. In the next instant, Luca's fist slammed into the director's jaw. He coldly asked whether the man was still running the same scam and if he hadn't stolen enough already. The director immediately tried to play the guilt card, claiming that he had treated Luca well and even given him more food than the other children later on. Luca smiled faintly. He admitted that he was grateful, which was exactly why he hadn't snapped the man's neck yet. The director panicked and begged for forgiveness, asking what he had done wrong and promising to apologize. Luca felt no obligation to protect the orphanage that had raised him. Charity like that usually came from the hypocritical impulses of wealthy people. He listened silently as the director rambled on with meaningless excuses. A man like this wasn't even worth the effort it would take to beat him to death. Even if someone replaced him, the situation wouldn't change much. Luca glanced toward the children watching from the windows. One of them waved enthusiastically at him, eyes shining. He remembered the days when he had been so hungry that he had to dig through trash piles to survive. In the next instant, he punched the director square in the face again. Coldly, he warned the man to watch his behavior from now on and ordered him to make sure the children ate until they were full the next day. Then Luca disappeared into the darkness of a nearby alley. The scene shifted to the following day. Gabriel loaded himself with an enormous supply of painkillers and followed Luca out. He complained loudly the entire way. Normally, Luca would have already kicked him in the leg for being so annoying. But today, Luca simply replied that he had slept well the previous night. Gabriel joked that beating someone you hated was excellent for mental health. Luca had to admit there was some truth to that. Before long, they reached the entrance to the duel arena. A gang member guarding the door looked shocked to see Gabriel still alive after hearing he had been shot. Gabriel chatted casually with the acquaintance, remarking that news really did travel quickly. Whoever had shot him was definitely going to pay for it. Soon the gang member noticed Luca standing nearby and commented that he had watched Luca's last match as well. Led by one of the lackeys, the two men eventually arrived at Alf's office. Alf still wore the same sharp, calculating expression as before. This time, however, Alf stood up to welcome Luca like an honored guest. He asked whether Luca had come to participate in the arena matches. Luca denied it. Instead, he explained that he had something he wanted to discuss privately. Alf pulled out a cigarette and shook his head. Private conversations were risky. Since he wasn't much of a fighter, he preferred to keep some security nearby. Luca calmly replied that the two bodyguards standing behind Alf were little more than scarecrows anyway. The guards bristled with anger, brows tightening as their fingers wrapped around the grips of their pistols. Alf stared at Luca coldly. He warned Luca not to assume that being a good fighter gave him the right to act arrogantly. While Alf respected Luca's instructor, that respect didn't give Luca permission to behave rudely. At that point, it seemed a fight was unavoidable. Alf calmly extinguished his cigarette. His two subordinates immediately aimed their guns at Luca. Luca grinned and simultaneously signaled Gabriel to block the door. After hearing Gabriel's bewildered protest, Luca bent his knees slightly and suddenly launched himself upward. His fingers stabbed directly into the concrete ceiling. He hung there upside down, staring down at the two guards. Their reaction time was half a beat too slow. Luca began moving across the ceiling like a spider, clawing his way forward before spinning and dropping toward the floor. Using the momentum of the fall, he slipped cleanly through their intersecting lines of fire. The two guards instantly broke into cold sweats. When they fired again, the bullets passed through the space where Luca's head had just been. Because of the crossfire, the two men ended up shooting each other. Two screams echoed through the room at the same time. Alf frowned slightly, finally realizing that his guards truly were useless. The scene shifted once more. Heavy rain began falling across the streets outside. Luca and Gabriel had already arrived at Gilda's repair shop. Gilda was currently working on Gabriel's mechanical arm, which always began aching whenever it rained. Meanwhile, Luca quietly reflected on the agreement he had just reached with Alf. Alf reluctantly used his terminal to scan the code, but the information that appeared on the screen immediately startled him. In the end, he agreed to the request. What was asked of him was simple in theory but dangerous in practice: provide as much detailed information as possible about the former dual arena manager, Dronzer. In return, Alf demanded a guarantee. He wanted the right to become a retainer. 1 year later, when he reached the proper age, he would gain the authority to appoint an aide. Anyone granted such a guarantee could register as a noble's retainer and obtain residency rights in the upper district. Until that day arrived, Alf would first have to prove he was worthy of the promise. Whether he ultimately became a retainer would depend entirely on his performance, and after weighing the risks, he accepted the condition. When the topic of waterproofing came up, Gabriel immediately grew irritated. His limbs were already manufactured as waterproof models, yet he was apparently expected to pay for the treatment all over again. Hilda calmly explained that even if the manufacturer sealed everything perfectly, impurities would still accumulate with time, so waterproofing should be done at least once every 6 months. After listening to their discussion for a moment, Luca casually pulled out a credit chip and tossed it onto the table. He told them to use it for a full overhaul of Gabriel's cybernetic body and to include the waterproofing treatment while they were at it. Hilda smiled as she pocketed the chip, clearly impressed by Luca's decisiveness. Gabriel, on the other hand, felt his heart ache at the thought of the cost. He complained that Luca was being scammed and that the money would be far better spent on upgrades. Still, Hilda had no intention of arbitrarily overcharging them. Luca could understand Gabriel's concerns as well. In the lower district, trusting the wrong mechanic could easily drain someone dry. At that moment, Luca's terminal received a message from Alf. After Alf seized control of the dual arena, nearly all of Dronzer's former confidants had ended up dead. Only one remained alive, but there was a problem: he had been placed in a mental hospital. Although Luca did not have high expectations, he still believed the lead was worth investigating. The scene shifted as a flying car slammed violently into a building. Luca stepped out from the wreckage, clearly annoyed that so much trouble had arisen simply from trying to visit a mental hospital. The man who had fired on the vehicle wore clothing marked with a gang symbol. Luca questioned Gabriel about whether he was hiding something, but Gabriel looked genuinely confused. If Gabriel had lied, Luca would have noticed already. The man simply was not good at deception. A voice suddenly shouted Gabriel's name, accusing him of standing on Alf's side and ignoring their warning. It quickly became clear that the attackers had come specifically for Gabriel. They knew he had appeared at Alf's office the day after being shot, and they had mistakenly assumed he had joined a rival gang. Gabriel's face flushed red, veins bulging with frustration. In a situation like this, he struggled to explain himself clearly. Instead, Luca calmly asked whether Gabriel had a spare pistol. Gabriel admitted he did not, yet he still handed over his own gun. The enemy leader coldly declared that Gabriel had chosen the wrong side and that their boss lady had sent a message. Luca ignored him completely and began firing several test shots, carefully observing the bullet impact. The rounds drifted slightly to the upper left. Just then, one of the attackers launched a grenade. The instant the trigger clicked, Luca had already caught the sound. A single bullet flew from his pistol and struck the incoming grenade in midair. The round punched straight through the payload, and the grenade detonated before it could reach them. Luca pulled the trigger again, shattering the leader's mechanical arm on the spot. By the time the gang members attempted to flee, it was already too late. Sharp cracking sounds echoed from their knees and elbows as their joints were destroyed one after another. Their weapons clattered to the ground as they collapsed like puppets with their strings cut. The driver, who had regained consciousness, looked at Luca and calmly explained that their company had a contract with a security firm. A rescue team would arrive within 3 minutes. Such professionalism was rare in the lower district, and Luca almost felt like giving the driver full marks. Only then did Gabriel seem to realize something. Frowning, he muttered that the culprit might actually be the boss lady. He grabbed one of the fallen gang members by the collar and hauled him upright, demanding to know whether the boss lady they mentioned was Martina from Rosef, and whether they were hunting him down simply because he refused to join the gang. The gang member stared at him in disbelief and called him an idiot. The boss lady liked Gabriel, which was why she wanted to live with him. Gabriel looked completely bewildered, thinking she only wanted him as a full-time bodyguard. The man sneered, pointing out that Gabriel had refused to be tied down and then, immediately after getting shot, ran off to cooperate with Alf. Of course, the boss lady would be furious. If she truly intended to kill him, his head would have been blown off long ago. At that point, Luca finally spoke. He told them to deliver a message to Martina. Gabriel would come to see her. A question lingered in Luca's mind. If an ordinary woman approached Gabriel, people might assume she was after his money, but a female gang leader would hardly lack wealth. The idea of a woman like that pursuing Gabriel was intriguing enough that Luca could not deny his curiosity. After several detours, Luca eventually reached the hospital. According to the rules, anyone who was not a legal guardian was forbidden from visiting the patients. However, after Luca discreetly cleared out the items from a nurse's shopping cart, she quietly allowed the two of them inside. It looked like this kind of arrangement happened quite often. NMA was located in room 401, once the personal bodyguard of Drala. With a heavy click, the thick lock opened. Luca stepped into the room and called the man's name. NMA sat on the bed with hollow eyes and a gaunt expression. Luca waved his hand slowly in front of the man's face. Sometimes NMA's pupils followed the motion, but his responses were sluggish and inconsistent. His cognition had clearly deteriorated. Luca introduced himself and explained that he had come to ask about Drala, the former manager of the duel arena. One of NMA's cybernetic limbs suddenly twitched like a spasm. The neural pathways connected to muscle and movement had been badly damaged. Alf had treated NMA ruthlessly. Luca had hoped to obtain information, but in this condition NMA could not reveal anything about Kinu. Perhaps the only remaining option was the Imperial Guard's temporary neural stimulation method. NMA had once been extremely skilled with close-range weapons, especially daggers. When Luca drew a defensive dagger, NMA's eyes shifted slightly, though Gabriel thought the effort was pointless. Without hesitation, Luca launched a quick strike. NMA instinctively raised the dagger and blocked. Steel clashed several times in rapid succession as attack and defense alternated. The neural circuits tied to combat instincts and dagger techniques were being forcibly awakened. If other functions were connected to those pathways, they might recover as well. If even that part had died, then there was no saving him. At last, NMA rasped hoarsely that the sensation felt like someone dragging him out of a swamp. He recognized Luca's name and realized he had come to interrogate him as well. Luca continued the exchanges to keep NMA's mind active while explaining that he had only received partial information from Alf. What he truly wanted was information about Drala's inner circle. He described Kinu's characteristics, noting that someone with that kind of presence was rare. NMA frowned, admitting that he might remember something but asking why he should tell Luca anything. A survivor of the lower district would never offer help for free. Luca answered simply. As payment, he would get NMA out of the hospital. He then turned toward Gabriel and casually asked whether he had a spare room. Gabriel froze in disbelief, wondering if Luca expected him to babysit a sick old man. Luca cut him off and told him to gather people he could trust. He planned to build a gang with Gabriel as the boss. Gabriel was stunned, demanding to know what nonsense Luca was talking about. Luca replied flatly that if Gabriel did not want the position, he would simply find someone else. In truth, this had already been part of Luca's plan. He needed people who could become his right and left hands. Gabriel alone was not enough. What he required was an organization, something that functioned like a gang. As the idea settled in his mind, Luca suddenly realized that Kinu might have once existed in a similar role. Kinu did not participate in public affairs and did not belong to any criminal group. Only someone close to him, like NMA, would know the details of his situation. Perhaps Kinu's relationship with Drala had been similar to Luca's relationship with Gabriel. Although it was only speculation, Luca felt increasingly certain. Kinu might have gathered followers within the lower district, carrying out unofficial missions while building his own team. The thought made Luca uneasy. Was he unknowingly retracing Kinu's path while simultaneously recreating it? Even so, he still could not understand the true meaning behind it. The scene shifted again as Luca entered the Imperial Guard database room. Just as he had suspected, the time when Kinu became an instructor perfectly overlapped with the period of Drala's downfall. Yet the purpose behind Kinu's actions remained unclear. Now NMA's treatment had to be accelerated. Perhaps further recovery would allow him to reveal new clues. Luca also realized something else. If he suddenly abandoned Gabriel now, Gabriel might not even be able to escape the situation anymore. He would gradually decline just like Drala and eventually die. Perhaps Kinu had never been wrong. In fact, Drala's rise to power had succeeded precisely because Kinu became a gang leader and eventually controlled the duel arena. Of all the people Luca had ever encountered, Kinu was the toughest and most cunning. He could maintain balance among complicated interests and guard his own territory flawlessly. Even in chaos, he never lost his direction. Under dim purple light, dust drifted slowly through the air. Someone stood hidden in the corner. Kinu finally stepped forward, revealing that he had concealed his presence the entire time. He praised Luca for completing the foundation of Aegis and announced that it was time to move to the next stage. Luca had to admit that he wanted to become someone like Kinu. The scene shifted to the training ground. While Luca warmed up, Kinu calmly sipped tea from a thermos he had brought with him, clearly enjoying the drink even here. Kinu remarked with a smile that Luca had already brushed against the Miss threshold, a level where someone became qualified to teach Aegis combat arts. In the past, Aegis had countless tiers, but with the lineage nearly gone, those labels had lost much of their meaning. Luca knew Kinu had not summoned him here simply to lecture. Kinu's grin widened as he sensed Luca's eagerness to fight. Rising from his chair, he walked forward steadily, though the physical limits of his body were still obvious. In his current state, Kinu should not have been able to defeat Luca in a direct confrontation. With a small flick of his fingers, Kinu taunted him and advised him to protect his head and torso if he did not want to end up bedridden. Only then did Luca truly notice it. Kinu's right arm was built entirely for combat. Its weight and texture were different from a normal limb, yet his movements showed no imbalance whatsoever. That level of control was astonishing. However, Kinu's damaged neural system could not truly handle such a high-performance cybernetic body. He was taking an enormous risk. Opportunities like this would not come often. Luca set his stance formally and thanked his instructor with genuine respect. A moment later, it was already over. The entire exchange lasted barely 5 seconds. Luca had attacked with everything he had, yet every strike had been effortlessly shut down by Kinu's arm. On paper, Luca should have held an overwhelming advantage. Still, he asked honestly whether Kinu could see the future. Kinu laughed and replied that if he truly possessed such an ability, he would not be living such a difficult life. Then his tone sharpened. The Aegis combat arts Luca had learned were stolen knowledge. Until now, Luca had only been taught to use his eyes more effectively, to absorb more information and expand his senses, changing the way he perceived the world. Afterward, Kinu signaled for Luca to step aside for a moment. Luca pressed his lips into a faint smile. Kinu truly was a cold-blooded instructor. If Luca could not figure out the next step on his own, then he did not deserve to continue. His Aegis training would simply end there. Luca helped Kinu stand and offered his shoulder for support. Using a damaged brain to control a combat-grade cybernetic body while fighting at high speed was an incredible feat, and Luca understood exactly how remarkable it was. The man who seemed to know everything stood right beside him, yet Kinu refused to give direct answers. Luca did not expect them either. Both of them understood that maintaining a deep connection sometimes required a certain emotional distance. As Luca supported Kinu on the walk back toward the office, Kinu casually chatted about trivial matters. He mentioned the subtle differences between a biological body and a cybernetic one, and even suggested that Luca experience intimacy at least once before undergoing full-body cybernetic modification. The conversation sounded like ordinary small talk between a master and his apprentice. Yet deep down, Luca understood that one day this relationship might eventually end in ruin. The bond between them was incredibly fragile. Both Luca and Kinu understood that at any moment they might sever the connection that tied them together. When Luca eventually left, he did not feel true sadness, yet denying the faint bitterness lingering in his chest would have been a lie. Above all, he simply hoped the day would never come when he had to dispose of Kinu with his own hands. 2 days later, Luca traveled to the lower district to meet Gabriel. Gabriel had already gathered several people. They were the sort who would do anything as long as money was involved. Luca scratched his head helplessly, realizing this was not what he needed. He wanted reliable allies, not a group of addicts willing to sell themselves for the next payment. Gabriel had already arranged for NMA to be discharged from the hospital, though the process had cost a considerable sum. Luca took out a credit chip and tossed it to him, reminding him to avoid burning through all the money next time. Within this group, Luca clearly filled the role of sponsor. He then pushed open the door to the room on the second floor. NMA sat blankly on the bed, his expression dull. Officially, NMA's name should still remain on the hospital roster. As long as no one came to visit, his disappearance would go unnoticed, except by the bribed guards and nurses. In that regard, Gabriel had actually performed even better than Luca expected. Luca filled a syringe with a vial of medicine and injected it into NMA's body. Once the drug began to take effect, he tossed a dagger onto the floor in front of him and asked whether NMA remembered him. NMA gave a small nod. Luca continued pushing the rhythm of the mental therapy, forcing NMA's scattered awareness to gather itself again. In the next instant, their daggers collided violently, sparks bursting from the blades. Gabriel stood nearby in stunned silence. Even in his crippled state, NMA's speed revealed what he must have been like before his fall. He had once been a monster. Even now, dealing with one or two ordinary people would still be effortless for him. Luca delivered a heavy strike, forcing NMA back several steps. NMA collapsed onto the bed, his mind suddenly clearer than before. He stared at Luca and demanded to know what had been done to him. Luca answered calmly that it was simply a combination of drugs. NMA asked for a cigarette and, if possible, a drink as well. Luca refused both requests without hesitation. NMA laughed softly, remarking that Luca was strict like a soldier. After a moment, NMA began recalling the past. According to his memory, Drala used to refer to that man as Noel. Luca curled his lips slightly. Kenu truly had a sense of style. Noel had been a rebel leader from a distant era, and Kenu had chosen that name as his alias. The more NMA replayed those memories, the stranger everything felt. Drala had been a good man, but he simply was not suited to running the duel arena. Perhaps the influence of the man called Noel was the reason. Part of the arena's income had always been quietly routed through other businesses. NMA suddenly stopped speaking, then let out a bitter laugh. Before continuing, he admitted he had a favor to ask. Luca already knew what it would be about. It concerned Alf. What had happened to NMA was largely Alf's doing. NMA did not ask Luca to take revenge on his behalf. All he wanted was for Luca to look the other way when the time came. He intended to handle the revenge personally. Luca warned him that he was currently under Gabriel's protection. If he wanted to go after Alf, he should wait until he was no longer hiding there. NMA's voice immediately turned cold. He told Luca not to threaten him. He might not know much, but he always kept his promises. Alf had betrayed Drala, and for that betrayal he deserved to die. The situation between Alf and NMA was clearly becoming more complicated. In the end, deciding whom to trust would be Luca's responsibility. Only then did NMA provide Luca with a useful lead. Drala's old accounting books should still be in Alf's possession. Luca was advised to track the companies whose names started with the letter B, because that money was likely flowing directly into Noel's pocket. Before Luca could respond, a thunderous crash erupted from downstairs. Gabriel rushed out to check. A bald man was pinned to the floor, held down beneath the sharp heel of a woman's shoe. She stood over him as if she owned the entire building. With a cold sneer, she remarked that Gabriel's people were terrible at reconnaissance. Martina clearly had less patience than Luca had expected. That day was the exact time they had arranged to meet, yet Gabriel had failed to appear that morning. Luca approached her at an unhurried pace. Before she could speak, his hand rested calmly on her shoulder, questioning whether this was her excuse for barging in like this. She laughed coldly, pointing out that hearing a lecture about reason from them sounded almost like a joke. Luca then turned and issued orders to the men guarding the place, the bald man, the flat-nosed one, and the cross-eyed one. He told them to listen carefully. Gabriel and he were leaving, and they would hold the place while they were gone. He had no intention of repeating himself, and drinking while on duty was strictly forbidden. Rose Life was a women's gang from the lower district, created purely for survival. Most of its members had been born there or had nowhere else to go. In order to maintain their loyalty, the leader had to be a woman. Luca asked Gabriel whether he had met Martina before. Gabriel admitted he had, proudly explaining that he once worked temporary security for them. In his mind, Martina had likely been captivated by his charm. From the way Gabriel spoke, however, it was obvious he barely knew Martina at all. At this rate, he might either end up working for her or being killed by her. Neither outcome was acceptable. If Alf ever decided Gabriel was no longer useful, he would simply sell him off. Luca needed to keep this man alive. Before long, they arrived within Rose Life's territory. In front of them stood a rare sight in the Empire, a three-story building built in an Eastern style. On the staircase leading to the third floor, a woman wearing an eye patch stopped them. Gabriel clenched his fists, wondering whether she wanted to fight right there. The eye patch woman warned him coldly not to reject Martina again unless he wished to lose his life. The moment Luca stepped inside, he immediately noticed something strange. The fragrance in the air interfered subtly with the senses. It was most likely the result of several anesthetic agents vaporizing together. Just then, a pistol was pressed firmly against his temple. Years of combat training caused Luca's body to tense automatically, prepared to move at any moment. A cold voice warned that anyone who moved again would die. More than a dozen gang members surrounded Luca and Gabriel from all sides. One of them ignored the warning and tried to raise his gun toward Luca. Luca was faster. Keeping his promise, he shot the man through the head. Within seconds, two bodies lay on the floor. The atmosphere instantly stretched to its breaking point. A massacre could erupt at any moment. Only when someone inside the room finally spoke did the tension ease and the smell of gunpowder settle. The voice was astonishingly beautiful, whether naturally so or the result of modified vocal cords. Luca quickly judged that the owner of the voice was Martina Diva. Martina wore a charming Eastern-style kippah. Behind the fan in her hand, the edges of her eyelids glimmered faintly. The eye patch woman responded expressionlessly, admitting she had acted on her own initiative and apologizing to Diva. Gabriel struggled to suppress his anger, accusing Martina of inviting him there only to ambush him. Before his temper could explode completely, Luca calmly told him to settle down. From the eye patch woman's reaction, Luca could already tell she was lying. Her tone carried hesitation, as if weighing the consequences. Martina had likely planned to eliminate Gabriel, failed to do so, and was now searching for a graceful way to step back. Martina quickly realized Luca was the person she needed to address. Her voice turned elegant yet sharp, as she pointed out that a young master from the upper district had no reason to meddle in the affairs of the lower district. Luca had long grown used to being treated as someone from the upper district. His reply was simple and indifferent. He had his reasons, and they were none of her concern. Martina frowned slightly and warned him that Ro's life was not something he should underestimate simply because he was a noble. Luca raised his hand to cover his face and laughed loudly. A few rats huddling together in a sewer had begun to imagine themselves as powerful figures, and the thought struck him as absurd. Martina's expression darkened and her subordinates stirred, ready to start a war at any moment. At that moment, the eye patch woman leaned close to Martina and whispered something into her ear. Martina's expression shifted slightly before she quickly composed herself. With a soft sigh, she snapped her fan shut. Her gaze moved toward Gabriel standing behind Luca. She then announced her single demand. Gabriel would become her lover, and naturally he would also join Ro's life. In an age where cosmetic surgery was nearly routine, Martina still possessed a stunning beauty. Yet it was difficult to believe that a woman like her had truly taken a liking to Gabriel. Martina pointed out that Gabriel had once claimed he never wanted to take orders from anyone, yet now he was clearly working under this young master. Gabriel steadied himself and explained that it was merely a cooperative relationship. He simply owed Luca a debt. Martina bit her lower lip, showing a rare trace of frustration. At that moment, Luca quietly pulled Gabriel aside and suggested that he agree to date her for the time being. Doing so would make things much easier, and he would not actually need to join the gang. It would also reduce the leverage Ro's life held over him. Gabriel panicked immediately, wondering whether someone with his appearance could possibly attract a beauty like Martina. He even muttered that she looked older than his deceased grandmother. The concern was not entirely unreasonable. Still, Luca calmly reassured him. After thinking it through, he concluded that if Gabriel was going to build his own organization, joining Ro's life would never be an option. Martina suddenly called out to Luca, asking whether he intended to form a new gang. Her tone suggested he still did not understand the rules of the lower district. However, with Alf's assistance, establishing a gang would not actually be difficult. Martina declared coldly that she had never failed to obtain any man she desired. Luca responded with a faint smile, remarking that perhaps this would be her first failure. Experiencing a first time at her age might feel refreshingly new. Martina stopped paying attention to him and focused on Gabriel instead. She deliberately pushed out her chest, presenting herself as if displaying her final bargaining chip. Her voice softened as she insisted she could offer Gabriel far more than he imagined and asked him to remain by her side. Gabriel was visibly flustered and turned his head away to avoid meeting her gaze. No one had expected Martina to appear so sincere. Luca, however, quietly increased his combat readiness to the highest level. If negotiations collapsed, he would not hesitate to slaughter everyone present. Then Martina suddenly leaned back in her chair with an impatient expression. With a dismissive tone, she announced that there was no other way and that they should simply discuss business instead. Her attitude flipped so abruptly that it seemed as though the pleading from moments earlier had never happened at all. Luca's battle-ready stance suddenly felt slightly ridiculous. Gabriel could not help asking whether she truly liked him if she was willing to give up so easily. Martina tilted her head and replied that she sometimes enjoyed entangling herself with ugly men, though doing so only made her feel degraded. The thought of someone like Gabriel daring to treat her that way gave her an unpleasant sting, especially when imagining herself being pinned down by such disgusting men. With a light shrug and a faint smile, she ended the explanation. Gabriel's face turned red as he clicked his tongue, remarking that people truly became strange if they lived long enough. Being still a minor himself, he found it impossible to understand a woman like Martina. Moments later, Martina's expression shifted again. She declared the conversation finished and ordered them to proceed to business. After concluding their discussion with Martina, Luca left with one of her subordinates, Grace, and headed to meet Alf. With Gabriel's faction now loosely connected to both the dual arena and Rose's life, rumors alone would be enough to drive away unwanted troublemakers. At the same time, new talent would begin appearing. Capable people were always ambitious, eager to secure favorable positions within a rising gang. Alf's ability to handle matters efficiently impressed Luca greatly. On the way back, Grace suddenly asked whether Luca truly trusted Alf. Luca shot her a sidelong glance and bluntly replied that if she believed he trusted Alf, then perhaps her other eye must be blind as well. Grace seemed ready to respond, perhaps intending to bring Martina into the comparison, but Luca cut her off before she could finish. He stated coldly that her boss was equally untrustworthy, describing Martina as capricious and unpredictable. Grace frowned slightly at his criticism, her loyalty clearly evident. Martina had previously mentioned that Grace had once been a trainee of the Imperial Guard. It was obvious Martina hoped Grace might uncover Luca's identity and intentions. Luca did not try to stop it. Compared to the addicts Gabriel had gathered, Grace was 10 times more useful. In addition, Rose Life had assigned them patrol duties in Rose City, which was a fairly beneficial arrangement. Grace then asked whether Luca came from a military family. Luca paused, asking why she would think that. Grace explained that it was because he was stronger than she was. She had not expected to lose so easily to someone who had not even reached adulthood. Her perception was sharp. She had accurately sensed both the boundaries and the pressure of his abilities. Luca found himself puzzled. Grace had not even completed the Imperial Guard's training program, yet she carried herself with remarkable confidence while working under Martina. This made him increasingly curious about the reason Grace had left the Imperial Guard. After that, the two cautiously probed one another with questions. Although the conversation seemed lively and full of topics, nothing truly substantial was revealed. The important truths remained carefully hidden on both sides. Still, Luca could sense that he and Grace had grown slightly closer. Her way of thinking felt surprisingly similar to his. Interacting with her almost felt like being alongside a fellow companion back in the training camp. NMA had said it clearly. If Luca traced the companies whose names started with B, the money flowing through them would eventually end up in Noel's hands, which in turn meant it would lead straight into Kinu's pocket. Luca checked everywhere he could, but those companies had already been shut down for years. Much of the information was no longer traceable, and the lower district database was already notorious for corruption and missing records. More importantly, Luca was almost certain Kinu had scattered a large number of false clues on purpose. If he wanted the truth, he needed access to a more complete and better maintained database. At the very least, he needed high-level network data. One name surfaced in his mind: Nicholas Castoria. A high-ranking official of the Empire and nominally his brother. Before long, Luca opened a line to Nicholas's terminal and told him directly that he wanted access to the Empire's central database. Since Nicholas had the necessary clearance, it should have been possible. Nicholas confirmed that he did have the clearance. Then he refused. He explained calmly that he could not hand over that level of access if he still wanted to keep his head attached to his body. Luca understood perfectly, so he changed his wording. Then at least Nicholas could help him investigate a few ghost companies, and Nicholas could consider it a personal favor he owed him. Nicholas asked a question in return. Would this help Luca's standing within the family? Luca answered that it might. That was enough. Nicholas agreed almost immediately and said it would take no more than 2 hours. That kind of efficiency pleased Luca greatly. At the same time, he understood very well that Nicholas would eventually come to collect today's favor with interest, and that the request would probably be far more troublesome and much harder to refuse. That was a problem for the future. What mattered now were the immediate threats. NMA. Gabriel's organization, Rose Life, the Duel Arena, and Alf. Luca had been dealing with one problem after another without pause and had barely slept for 3 straight days. At this point, even if he called for him, he would probably struggle to hide his impatience. Under his breath, he murmured for the light to disappear. Then he closed his eyes. When he woke up again, 6 hours had already passed. He connected his terminal to the wall display and checked Eli's record. While Luca had been buried under his own work, Eli had continued completing mission after mission. He had even volunteered for operations he didn't need to take, making him incredibly hard to pin down. Both Luca and Eli were consumed by their own affairs. Since they had no shared missions, the two of them hadn't seen each other in quite a long time. A female classmate he passed in the hallway commented that Eli had gone completely crazy lately. At this pace, he might set the highest mission record in the entire history of the training center. If this kept up, Luca would soon lose his top position. Luca replied coldly that Eli could have the top spot if he wanted it. The girl laughed and said that Luca must have become leisurely and carefree now that he had entered the Castoria family. If she had become the adopted daughter of an Imperial Guard captain, she would be relaxed too. Luca wanted to relax as well. More than that, he wanted to punch this girl for speaking so casually about something she clearly didn't understand. After gaining the Castoria name, the burden on his shoulders had only grown heavier and more complicated. Before, enemies and allies were decided by his superiors. He only had to swing his sword and pull the trigger. But what was he supposed to do now? Now he had to judge everything for himself. Who was an ally and who was an enemy? Who deserved trust and who did not? Who should be followed and who should be cut down? Everything had become blurred, and that was maddening. More than once, Luca had wanted to give up. But he also understood that after coming this far, giving up would only get him disposed of. People like Kennu and Hias had not been born as monsters either. They must have endured their own trial and error before becoming what they were now. If Luca wanted to survive, he had to grow into something like them. Noticing his expression, the girl hurriedly apologized and insisted she had not been mocking him. She added that he truly deserved the Castoria name. That line improved his mood slightly. Yes, status and power. The kind that forced others to read his expression and measure their words. That was what he wanted, not pity, not mercy, a position won with his own strength. He gently patted the girl on the shoulder as a casual greeting and said he simply had not slept well for a few days. Being a young noble master wasn't something just anyone could handle. After that, Luca headed for Eli's private maintenance room. The moment the sensors recognized him, the door slid open. Eli was reclining in a service chair while precision mechanical arms worked busily on replacing parts of his cybernetic body. Turning his head, Eli greeted him casually and joked that Luca must have already heard how hard the young master of the Calica family had been working lately. Then Eli gave a self-mocking laugh. Compared to the old Luca, though, it still wasn't much. If he wanted to catch up, he had no choice but to keep working. Only then did Luca fully realize how much Eli had been through in such a short time. His whole face looked slightly older. Eli had always possessed more raw talent than Luca. He simply had not been pushing himself before. Even so, he had now reached results similar to Luca's. That realization made something clear. Luca also had to work harder if he wanted to push his Aegis combat arts into the next stage. Otherwise, it would not be long before Eli left him behind. Once Eli finished changing his clothes, he motioned for Luca to follow and said he wanted to show him a trophy. Through a glass window, Luca saw it, a metallic creature wrapped in electrodes and cables. It was a beast made entirely of metal and machinery, with flesh and blood seemingly replaced down to its essence, yet its ecology remained a complete mystery. This was Luca's first time seeing one so closely. It was enough to show off. These creatures naturally carried electromagnetic fields within their bodies, and from what Luca had heard, capturing one alive was no easy feat. He couldn't help asking whether mechanical beasts were also tied to ancient civilizations. No matter how much Eli had changed, he was still Eli. His obsession with ancient civilizations had not faded in the slightest. Eli judged that although they could not say for certain, the possibility was very high. Mechanical beasts might be made of machine parts, but their internal structure was as precise and complex as any biological organism. Some researchers even believed they could grow and reproduce over time, though no one yet understood the principle. Luca turned his eyes toward a nearby researcher and asked whether such a thing could be tamed. The researcher shook his head and admitted there was no precedent, so he could not give an accurate answer. During the conversation, the mechanical beast seemed to take an interest in Luca. The scene shifted as the two of them left the research room. Luca understood something very clearly. This might be the last time he ever saw that mechanical beast. It would soon be transferred to a research department directly controlled by the royal family. Calling it a transfer was generous. It was more like exile. The beast would be locked away in some unknown place and would end its life as a test subject. Luca wasn't sympathizing, he was simply stating facts. Eli smiled and said there was a second trophy too, one he wanted to offer as congratulations for Luca becoming the young master of the Castoria family. Then Eli took out a dagger. It was the weapon of the alien he had killed on his latest mission, an Equazion. That race was famous for being mercenaries. The dagger had been made from the bone of a unique beast native to the Equazion home planet, a creature that was now extinct. Luca was skeptical. Could a bone dagger really be trusted in real combat? Without a word, Eli pulled out his own dagger and struck it hard against the bone blade. A crisp collision rang out. The bone dagger did not break. Instead, small crack-like scratches spread across the blade. Luca was just about to comment when the bone began healing on its own. The cracks and gaps slowly closed as if the weapon itself were regenerating like living tissue. Eli explained that in the Equazion language, it was called Grekenbut, meaning immortal or eternal, so he had named it GKE. It was a gift he had decided to give to his best brother. For a gift, the meaning behind it was extraordinary. Both of them longed, in one way or another, for eternity and immortality. But there was one truth in the universe. Even the universe itself was not eternal. It was already moving toward its end. One day, everything would end. And compared to that, their insignificant lives were less than dust, only brief flashes of light. Luca could not help becoming sentimental. After all, this was the first time anyone had given him something with such weight and meaning. After returning to his room, he opened his terminal. Nicholas had already sent over the compiled files. Nicholas had even gone so far as to verify whether the owners behind those ghost companies were real. The structure of the money flow was intricate, companies woven together like a spider web. This was classic money laundering. Luca understood that perfectly. And he also understood something else. He now owed Nicholas a huge favor. Nicholas had already figured out Luca's bottom line, which was why he had been so willing to help. He was not the kind of man who forgot debts. If Nicholas ever truly became head of the Castoria family, Luca thought he might choose to keep him close rather than remove him. Nicholas would make an excellent staff officer and advisor. Then Luca scratched his head awkwardly. Maybe that was an overly optimistic line of thinking. For now, he decided to set the matter aside until Nicholas uncovered more, but reality was never that kind. By that very afternoon, a message arrived from the family. Someone among his acquaintances had finally died, and the name was exactly the one Luca had been thinking about earlier. Nicholas Castoria. Nicholas was dead.